Okay. Manliness,
Are you trying to
mannishness.
convince us or you?
Either way. Okay. Just
He's
as
a
long as you're
manly man
convinced.
with a 5 head. Don't ever forget.
God, she loves my freaking forehead. Stop staring at my freaking face, Sally. Good Lord. And by the way, it's going about 2 or 3 years. It'll probably be a 6 head. That's okay. So, yeah, I guess Destiny's taking the night off. How about that? All righty. Good for her. Good for her. Get a hold of her, Sally. Tell her to get in here. I'm
Yeah,
gonna give her.
I'll message her. She probably takes her dog out now since their other one died. So she sometimes gets distracted. She was an hour late for one of my spaces that she's supposed to go. She's like, I lost track of time. So I'll try getting a hold of her for you.
Yeah, yeah. That's the whole. That's the beauty of having a start time. Okay, it's tricky. It's so tricky. It's just it's neat. So Jen, what before we start this space, and by the way, everybody, thanks for showing up. Good to see everybody in here. Go ahead and retweet the room. I know I said that a minute ago, but let's do everything we can to blow Diligence Room out of the freaking water. Get him banned, get him shadow banned, and suspended, and all that shit. What were you guys talking about over there? What was I mean, I know it was about kind of South Africa. What was it looks like there was some
So,
miscommunication or something.
yeah, well, the miscommunication in the room, okay, is that I don't think people realized that, like, A, you cannot look at South Africa from the same lens as America when it comes to racial issues and racial tension, right? And you have to get it in your heads that, like, okay, the blacks during apartheid were oppressed by the whites. That's the story. Now we can sit here and go down a rabbit hole and decide whether that's really what happened, but let's just go with the mainstream narrative, okay? The blacks were oppressed by the whites, right? And now the blacks are in charge, and now the white farmers, right, are all of a sudden getting genocided, right? And we can sit here and say, oh, well, only how many have been killed? This isn't a real genocide. But, like, I think one too many is killed. The fact that they're giving away their farmland and not doing anything, the fact that they're putting 20,000 people in a stadium, right, and saying, kill the Boer, kill the white farmer. Okay, this didn't pop up last Tuesday. Okay, this is a deep seated racial tension that you don't even know you're walking into right now. And you're trying to have a debate between black South Africans and white South Africans on the stage without addressing anything of like why they would be treating each other like this right now, right? Like, you put two people on a stage that usually don't even talk to each other in normal society, don't even interact with each other in normal society, right? And now you have them on a stage and they're going back and forth, and you're wondering why this is sounding a little bit racist, because, like, we would look at South African culture and be like, wow, they like call people coloreds, and like the white people obviously like just like treat black people differently. Okay, but that is their culture. That is not for us to fix. That is not for us to influence, right? But if you're going to have a conversation about what is happening, you can't ignore the fact that the black South Africans really hate the white South Africans and see them as oppressors. And if we can get to that point, we can now have the conversation about why they're having their farms taken, why they are being genocided. It all goes back to apartheid, but if you're not even bringing that up or not even addressing it, you're not doing justice to the conversation.
Well, years ago, I heard John Kerry, and this is typical American, right? Or John Kerry was talking about two people over in England, two black men over in England who like they stopped someone from robbing somebody on a train or something like that, and John Kerry called them, if it were not for those two black, if for not for those two African Americans, they would never. Those people live in England, right? That's just typical Americans to call black men in England African Americans. Like it's
Yeah, it's
such a
almost
lack
like
of
cookie
awareness.
cutter.
It's
Like
just silly.
it's almost like they take the American kind of framework and put it over another culture, and it just doesn't work. And some of these cultures are so much older than us, right? So it's like it just doesn't make sense.
Well, and you're letting the black South African get up there and spew freaking. He was spewing some lies up in there, okay? And then you got the white girl over there, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm Afrikaans." Like it's like, dude, you have no idea like the dynamic that is standing in front of you on this stage right now. This is actually pretty freaking epic, right? Like the fact that that conversation happened is mind blowing, right? But the fact is, you could see how differently they view the world, right? You could see how differently they see this, like this situation going down, right? The fact that you had the other white South African get up and be like, oh, well, Nelson Mandela is actually a terrorist. And it's like, whoa, you just blew some people's minds. But yeah, if you want to have that conversation, right? So, and there's nuances to the racial conversation that just weren't being addressed. And I don't think it was like, it wasn't being fair to both parties without addressing that.
Well, they're realities too, Jen. I mean, you know, these people didn't let these white folks hang around for 20 years, you know, because they liked white people. They let them hang around for 20 years or 30 years or however long it's been because they needed people to produce food because these farmers actually knew how to produce food. And they, you know, and you know the problem that they still have is that you know they killed off all these farmers and they didn't learn how to operate farms in the meantime. You know, they weren't you know they didn't learn modern agriculture methods. They just continued to work in the farms and the white people continue to operate them and it basically you had these dictators screw themselves and it's absolutely insane what happened over there and you know it African dictators are the worst people in the world. You saw it in Ethiopia back in the 70s where we sent millions of pounds of food and they took what they wanted and the rest rotted on the docks and the people starved during the famine. You know, Ramon, you can say whatever you want. The food went there and the people still starved. You know, so it's not racist to send food
Is there
to
a
black
reason
people.
like your thumbs downing?
Yeah, it's not
Like, what's
racist
your
to
deal,
send
bro?
food to black people in Africa. It's not racist to do that. Okay, you can say whatever you want. It's not racist to send food to black people.
Well, let's let Ramon come up to the stage. Ramon, welcome to the stage, brother. Jump in there.
Yes, I was thumbing down because that person was boring and saying nothing. And I think that there is a huge correlation between.
You were boring me, motherfucker.
Damn it, Jen.
Oh, I wanted to hear what he had to
I
say.
did too. Where is he? You didn't boot him from the room, did you?
No, I just kicked him off.
Freaking Jennifer. God bless. It's like she's running American Mission or something like that. Jesus Christ. Ramon, come back up here. There he is.
Don't be a dick, Ramon.
Well, that's a pretty good piece of advice just in general.
Yes, there is a huge correlation between vocal fry and low IQ. And Jennifer has one of the biggest vocal fries on X.
Oh, you're
Alright,
sweet,
so
you small dick
you can
motherfucker.
conclude what you want.
Aw, you got a small dick.
Hold on a
It's a- I
second.
don't know
Hold on a
I
how-
feel so
second.
bad for you.
Hold on. There's a couple. I'm not. What vocal fries? What I don't understand. What is that?
Vocal fry.
Vocal fry?
Yes, FRY.
What does that mean?
That is, you know, the way Jennifer
Like French
speaks.
fry?
Like speaking on up speak, you know what I mean? I don't even know how to do it. But it's her voice.
You're
her
boring
voice.
me.
No, he's
They're
not. He's
killing
not
the
boring
white
me because I might agree with him. But
And that there is a direct correlation between that and low IQ. And she has huge vocal fry and huge upspeak. She thinks it's sexy and she thinks it makes her sound smart.
Honey, I
It's
don't have
actually the
to look
complete opposite.
sexy. I don't have to look sexy. You are
No, I
so
wasn't.
far
I
off
didn't talk
base.
about your looks. I didn't talk about your looks,
Aw.
which you should improve
You said
them.
I had to
I'm
try to
talking
be
about
sexy.
no.
I'm
I'm
telling
said
you, I
that
don't have to try.
you think your vocal fry makes you sound sexy. It doesn't. It makes you sound dumb as fuck.
I'm not here
No,
to look
correction.
sexy,
This
dumbass.
is an
I'm here
ad
to spit
hominem
Correction.
attack.
facts. I'm here to
Correction.
spit
It
facts,
doesn't sound.
motherfucker.
No, you don't speak
Oh,
facts. You never speak
oh,
facts.
really? I never spit
You
facts?
said not a
Really?
single
Are you
fact
here
about
just to attack
Virginia
me? Are you just here to
Dufresne
attack
on
me?
the other space.
Ramon,
Oh,
You
okay,
Ramon,
said
yeah.
Ramon, hold on
no
a second. Hold on
single
a second.
fact.
Ramon, hold on. Let me ask you something. I'm gonna give Jennifer a couple minutes to think about her fry. Okay. And then she's gonna come back on. But until then, just kind of give me what are your
Why are
thoughts
you
about
letting this happen, Mike? Really?
Why
Jennifer? I want
not?
you to
Who are you? Who are you?
All
just
right,
for
Mike,
30
I
seconds.
see you.
I want to hear because I want to hear I want to know at least what he was going to talk about.
I I support the Afrikaners.
Ramon,
What I just came to
go ahead.
say. Yes, I support the Afrikaners. I'm against all forms of racism, but I really just wanted to say that I don't know how people listen to someone like Jennifer or the other guy who was speaking, who wasn't
What
even
does that mean,
eloquent.
Afrikaners? You talking about the
How
black
about you
Afrikaners
speak
or the white
English a little
Afrikaners?
better? You're struggling.
No,
Afrikaners are the
I'm
white
talking about
people in the African farmers that are being targeted. Those are the Afrikaners. So, and this guy is
I know.
blocked by me for a
It's
reason.
actually Afrikaner, not Afrikaner. Why don't you say it
dude.
right?
How
The whole
can
point, the whole fun of it
anyone?
was I
How
wanted
can
Ramon to say
how
it.
can anyone listen to women speak? Go to diction class.
Oh, so now it went from a
Get
personal
rid of
attack
your
on
vocal
me to
fry.
women. So now
Hey,
we're really
Ramon.
Get
getting to
rid
the
of your
center of your
vocal
Ramon.
problem.
fry. Read
You
a
have a mommy
lot of
problem.
books.
Oh, did your mommy ignore you? Did your mommy ignore you when you were a child? Did you not get enough
Read
hugs?
a lot of
Oh, you're a little
books.
bitch.
Ramon,
Shut up.
Ramon. Let me
Be
just
You're
ask,
just
humble.
Ramon, did you hear
intimidated
what
by
happened?
women. That's your problem.
Ramon, did you hear what happened? There it was. Um, Ramon, she gave you the opportunity, bro. All she said was just come up here, don't be a dick. Like, I don't know if you hate Jennifer, she wouldn't let you in American Mission or whatever it is.
He doesn't
Not,
like women. He said it.
Yeah,
Right?
that
He
was
was
the
using
epitome of
me.
dick.
He was literally using me as like his little like fodder, like, oh, I don't like her voice. And then the real truth came out is that he actually has a problem with women. So obviously his mommy didn't touch it, or his mommy like didn't hug him enough, or his mommy touched him. So either way, he's a freak.
well, he was requested again. I mean, the cat wants a piece of you. I can tell you that.
He,
So
he didn't like old people either. I mean, he was a cornucopia of ad hominem attacks.
it
And
was
I'm the unintelligent one.
no, Destiny's the unintelligent one, and since she's not here, that's why I can make fun of her. Good Lord! Wow, thanks, Des. She's it's not like she added anything to the conversation anyway.
There
I
must
think we
be
all know
something
that.
going on if she didn't show up because she's not a flake.
Bro, she's not here. I get to talk about her all I want to.
Obviously,
She's a total flake. I can't stand her. I don't even know how we're still doing this on Wednesday night. This is not even, I don't enjoy it. Nobody else enjoys her being here. She doesn't bring anything to the table. Her research is all encyclopedic.
I clicked on her tweet to get to this space.
I mean, besides that, Chris, I mean, everything else I said was true. Besides that was a good spot. She did that pretty well. Divisive. Don't send happy faces. Request the freaking mic. Come up here. Yeah. So that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. So anyway,
Did I
Jen,
just
go
hear Jen tell the dude that you should probably try to speak English a little better?
I
Sorry.
totally did tell him to speak English a little better.
I have to say, I've never heard of a vocal fry.
I don't
in
know
my
if you
life.
guys ever had like mango lassi or whatever. I literally choked. I choked on the nut, like this one little thing
Hey.
that goes. I know that sounds gross, but
Yeah.
god damn it, why did I? But they have nuts in it, right? Anyway, lodged. Never mind.
Everything
Let's
does,
shut the
Mace.
Hey,
fuck up.
Mike,
That was
is
not
that
supposed to go down like that.
is that actually Antonio Sabato Jr. in the? He's like sitting right below Chris right there. Is that actually Antonio Sabato Jr.?
Well, let me tell you something about Antonio real quick. So I sent Antonio an invite to the space, and he brushes me off. He goes, Mike, I don't know, bro. I just if I just don't know about it anymore. I don't know about the Wednesday spaces anymore. I'm like, bro, please, I'm begging. He's like, Mike, I don't know. But he came there. It may not have gone exactly. It may not have been exactly like that. It might have been like, yeah, I'll try to stop by. But it sounds a lot more dramatic when I say it like that. Antonio, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hey, how's everybody doing? I jump on and everybody's calling each other's names, and that's awesome. That's great. That's the way to do it. Wow. I mean, can we just find some love between people? Plus, why are you getting all upset? You don't know these people. You're never going to see this Ramon from anywhere from Jack. Everybody's got to chill out and just express their opinion and move on. It can't be that serious.
Oh, we like it when Jen gets spicy.
Yeah, I know, but you're just wasting all that energy on something that is not even worth, and then you get all wound up, and it's like there's more important things. Just breathe, chill out, give your opinion, and you don't have to put people down. I mean, especially people you don't even know that they won't even tell you in front of your face anyway. So social media allows a lot of people to open up their mouth, but in reality, they're weak because they would never tell or have a discussion in front of somebody. Remember those days where you actually sat down and go, "Hey, hi, nice to meet you," and how are you? Look in each other's eyes, and you see the fear in people's eyes because people wouldn't say anything. Now everybody's saying whatever they want.
Well, it's you bring up a good point, because the old school way of like actually sitting down with someone and discussing it, that's what we saw today. We were kind of talking about this a minute ago with so think about this. Trump brings in, like, I guess the president of, from the South African area, brings him in, and then all of a sudden out of the nowhere, he asks him about the stuff that's going on there, the genociding and all that stuff. And then Trump goes, "No, it's not true. Let's take a look at this." And nobody even knew the lights could dim in the Oval Office. But
that's the only way to do it nowadays, because
you just sat him down and put the freaking video in front of him.
You have to do it. And even with the video, imagine that, even with the video, they disagreed with that too. Even if you prove without reasonable of a doubt that is the fact, they're still going to complain. So it's a very dangerous world where the facts are not the facts and the truth is not the truth. And you kind of have to rely on your own truth, which sometimes leads you to nowhere. So you kind of just have to be patient. And certain people just don't want to be educated. They just don't. And they should, because I think education, finding out the truth and realizing, that this wasn't the way I saw it. I'm like, oh, wow. Those are the days that I remember. And I think we need to bring those days back,
Well, that's kind of where we're going tonight. Still waiting on the co-host to get here, but that is where we're going. And you said it perfectly. It's a great segue. That's why you're a professional. Is that they can literally see something and deny it, right? The truth is so subjective. And I'm going to go to Divisive in a minute because he speaks a lot about this, and very, very well, actually. But the truth is so subjective now that you can deny things literally right in front of your face. And so,
well, you can make things up and create something out of nowhere, and then have a bunch of people around you believe the same thing and lead you off a cliff. So very dangerous times, because that is not truth. It's an illusion. It's created. Doesn't even make sense anymore. But they believe it. They truly believe it, because as long as they believe that at least 5 people with me or 100 people with me believe the same thing, I can confront the truth over here. Let's say in this case, Trump is always Trump's fault. So we got to confront him. But instead of dealing with the reality, how do we come together and actually don't talk about this stuff anymore so we can work it out and move to the next problem? But we're still talking about the same problem: race, gender, equality, all that BS. So how do we move to the next level and not talk about this nonsense anymore? And actually, how do we get to the next actually brain level where actually we're smarter altogether? I hope that happens.
Yeah, no, I hope that happens too, Jen. And Jen, he was talking about the G20. You think Trump's going to show up for that?
I mean, listen, that's where we get the famous video of Donald Trump like walking in and like all the
moving everybody aside,
pushing his way to the front. That was great.
That's where he went in and pushed everybody aside and was like, "Yo, America's here." So like, because I feel that Donald Trump will represent freedom and the interests of the American people, I feel like him not to the G20 and taking that stance again, like I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Should we not go to the G20? Should he go to the G20?
Of course, he has to go to the G20. We have to be there. We have to be there in front of all these evil people who are
Exactly.
trying to destroy our planet. And he's the only one who's doing it for us. But we have to support him, and we have to be patient with all these craziness that is coming from Hollywood and the media, because they're fighting every move this guy makes. And, we have 4 years with this guy. And after 4 years, then what? They're going to try to get in power and go backwards again. And then we have to deal with it another 4 years of craziness. I mean, they stole an election once. They can do it again.
And
I don't know
Mike,
if you guys saw his meeting, the press meeting after the congressional meeting with Congress, and they were trying to jab him, and he just deflected. He's getting very, very good at the mic. I'm very, very proud of the guy. He's doing a great job.
I heard
and
Chris
Mike,
trying to get in there.
The G20 is a part.
Your mic's breaking it out, brother. It might be just me,
Yeah.
but it sounds like that you're breaking
The,
it. pretty
the
bad.
G20.
Yeah, Chris, what's up, brother?
The G20 is a party. He can't miss a party. Trump is the ultimate
True.
party guy.
He
So-
is the party. They're all going to make money with the guy. When he shows up, everybody joins in, whether they like him or not. If it wasn't for him, CNN would be completely at zero. I mean, they're already there now, but they made money. Fox has made money on this guy. Everybody who talks about Trump makes money, whether they like him or not. So he will be there. He will rule the whole G20. It'll be the G Trump. It won't be the G20. It'll be G Trump, because everything will be related on every movie makes. He walks over here. He wears the tie. Everything is like every single little bit of this guy's move is televised worldwide simultaneously. It's the craziest thing, right? So that will happen, obviously.
Plus,
Well,
he-
and it
he
goes to
got
the
us to
notion,
move-
right? If America is not represented, if our interests aren't being represented at these places, right? Then how do you we need to have a presence and a dominating presence, and that's what Donald Trump brings, as opposed to like a Joe Biden or somebody like that who will show up and capitulate to them. Donald Trump will not capitulate and actually take advantage of what he can for the American people.
I mean, look what's been going on. The last 4 years, Europe is making fun of Joe Biden. And at the same time, they've been supporting this guy. Europe is in a big mess financially, economically. I go there all the time. I was born in Italy, okay? So I know how that country works. So they need Trump for everything. So the world needs Trump right now. They do. I mean, the world is all over the place. The Middle East, as we saw, they need Trump. They love Trump. Asia, they love Trump. Japan loves Trump. South America, they need Trump. South America is completely gone. So this man, in one way or another, is actually taking care of the entire planet. I mean, people don't understand how this guy never sleeps. He's just amazing, but he's taking care of everyone, and he's doing it with class, with a great team. So I give him so much credit, and I pray for him every single day.
Antonio, can I ask you a question? Since you spend as much time as you do abroad, because we hear all the nonsense, right? Like how everyone laughs at Trump and laughs at America.
Mhm.
Like the real people
Yeah.
abroad, like
Yeah.
what is their view of Donald Trump?
They love him. They truly, truly love him. Because remember, now we've seen what he has done in 4 years. Now they've seen what everybody else and what the evil has done with Joe Biden and the fake election and everything they've done. And they created some huge mess. And they created some huge mess for a lot of people. The small villages, the people going to work. This whole woke agenda that has destroyed a lot of countries and internally is like this poison that they spread all over the place. So now they're praying for some sort of sanity, because right now it's easier to travel. They feel a little bit better. I mean, the economy somewhat in our country, I'm talking about, it's getting better and better. So they see that from Europe, because Europe does not work without America. Everything they wear is Americanized. Everything is USA. Everything is Trump. Everything is the way they look, the way they dress, the way they do things, with their local and history, of course. But America has touched everybody, has touched the entire planet. And so they need that. They need that because their own country, look what's going on in England. England is gone. A beautiful country like that. I used to go there all the time. I don't go. My friends don't even go there anymore. And that's unfortunate. France, When was the last time somebody said, "Oh, let's take a trip to Paris"? Because they feel afraid to travel to these places. They don't feel safe. They can walk on the streets. Even in Rome, my city of Rome, there's some neighborhoods that are just and I'm telling you, it's got to do with the fact that when you open up a door of poison, as Joe Biden and everybody else has done worldwide, they really took advantage of that, and they really wanted to do even worse things. And thank God, God stepped in and says, "You guys went too far." So they love them. They truly. In Australia, I just got back from Australia. They Australia fell apart too. They went completely far left liberal nonsense right now. And I have friends of mine in Melbourne, Australia, who have lived in Australia their whole lives, and they're moving to Italy. They can't live in Australia anymore. The laws, the regulations, the things you can and cannot do. They tie your hands everywhere, your businesses, high taxes, socialism left and right. So it's very dangerous, and they love Trump, and they wish they all had a Trump of their own, which they don't. Some do, but they really don't.
Thanks for that response.
Pleasure.
So one of the questions I want to get in tonight is Jennifer, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. I thought Diligent had a good space on it, but I disagreed with a lot of people, and I know a lot of people didn't like what I was saying, Alpha and some other people, but I wanted to get some feedback. I just want to open it up, and if it goes somewhere, because sometimes I think we get so into the back and forth about, oh, he's lying, he's not lying, he's telling the truth, they're not telling the truth, they're hiding it from us, blah blah blah, that we don't actually do any real detective work where we put pieces together and we make assumptions based on motive, probability, and things that make sense to us, right? So one of the things we were talking about yesterday, we were talking about Bongino and his reaction to when he came out and said Epstein killed himself. Said, saw the file, Epstein killed himself. Jen, look, I know you like Bongino. I'm a big Bongino fan myself, but is he, God, I hate to even phrase the question like that. Is he lying?
Okay, so I've never really watched Dan Bongino's show, right? But Donald Trump chose him, and that's where he is. I have a huge problem. Now, listen, I would have been even maybe a tiny bit willing to give him that, okay, maybe somehow the narcissist Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in the cell. All right, maybe. But then you come out yesterday and you're like, oh yeah, well, I've seen the files on Butler and there's nothing there. Nothing there. Pretty much insinuating like Thomas Crooks acted alone. There was no conspiracy, no nothing. It's just black and white. That's what happened. I don't believe that for a minute. Not a minute. And among many reasons why I don't agree with it, why I don't think that Dan Bongino is being truthful in that situation is because of the shorts that were put on Rumble stock and True Social stock the day of Butler, right? The fact that you had the billionaires up in Idaho in Sun Valley meeting that exact day or that exact weekend, right? All of these things. Now, Dan, listen, I get it. You just got there, bro. Totally understand. Okay. And I understand that there's still things with the FBI that you can't publicly come out and talk about. Okay. Do not come out and say, oh, let's talk about this obscure thing no one's talking about. And then let me lie to your face and tell you that there's no story there. Look somewhere else. Like nothing's happening. Like I will not accept that. So I don't know if maybe he's doing his thing, but what I'm seeing out of Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino right now being like, oh, you guys, like, yes, there's been this massive conspiracy that you yourselves have gone on independent podcasts and even of your own and talked about the conspiracy that you knew was happening. You put a lot on the line to go testify in front of Congress that something was happening in Butler, right? Didn't that happen, or was I mistaken? So what happens when these people are going to DC right? And it's not just these people in this position, it's congressmen, it's senators that like you are willing to give up everything that you stood on to be like, yeah, nope, there's a story there. No smoke, no fire. Thomas Crooks, bad guy.
Jen
Like,
and
I
I were
don't
talking
believe that.
late last night about this, and one
I
of the
don't
things that
believe
we
that.
said, one of the things we said was that they should put all of these really key people that are going to have to make these tough calls. They should put their family members into witness protection until they've served their time. Because I think he's trying to tell us something without telling us something. Because those are the two most obvious things that he was a big stickler on, right? And now he's coming out and saying that it could be code to his people to say, hey, I'm being blackmailed. They have threatened my family. I don't know.
No,
I
well, that was no. Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say something here because, first of all, now that they have this new job, they work for us. So we need to know all the information. So we need to know all the list. What about the list? Where's this freaking list that we're waiting for? All the names of athletes, of actors, celebrities that flew to that island. We need to know all of them, and they need to release that. So let's say Bongino, which listen, I have great respect for these guys. I know them as people and all that. And I'm not calling anybody a liar, but I'm going to say this. Let's say he says, okay, well, he killed himself. So who gave him the poison? Because he certainly didn't strangle himself. We have pictures. We've seen it. The guy did not strangle himself, right? So he died. He was poisoned something. So somebody gave him something, take this, or otherwise we will kill everybody you ever known, or whatever the thing is. So they know a lot more than we do. And the fact of the matter is, they work for us. We pay their bills. So enough of this going around in circles. How long did it take to get inside Mar-a-Lago and get inside that closet and break that safe? When it comes to Trump, it takes 60 seconds. They're going to go here. They're going to go there. They're going to subpoena. They're going to send people to prison, or they're going to try the best to do this. When it comes to everybody political, when it comes from both parties, not just one, for both parties, nobody goes to jail. If we're talking about Hillary or Obama and all these people, nobody goes to jail. They're all above the law. And they know that. And they talk the big game. If we work for Trump, we win this election, we're going to put everybody behind bars and all this stuff. Nothing has happened. Nothing is going on. The list that we've been waiting, she said it. She said it's going to come out. And then all of a sudden, no names or nothing. It's
it's
very
like
dangerous.
where's Waldo?
Where's Tom Hanks? Where's all these people on the planes? Where's all these names of all these people? With the producers, the executive of Warner Brothers, the executive at Disney's, all these people, where are they? They're scot-free, because you know what? When we hang up the phone today and we go on with our lives, they're talking. And they're talking underneath it and going, well, I'll give you $1 million here. I'll give you 500,000 for this. I'll pass this bill over here. I've been to Washington. I ran for Congress. I know how it works. And when you get those calls and say, you got to keep it quiet because then we're going to open this up, or we're going to help you with this and this, they change their minds. So the only one that I trust, that I know that he's telling the truth, is President Trump. Everybody else, I don't believe and I don't trust at all, because I look at President Trump in the eye, personally, man to man, and I can see the truth in his eyes. Everybody else, it's always an agenda, because they have their families, they have their children, and blah, 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 blah. So who's there with guts and glory, who's going to tell the American people the truth? And the only one is President Trump. And nobody else steps up to the plate. And we're still waiting for this freaking list and all this speculations on all this other stuff. He killed himself on this and that. He did not kill himself. Somebody killed him, and they know that. And again, he's dead. He's gone. He's in hell, rotting in hell. But everybody else who was part of this whole thing is still scot-free. Every one of them. And that's unfair.
And
It's unfair to the children. It's unfair to those girls. And it's unfair to everything else that's been going on. And same thing with P. Diddy. P. Diddy. Why is it taking so long? We just go ask Jennifer Lopez. Just subpoena her. She knows everything. She knows everything. Just subpoena her. Put her on the stand.
We're gonna get to Diddy.
But I'm just saying, it's all the same
Yeah,
thing.
it
It's
is
all the same thing.
Absolutely, it is. It is
Can
the
I
exact
add
same
a
thing.
fact onto this though, Mike? And it is the same exact thing, right? And I feel that the Republican side, right, not MAGA, right, but I'll say Republican and conservative, right? First of all, the past 4 years of the government being weaponized, okay, it wasn't being weaponized against the establishment establishment Republicans, the conservatives. No, it was getting weaponized against MAGA people. Okay, first of all, like let's just get that out of the way. Okay. Second of all, they came in and told us we can indict a ham sandwich. And the process is the punishment because the minute you get that indictment, or your subpoena, whatever, right? Your life is completely ass ended up, right? Bank accounts gone, this gone, that gone, right? And all of a sudden, when it's our turn to bring justice, right, at the level they set, because Kim pointed out something that was just like utterly mind blowing the other day. Here we are, we're in power, we got the Congress, we got the Senate, we got the presidency, and we can't get anything accomplished. We're over here trying to pass new laws in order to get the people who did wrong against us.
You know, I have
They
congressmen,
didn't-
friends of mine, that have been
Well,
trying to
hold on.
pass the law for 50 years.
Exactly. Well, when the Democrats went after us 4 years ago, they didn't even bother passing laws. They had Norm Eisen, they had Mark Elias, they had them go back to the laws of 1812 and 1810. And you know what? Was like, you know what? Find me a law.
They
that's
passed the
already on
laws
the
under,
books.
there's laws in California right now that an adult could have sex with a child,
Right,
okay?
but
With
Antonio,
drugs
what I'm
on them.
saying
Come on,
is
it
we're
goes on.
cutting off our noses to spite our faces. We don't need any new regulations. We don't need any new laws to go after these people. And the notion of like, well, they did it to you doesn't mean you should do it to them kind of thing needs to go out the freaking door. Okay? If I freaking kick you by accident, that doesn't mean you get to kick me back. But when you come out and you try to destroy me and my family and try to kill my family and absolutely like annihilate people, no. You get hit back just as hard as you started swinging. And that is the notion that is really messing us up here.
So Jen, let me run something by you. We there are things that we know, there are things that we can prove, right? Like you can put someone in jail for the rest of their life without a body and without a weapon, right? Based simply on motive. My question is this, and divisive, I'm coming to you right now, is when I watched, for instance, I've talked to Divisive for a long time, talked to Jen for a long time, I've heard Antonio speak, and these spaces several times, Sally, Mays, Kimberly, everybody, right? If the way that you talk is the way that you talk in almost every space, when you go into a different environment, usually you're somewhat of the same person. You still have that same kind of energy. So here's Bongino. Bongino, and I'm not just talking about his radio show. I'm talking about interviews. I'm talking about the way he is. He even says things in his interview. It is very important to put ourselves in uncomfortable positions, to do things that we do not like to do in order to make us stronger, in order to overcome these things. And when he talks like this. Guys, listen. You got to do bad things. You got to do things you don't like to do because that's what makes us overcome it. That's why we do it. So when I'm listening, and that's the way he talks, right? And here's what he said on television. And now again, I'm just detectiving it, right? He's going, I saw the whole file. Yeah, no, he killed himself. He killed himself. No doubt about it. Yeah, he did it. He killed himself. Now, again, and then these are a couple points I brought up yesterday. So there's that, right? I'm just using the same tactics that my dad used on me my whole life as a freaking teenager, reading into everything, right? How many times did you ever see Jim Comey do a press conference with his deputy director? Nobody even knows who that is, right? Because there's no reason for the director of the FBI to do an interview and then need to get confirmation from his deputy director, unless you need him on that screen to be able to speak to a large swath of people who all believe one thing. Now, if you're trying to get that message out, that this is what we need to toe, this is how we need to toe the line, you need to get Bongino out there so Bongino can speak to us who really actually like him a lot, right? The problem, though, is I think personally that what Bongino was doing was sending a message. I'm like, let me see the hand signs. Is he making hand signs? What is it? Because it wasn't him. And where is he? He's talking to freaking Fox, right? He's in his environment, for God's sakes. He's not uncomfortable. And so a lot of these things, you can put these pieces together and realize something was off with that. It doesn't take a freaking genius, And so anyway, Divisive, jump in there. Tell me, am I missing that, or am I misreading it, or am I searching for something? Am I going all Q crazy? What am I doing?
No, I think it's a fair question. I think most people with over an 80 IQ know that he's lying. And then the question becomes, what is the motivation for lying? I think a lot of us really do underestimate at that level how dark and how sinister this game is really played. Someone implied that maybe their family should go into protective custody, implying that maybe they could be blackmailing him by threatening his family. I think that's looking at politics as a game of chess, and politics isn't a game of chess, it's a game of Go. And it could be much more sinister than threatening his family. It could literally be people at the level of the Epstein list have access to nuclear weapons. And it could be as serious as if any name on this list comes out, a nuclear weapon will go off in New York City or LA. If he was in that position, do you think Dan Bongino would risk the lives of the entire city of New York or LA?
That's a good point.
It is that significant at that level. And I think we've seen multiple examples throughout politics, even Donald Trump in his first term, where he says these are a lot of clearly broken things that we need to fix. And as soon as they get into that position of power, it's almost impossible to fix any of those things, because at that level, they get informed about how serious these stakes are. These are the stakes. It's nuclear weapon. It's famine.
Okay.
It's like mass destruction.
Let me ask you this real fast, and that's a great point. I've never even thought about that point, right? So that's one of the beautiful things about these spaces. Instead of everybody just having these, preconceived notions, it's to be able to have someone who offers a point of view like, wow, I didn't think about that, because it is on a leadership type level that these people that are involved could do something like this. And yeah, would Bongino sacrifice thousands of people in order to get that message out there? Of course not. So, but what I'm saying though is we can, and I'm not saying he's lying. So technically, if Bongino technically said what he said, right? I've seen the file. He killed himself. Now, if I saw the file right now, if Jennifer would ask me, Mike, did you see the file? I would say, yes, I've seen the file. And he killed himself, right? If I'm hiding something, I'm technically not lying because I've seen the file. And it says he killed himself, right? The interesting part, and Jen and Device, I'll come right back to you real quick, and then I'm going to go to Jen, is that he said that I've seen it. It made it seem like it was concrete, but then he let slip that one line. And again, we haven't seen the edited version of the whole thing, but he let that one line slip. But if other evidence comes out that says something to the contrary, see, that's the part that gets me. Almost like he threw us a little sliver, like, guys, it's out there, but I can't find it for you. You guys have got to find it. Is that a reach, or is that plausible?
I would say it's fair to say that he's implying that the official narrative is that the file says he killed himself.
Right.
And I think that additional context is playing the semantical game where this is the official story. This is what I'm telling you. And I truly believe, I know I'm using a ridiculous kind of extreme example of a nuclear weapon going off, but at this level, this is really the game that is played. We are talking about a world right now where there's wars in multiple countries. We're talking about a world right now where corporations make hundreds of billions of dollars with a B at the stroke of a pen without producing a product. And when we get to this level, it's really hard for people who have never been exposed to it to understand that this is actually the world. There are people that are born into this world, I know them, who have never looked at a price of anything. And if you've never had that experience of waking up and saying, what do I want to do today? I never have to work. I can buy any car I want. I can call up the president of this country. I can call up the sheik of this country. And that's the world that you're born into. People who have never been exposed to that do not have any concept of how serious these stakes are at that level. And to Jen's point, me and Jen don't agree on everything, but I absolutely agree with her massively on this game that's being played with Republicans. The best comparison is what's happening is everyone agreed to a foot race. And when the Democrats are in power, they jump on motorcycles and they win the foot race. And the Republicans are running behind their bicycles and these four-wheelers saying, I'm not going to cheat in this race because I'm a moral person. I'm the better person. Even though we agreed to the foot race, I'm going to keep running it on foot while the Democrats are going around the track on a dirt bike, and they don't have a chance to win. And it's absolutely embarrassing. and it needs to end, because without some accountability, this world is very screwed. As Antonio pointed out, South America is a mess, Europe is a mess, and the new power centers are where Trump visited. It's Asia and it's the Middle East. People don't go to Europe. They don't go to Italy anymore. You know where they go? They go to Abu Dhabi, they go to Dubai, they go to Hong Kong, Singapore. These are the new places in the world where people want to spend their time, because it's the only place you're safe and you have a high quality of life. And if we don't fix that, the whole world's going to have a big problem in the next few years.
That's why you follow divisive content right there, baby. Go to his profile,
Stellar
check it out, give him a
points.
follow. Outstanding points, and plus he agreed with Jen a little bit, which
No,
always
I
gives a little
totally
bit more
agree with him. I totally agree
credibility.
with
Go
him.
ahead.
And he said nuclear, but I'll take it a different route, right? Biological. These people have already proven that they are willing to release a virus on the entire world in order to steal an election from President Trump to stop him. What makes you think they wouldn't do it again? And they don't have the ability. Remember, Bill Gates is a frequent flyer on the Lolita Express, right? And back to Cash and not so much Pam Bondi, because like I have my own huge problem with Pam Bondi, right? Going back to the fact, like, you were AG of Florida the whole time Epstein was, like, after he got arrested in Palm Beach, did his little like fake stint where he had girls coming to his office because like he was on house arrest or whatever, right? After that, between I think it was like 1997 and when he was arrested, you couldn't find anything, nothing. He still owned that house in Palm Beach. He was still in Florida. There wasn't nothing that you could have done to stop him. And I'd like to also ask her about her donations from the Bush family, but that's a separate discussion for another time. But we are doing no favors to Cash and to Dan Bongino by just sitting here and being yes man, right? Like, when we are out there talking about holding our politicians accountable, that isn't just the other side. That is holding our politicians accountable. And sometimes when you are in positions of power, there are places and in speeches and in interviews that you can't go, right? But you could make a ridiculous statement knowing damn well that your anons out there, good old anons, right? They're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? Right. And it does us no good to sit here on these stages and be like, oh, no, they're doing a good job. They just got there. You can't say that they are not doing anything. Okay. Our politicians need to be held accountable. And if we start yelling that we don't believe what they're saying, if we start yelling that something's wrong here, it gives them the runway in order to go out and be like, hey, guys, you know what? Your plan was for me to go out in front of the media and say that Epstein killed himself, but obviously these people are not accepting this, right? Like, we have to show that there's angst in order to allow them to make moves sometimes that they can't just take because of the way the system is set up, right? So by us just sitting here and being like, oh, making excuses. Now, I'm not saying do it in a malicious way, right? I'm saying do it in an American way where we are asking questions and demanding accountability from the people who said they would give us accountability.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So basically, it's safe to say, kind of going back to the divisive point and what you're talking about as well, is that these people are lying, these liars, that it's not always a negative it's not always to be negatively associated. Like these people, like these Hollywood people, might be protected not through blackmail against them, but blackmail for them.
They're in possession
like,
of.
Look, we'll blow up an entire block of New York to protect us, right?
Right, that they have access to, right? It's not only, and I think Antonio can probably explain this better than I can, right? It's not always about like who you know, right? It's what you know, what you have access to, who you have access to, right? Like sometimes it's not just you, but Antonio, jump in here.
I just want to say one thing. The question that we need to really ask is, who are they protecting? Because somebody's being protected. They're talking to each other. Like I said, go back to the simple as a list of people that jump on a plane with this evil man to do evil things. And to this day, we still don't know anything about it, and we still don't have any names. That should be the problem right there. That's how much power they have. And they have so much power that they're protected. And so you're saying we're going to have to fight and stand up for this, but no politicians go to jail. No politicians really get arrested. I'm talking about the ones that we really want to be behind bars, the really bad ones that we've known for many, many years. And we also have proof, you know, the JFK, we have things in front of us that they tell us this is all a money laundering, you know, business between media and famous people of all kinds, and nobody gets in trouble, and we never get to the bottom of it. So I think the only way we can really win this is individually ourselves, is to have good lives, go and live for the Lord, go, you know, live for something peaceful and beautiful in your life, because we can't win. You can't, listen, we have the president, we have this, like you said, the House, the Republic, everybody, and nothing gets done. And we're just talking, we're talking, and nothing gets done. Nobody is there to release these names, to put people behind bars, to close companies like Disney, who has a lot of people who have done a lot of bad stuff, pedophilia, child trafficking. I am directing a movie about a girl who knows so much about child trafficking. She was trafficked since she was 6 years old. Prostitution, 12 years old in our country. 400 kids, 400,000 kids to 500,000 kids are being lost every year. We can't get to the bottom of it because they don't want it. They want the system to keep going, because the devil really works 24 hours. And so, yeah, we have some glimpse of light there, you know, but look what's going on in Hollywood. Look how all these leading men are walking or kissing another man or doing this or doing this. Like, masculinity is completely gone. Family values completely gone. We don't want to have a father and a mother to create a family, have kids anymore. So they're doing this on purpose, and it's going to keep on going until I don't know when, until I guess Jesus comes down and they opens the water and floods the whole planet, because we need to be purified. We need to get down to the bottom, and we need to release these names so they can never be allowed to be on camera, to do movies, to do anything like this before. I mean, these are these are the worst people on the planet, and they're scot-free, and that's something wrong with it. And I pray every day that some miracle happens where we just end it. Like you all said, we want this to end, but it's not ending. It's just keep on going.
But see, that's what I don't understand is, how did Jeffrey Epstein get arrested if nobody ever did anything wrong on the island? Because we know that nobody ever did anything wrong on the island.
But those islands are still there. The thing is, the islands have changed. The islands are those mansions or those private
but
parties.
Nobody, but nobody was arrested, so nobody did anything bad.
No,
right? There was
exactly.
no crimes committed.
No, nothing was committed. Nothing. Exactly.
No,
and then the guy dies. The cameras. There's no footage. All that stuff that Bongino forgot to mention is, like, for some reason, the night that he killed himself, nothing worked. You really truly believe that? Okay, that's fine. So you're right. He's inside a game right now where they're making calls and they're talking behind closed doors, and we'll never know those things until maybe somebody is able to record something. But even that will not lead us to anything. So
it's like somebody owns a strip club and they're making billions of dollars off this strip club, and they arrest the guy who owns the strip club, and they're like, who are the dancers? And they're like, there weren't any.
Exactly. And we're all just here talking about it, going, oh yeah, blah blah blah. You know?
I mean, it's like it was a strip club that made $1 billion, but there were no dancers and there were no guys who paid for it. But they arrest the guy who owns the building. Like, for what? What was happening there? Nothing.
No, there's just a lot of people, and you know, show business. I know it because I love it. I've been in it. My father before me. Show business is called show business because, you know, it's like you put this face for the camera and then you turn around and you do something completely evil on the other side. And I just hope that maybe this P. Diddy thing or whatever, if it goes any further, but we need to really put people on the stands. They have to be accountable. We all want the same thing. And I'm saying it in a way that we all hope and pray. But the reality is, and I'm sorry I have to say this, nothing's going to get done. A year from now, we're going to be talking about the same thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you notice, though, the part of the lies that we're talking about, the liars, what they do is they gaslight us because they tell us what we want. See, like last night, Jen, if you remember in that space, intelligence space, we were saying that, you know, and I think it was Bongino's former producer, really nice guy, great dude. He's really, really cool guy. But he was saying that, but Dan's going in there and he's got all this stuff he's got to do, and they can't release all this stuff at the same time. But see, I'm not looking for you to release all of it at the same time. I just want one thing to eat. That's it. I just want one thing to eat. Give
one
me
thing. But also at
something.
the same time, again, they work for us. If we all left, as the entire 325 million people in this country left, and this country would be empty, these politicians would be left alone in Washington going, who's going to pay my bill? Oh my God, I don't really have a job, because they don't have a job. These politicians from both parties are worth nothing. You know what I mean? They really are. They wear their ties and they go to Washington and they go, blah, 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 I want to help the people. They're not helping anybody. They're making money, millions of dollars. Pelosi, $60 million a year. Obama, millions and millions, all these people. And people are dying all over the place. Kids, whatever, you name it. And also now we're finding out all this darkness that's been going on. It's really sickening, but what are you going to do? All we got to do is go back to faith and hope that God steps in, because we can't do anything about it. Nothing is getting done.
That's it. One thing we can do about it right now is we can go to the bottom right-hand corner. We can repost the room and get it out there. It's so easy, so fast. Think about it. Also, guys, want to give you guys a reminder that immediately following this space, I'm talking about within 60 seconds of this space ending, there will be a subscriber-only space that'll be taking place right after. I mean, immediately after. It's 99 cents. They round up to $1. Some people are saying it's the greatest. It's the greatest deal in the history. It's incredible. Think of it. Quite frankly, it's incredible. But I'm just saying, May says it all the time, right? And if May says it, it's probably true. She does a couple bowls, hypnotizes you, and all of a sudden it works. So that's immediately following this space. But right now, they'll go ahead and repost the room and let's get it out there. I see my boy Shane here. Shane, I'm coming to you in a minute because I've got a question for you. And so get your answers ready. I'm going to send you the questions. Get your answers ready because I'm going to send you the questions telepathically. So they're coming to you. And if you don't want to answer them, get off the freaking stage. No, I'm just playing. Let's go to W. Where's W? Is W still? Where did he go? He was up here. He got his hand up, and now he's not there. So let me go to Maze. I was calling you out real quick, and then we'll go to Chris and X and then Indy.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, I'm so happy to see you back, Shane. I just had to say that first and foremost. Thank God he's back. And guys, make sure you are reposting the space. I know when Mike says it, he says it so fast, but I really want to pause you. Go hit the little purple pill and make sure you repost the space. Okay, so Mike, the space. Okay, look, you actually got me thinking. Okay, and this is going to be crazy coming from Mace because I've been kind of the rebel of the bunch and kind of calling people out, and I'm so glad that Jennifer is now too, because I felt like I'm like the only one out here talking shit. But I'm switching into this investigator mode that you suggested. And let's just say if you were in Bongino's shoes, because I mean the shit is fucking bullshit. It's outright nonsense. Okay, the Epstein thing, nonsense.
No doubt.
The one shooter bullshit, right? So if we were in Bongino's shoes, and let's say that obviously there was some reason that they're making him push this, and the first thing that comes to mind is like, okay, well, I would quit. And then, he would step down and that would kind of signal it. But then would you really do that? Or would you want to get in there more? Is there going to be some sort of tell-all later? I don't know. But for now, I'm comfortable with knowing that he's lying. I just don't know why, right? And so this is the first time I've ever kind of had that, little thought trail through like what one would do if they're put in this position. They're told that you need to say these things. Would he exit his position knowing that there could, what would you do in that situation? I kind of throw that out there to everybody because.
Well, he doesn't have a show to go back to, right?
Yeah, Bongino is the brand.
Right, but he had everything set up, ready to go. He can't walk back into it. Everything has to start all over again. New times, new date. Like that's a pain to go right back in.
That would be
actually easy. I talked to his producer Jim. He is going back after he leaves. Jim and him are still really tight.
Yeah.
He said he's going back. So, but it's not until after he's, done with his full service. He could go back right now if he wanted to, though, if he really wanted to.
That would add some fuel to the fire.
What would be the smart play? Like, would he put on his, I'm going to Captain Save a Country type cape and maybe figure out ways to do some internal investigation?
Think about it, Maze. Like, Donald Trump put him in that position, guys, okay? this wasn't just to reform the FBI, right? The FBI isn't the sole problem with the United States, right? So he put his lieutenants, for lack of a better term, right, in key positions within the government, knowing damn well that it was going to be a fight. That's why he put fighters in that position. But when you go in there, yeah, you could go in like a bull in a china shop and start swinging and chopping. Okay, yeah, you could do that, but that's not the most effective tactic. So in some ways, he might have to toe a certain line in order to ultimately take everything down in the end, right? So by him going out in front of the camera and him being like, yeah, guys, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself at the Manhattan Detention Center. You guys believe that? I know you do. I've seen the files. Don't you believe it? Right? Like knowing damn well that we're going to be like, okay,
All right, then I have a
Bongino, like,
question for
is there a
Bongino that I
lobotomy?
want to ask him. I want to ask him right now. So you say that he killed himself. Why did he kill himself?
Well,
Yeah.
that's a big question.
Ask a question, Dan. Why did he kill himself? You said he killed himself. Why do you think he killed himself?
Well-
What's the reason?
Wait, I don't think
He didn't
killed
want to be in
himself.
prison for the rest of his life.
No,
But
no, no,
see-
no. No one in
No,
prison. So
that
you
dude
think you
believes-
know how hard it is to kill yourself? I mean, like, let's face it. Why did you kill
Oh, I
yourself? You
know.
don't want to be in prison for the rest of your life. That's it.
He was a narcissist. He
Yeah.
never killed himself.
He's a
guys.
pompous, bougie.
But I want
actor.
Dan to answer that question. I go, Dan, you said he killed himself. So we all agreed after you saw all the information on paper that he killed himself. Why would he do that?
But see, but
Not only that, Antonio, when it comes down to it, there's no evidence that they could, if he saw something.
No, I know
new-
that, but that I'm saying I
Right?
want him to read.
Yeah.
He's the head of this department, so I wanted to make sense out of why he said that. You found the reason why he killed himself, so I want you to go even further. So the next question is, why did he do that? For what reason? So let's keep going and talking about this because I'm going to put you in your place because I'm going to follow your logic that basically you say he killed himself. There's proof that he killed himself. Why would he do that? Because there's people that you know that maybe would have killed him anyway, whatever the situation may be. So the thing is, he cut it short. He said, listen, let's just forget about this. But I want to take it further. Where's the list? Why did he kill himself? Who was on the plane? Let's go further. Okay, he's dead. He's gone. So those questions he did not answer is because he's inside the loop right now. He's inside that small room, that room with closed doors that everybody wants to get in and hear. And he knows a lot more than he's saying. That's for sure.
go ahead, Maze.
I'm glad you said that because I'm back to pissed off again. Now that I think about it, I am. Because look, check this out. When Kash Patel was done talking, he's the one that decided he wanted to pile on and go the extra route to be like, look, and matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up and listen to it again because there's really nothing. He said he saw the whole file and based on what he saw in there, that he knows for sure it was suicide. So that means that if you saw something new that the public could know to put this at ease, there wouldn't be any implication on any of the trafficking and the
Correct.
other investigations.
Exactly. Yes,
So-
absolutely.
But
There's no reason why you couldn't tell
but
us
Maze,
that.
Maze, let me just say something real
Right?
quick. So what you just said is in talking about questions that we would want to ask him is that we see the evidence that's been made available, right? We've seen it and we know, like even the fact that for instance, if you're going to hang yourself with a bed sheet, right? Why don't you just hang yourself with one of the bed sheets in the cell? Why does there need to be a third one snuck in to the cell to hang yourself? Is that why would you do that, right? So anyway, whatever. It's like, did Epstein really have to freaking work that hard to kill himself? Did he have to steal someone else's sheet? Anyway, my point is this: if he saw something that he says it is conclusive, that means that he has seen something that we have not seen. Now, one of the things that we have not seen is the hospital report because the cat went to the hospital and he might have been alive at the hospital when he got there. So unless he bound, and we were talking about it yesterday, unless he bound his feet and his hands together when he hung himself, he would do the same exact thing that every other human being would do. The moment you tried to hang yourself, your first reaction would be, if it's not it, because it's not going to be instantaneous. The guy hung himself on his knees from a bunk bed, right? So there is this kind of like moment where he's like probably fighting it. His immediate thing would be up to his freaking reach up to his neck and to stop that thing because that's just human nature, right? But so if Bongino has the hospital report or if he has these things in the file, then tell us, then just say it. I mean, even if you didn't show us, just say, look.
But Mike, we don't even know if the guy's dead anyway. How do you know the guy's dead?
Exactly. He's sitting somewhere under a palm tree.
How do you know the guy's
Well,
dead?
again, we have to apply the same rules to each side. The
All right, then
preponderance of
prove to
evidence.
me that the guy's dead right now.
No,
How
no,
could
no,
you prove
no,
it?
no, not
Okay,
prove.
but this
Well,
also goes.
well, hold on,
we're
hold a
not
second.
mentioning This is also on the heels of Virginia Gouffre, who literally put out, "I will never kill myself," and then comes out, "Oh, she killed herself."
No, I get that.
The
Let me
DC
just say
Madam
this
did
real
the
quick.
same thing.
Hold on. Let me just say this. So again, if we're going to be fair, right, and both sides have to apply by the same detective investigatory rules that we would apply to both, Epstein's brother has no issue with, he has seen the body, gone through it, DNA and all that kind of stuff. His brother has no issue with his brother being dead. He's pissed because of all the records and all the things that are concealed about him from the documents, right? That's what his brother's pissed off. His brother at no point in time has ever come out and said anything like my brother might be alive. He has not contested that at all. And he's had no issues whatsoever with seeing the body, seeing that it's him, and seeing that dude's dead. But
Well, wait,
did-
was the brother also
Yeah, but he
getting
would want him
massages?
alive.
Because it's just funny that you arrest a sex trafficker, except you don't arrest any of the people who you sex traffic to.
well, you can't be a sex
So,
trafficker unless somebody
I
was
think
sex
there's
trafficked.
this notion, right, that like Jeffrey Epstein and P Diddy and all these people are like the top of the game. Like those are bitch boys. They are someone's bitch boys. And there's 25 lined up to take their place. They get compartmentalized out and they bring in the next guy. Like Diddy and Epstein are just like almost like useful idiots in this game. Like you're an idiot, you got caught. Now we're not going to like help you anymore, and we're just going to protect our operation we have going, because at this point Jeffrey Epstein's useless to them. At this point Diddy's useless to them. It's all about protecting the operation.
Yeah, it makes sense. The odds are, and again, we're just using Occam's razor here, right? The simplest answer is usually the correct one. The odds are Epstein's dead. The odds are not that he killed himself, right? The odds are not, based on the preponderance of evidence. The cat did not kill himself, and like Jennifer said, it goes to something so basic as to human nature. He is an absolute narcissist who did not believe for a second that he was going to have to spend that much time in jail. He might have to, maybe he takes a couple rounds in there, but that's it. He'll get back out because he's got, now notice this, his partner, right? I forget how you, I don't know, Ghislaine. I say it's, I know it's not Ghislaine or whatever.
Ghislaine.
Whatever. Notice she's enjoying a nice life, right? Because she's got, what do you call that thing? The murder, what's that?
Club Med.
No, the
Club
murder,
Med,
the kill
actually.
switch. What's it called?
Dead man switch.
Dead man switch, right? She's got she's got the dead man switch played, right? There's no doubt. That's why that chick is still alive.
Well, Mike, she also
'Cause she's
let
got a
us
dead man
know,
switch.
right? Because after Jeffrey Epstein, quote unquote, killed himself, she was famously photographed at the In-N-Out Burger at LAX airport holding a book. Someone remind me, it was like spies, CIA, and like it laid out like what she was like, the message she was sending, right? And her father, Robert Maxwell, go back to his funeral. How many heads of state were there? How many former heads of like the IDF were there? And you're trying to tell me that this is just some normal freaking person? Like that's not even logical. But if you're trying to pin Epstein to one country, you're not going to be able to do it, guys. Right? You
Agreed.
have a bunch of foreign leaders who operate in blackmail, absolute blackmail, right? Except like they don't want their fingers on it. They don't want their fingerprints on it. So what did Epstein do, or whoever's financing Epstein, right? They set up a blackmail for hire, right? So if I'm the king of Saudi Arabia and I need to get shit on the US ambassador, I call up my friend Jeff. Yo, Jeff, I need blackmail on this guy. Get him over to the house. He gets the blackmail. Jeffrey Epstein gets paid, and then the blackmail gets sent to whoever hired the blackmail. Right? So he wasn't just working for Mossad. He wasn't just working for the United States. He was working for anybody who needed blackmail, and he was the guy to do it. And he was protected because he was probably ultimately working for the CIA.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Let's get to, I want to get a couple hands real fast. I want to go to Chris first, and then Chris, once
Can
you're
I go
done
real
speaking.
quick since I'm your co-host? I have my hand up. Is that okay?
Oh, I can't see your, I don't see your hand up at
Oh,
all.
no, no, it's okay. No, so just think about this for just a second. During the whole Pizzagate thing, a lot of the people that supposedly took their own lives did it by kneeling on their knees and tying something around their doorknob. So it just sounds real, and so it goes to maybe insinuate that someone forced them to kill themselves like that. And I kind of get the same sense that that's what maybe potentially could have happened to Epstein, assuming that he is dead. Anyway, just food for thought.
And, I mean, symbolism is these people are nothing if not symbols, right? I mean, it is in their DNA. Everything revolves around symbols for them, and it's pretty interesting. Quick shout out, see my cuz down there, the real political savvy, not the fake one. The real political savvy is in the house, so she'll be up here in just a minute. She's probably tending to some things because she's always busy. The chick is an absolute worker. That's why we all love her to death. So, cuz when you get a chance, come up here, grab a mic, check in with us, let us know what's going on. So, Chris, let me go to you, and then I'm going to go to Shane after that. But Chris, after you speak, if you could give Des a call, this is not like her, and it's got me a little bit concerned. So, if you could give her a call, see if she answers, which I doubt she will, but if you could just see if you could find out something, I'd appreciate it.
All right, I'll do that. I could maybe go along with Epstein committed suicide, although he was tied to the lower bed. It's a stretch, but okay. Maybe I can go along with that. Maybe I can go along with a single shooter in Pennsylvania, although I can't go along with it was a shooter that they say it is, because we got a Pennsylvania state trooper that says he saw the shot. The muzzle flash come from a different place than where the guy.
Chris, are you trying to transition us to, because that's our next one? Are you trying to transition us to the little boy shooter
who they killed? He says he saw a muzzle flash come from a window, and that's where he shot. And that was you can't dismiss that. And that was a law enforcement professional who was there that day on the scene.
Chris, hold on a second. I want to go to the shooter yet, because that's something we're going to dig into that one next.
That's fine.
But tell me about. But you were talking about the Epstein stuff.
But Bongino has made incredible arguments as part of his radio show, as part of his podcast, and these are arguments that he can't take back. And there's nothing that he can see that that should change his mind, other than an angel from heaven coming to him and showing him a vision, and that is different than a visit with Donald Trump and Trump spreading stuff out in front and saying we're all screwed.
Why can't he just talk to us like that then? Right? Why can't he just say, guys, listen, I made a mistake. I know the stuff that we talked about. I was wrong. I've seen the file. There is no doubt.
I agree. I mean, he has run his mouth endlessly for years. He is supposed to be a trusted source of information, and you would expect him to come to the American people and be a candid broker in the best possible way that he can.
Correct.
Yeah, but this wasn't
And-
just him spouting off on his program. Okay. He literally
Well,
testified in front of Congress.
I
Right.
understand
So I
that.
can't even like equate this in my head that like you testified in front of Congress, literally making it seem that the FBI did the hit on President Trump. Like that's literally what was being insinuated, if we want to be honest, right? Take emotion out of it. He was insinuating that the FBI, at the very least, knew something that they weren't speaking of. Right. Then we had them tracing. Remember, who was it? I can't remember who did it, but anyways, they traced Crook's cell phone, and remember, it was going back to where the FBI was sending out people to meet with this kid prior to Butler, and then had him
Secret
placed at
Service,
the
yeah.
FBI building in Washington D.C. So you go out and you testify on all, and then you turn around and get on, once you're the director of the or deputy director, and you get on the TV and you're like, nope, guys, you're wrong. He killed
Yeah,
himself.
plus both him and Cash Patel sitting there, and you've got 77 million people, or however many people who voted for Donald Trump. Every one of them who watched both of these people say the things that they did, and to watch this about face,
But
on a channel where most of the people who watched them saw them say it.
But my point is, he
Unless-
knows how important it is to us, and the fact is he could at least explain it to us to put us at ease, because he knows that we're all watching. It's common
Okay.
sense. Imagine if Jennifer went on freaking Fox, and we're like, I mean, we all know Jennifer, right? Like, I mean, she tore that cat up in the first 5 minutes of this freaking space, right? Imagine Jennifer going on Fox and we're saying, Jennifer, so I want to ask you a question now. So the wall down on the southern border, like, we've seen evidence that it's not effective, and that Trump really didn't build, and that really there wasn't a lot of it built. And Jennifer sits up there on the stage and goes, yeah, I've been to the wall, and they're right. There's a lot of it that is
Don't hold your breath. You
not
may see
built.
Jennifer on Fox News.
Well, I don't hold my breath for anybody, but
So-
I'm saying, but do you think Jennifer would do that? Like, no, she would at least talk to us, guys. I know that. Listen, Dustin and I were down on the wall. You know that we built some wall, but we have seen some things that these people are talking about. There's parts of the wall that are blah blah blah. Like, she would at least, knowing that we're watching her because we want to get the information from that story, she would at least give us something. I've seen the file. He killed himself. Oh, okay. All righty. All right. Well, we're out of here.
Unless I couldn't say anything. Right.
But
then
you
I
would
go on
still.
TV and say something completely bonkers, like, "Oh yeah,
I
the
got
wall is
you.
completely ineffective, guys. What are you
I
talking
got
about?"
you. Jen, I totally agree with that. I got it. And I trust Bongino and Cash Patel enough to think that they're trying to protect us. I get that. What I'm saying is, you could tell us that in the way that you normally speak as a human being.
However, Mike, let me run this scenario for you real quick, right? So say that you know damn well that there's RICO charges coming down. You know damn well that there's a full-fledged investigation, and right now, maybe within the next 2 weeks, let's say, I'm pulling this number out of my ass just for clarity, 2 weeks, that there's going to be charges filed and arrests happening, right? And you know that if you, as Dan Bongino, go out on national television, say, you know what, guys, there is something in that file, and I don't think Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Now, if you're a bad guy, if I was a bad guy in that situation, you know what I would be doing? I need a private jet to the nearest non-extradition country that I can possibly get to in the next 12 hours. I need to be out of the country, right? So if Cash and them went out and led on to these people who have the money, the power to flee to non-extradition countries right before the ball or the hammer's about to drop, right? Wouldn't you go out, bite the bullet, take the heat
Yes.
for 2 weeks, knowing that you're going to get them in the end. But if you go out and you let on to the American people that you think there's something there, that those people won't start running.
No, look, we're arguing different points. Let me just say this real fast, 30 seconds. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that I want Bongino to come out and say, yep, it wasn't a suicide. There's something there. I don't want him to say that. What I'm saying is, if he feels like that, he needs to say that it was a suicide. I'm good with it. Okay, Bongino, bro, you've been a straight shooter. I mean, you're a solid cat. If that's what you need to say, I'm good with it. My point is, why couldn't you have just sold it better? I would think that the people you're talking about, Jen, instead of taking a jet, those people are watching that going, he didn't sell that. I think something's up. He didn't sell that. I didn't believe him. You know what I'm saying? Because those people wouldn't have believed that. We didn't believe it. So what I'm saying is, guys, I just want to let y'all know, listen, I have, coming into the FBI, I have seen a lot more evidence than I ever knew existed. And one thing I know for sure, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. That's one thing that we can all take to the bank that we know for sure. Trust me on that one. My point is, why couldn't have Dan Bongino been Dan Bongino and sold it to us like Dan Bongino, not like freaking, you know.
Mike,
But you're not typically a liar. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Sally. I just want to say, Cash Patel, this isn't just Dan Bongino in the interview yesterday, okay? Cash Patel last week was doing an interview with Senator Kennedy in front of Congress under oath. Under oath. And they asked him point blank, did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself? And Cash turns around and he said, no, he died by suicide at the Manhattan detention facility. Under oath. Right, so this isn't them just going out and like lying in an interview. They're also saying this under oath.
I was just gonna say to
But couldn't they go back real quick? I'm sorry, Sally, real quick. Couldn't they? And Sally, you can answer this. Couldn't they just say that's what the file said? That technically, even though they're under oath, they're saying the technical definition of it.
We know the file's not complete. He said it. He's telling you. He said.
Then there's no way you can know that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
The files. I have read the files, but we know damn well that there was at least another 200 documents that were being secretly held by the SDNY. And the thing is, do you guys think they usually write down their hit jobs? Do you think if you call a hit on somebody that you're going to write that down and be like, oh yeah, let's just make a quick writing record of this, that Jeffrey Epstein didn't actually kill himself.
Hey guys, I found the book with the hit jobs. Yeah, no, it's right here. They're all listed. Yeah, they signed them. It's fine.
Now, I mean, Clinton
Fox
probably
News.
has this, okay?
Yeah, Clinton probably does.
Exist, but most normal people that would do something like that, they're probably not writing it down.
Yeah, I get you. I don't know. I just think that he could have.
And what if the FBI killed him?
That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, these are the kind of perspectives I'm trying to do this before we get to the shooter in Butler. We'll get to a couple of these hands because I know they might want to talk about Dan.
The FBI guys,
I know.
They are standing in the belly of the beast, and do you expect them just to blatantly come out and be like, oh yeah, hey, we're new kids on the block.
No.
Sally, go ahead.
Well, this is kind of my point that I was bringing up earlier. If someone stood there, forced him to get on his knees and hang himself, technically he would have hung himself. So if they've seen the file and he hung himself, whether he was coerced to do it, he still killed himself, right? So there's a lot of unanswered questions and a lot of things out there that we don't know, but they would be telling the truth if the file said so-and-so stood by,
correct,
forced him to hang himself.
Yes, that's correct. He did hang himself, even though there was a federal agent standing over him pointing a gun at him saying, kill yourself. Kill yourself, we're going to fillet you. Oh, okay. God dang it. That's a bad choice to be in right there. Do I get filleted alive or do I kill myself with the freaking third bed sheet? No, we got you one.
Mike, it's even darker than that. It goes back to my point from earlier. I think that the stakes are so high. There is so many public crimes that are available, as Antonio was talking about earlier. None of these big politicians that have publicly committed crimes, where there's literal Twitter accounts that track their crimes publicly, that you don't even need a real investigation to prove, they don't go to jail. Because at this level, It is seriously, like Jen pointed out, these are people who literally say things along the lines of, if anyone in my family gets in trouble for anything, I will destroy a country. I will release a bioweapon. A dirty bomb will go off in this country. I will destroy the entire banking center of this continent. It's at a totally different level. That is really happening. It's not some comic book. The world is a dark place.
Well, and think about it too, right? So in my scenario where Jeffrey Epstein is a hired blackmail independent of anything, right? That he gets hired by these countries. Now, even if the country did not like have their people flying on the Lolita Express, but said country got on the phone with Jeffrey knowing damn well the kind of blackmail that he was dealing in, they're also implicated in this, right? So when we say release the list, start arresting everybody, well, if we have to go arrest the king of Saudi Arabia, the king of Qatar, the king of England, and we're rounding up all these heads of state, what does the markets do? What is the war situation look like in this world? Right? This is so much larger than a list. And I just want to point out again that Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy are bitch boys. They are the bottom of the totem pole in all of this. They are the hired help that are easily replaceable. Their problem is they got caught.
You know, and I think Divisive Set made a good point earlier, and we're going to get to some of these hands, and I got to go to my boy Shane because I got to figure out what's up. But I think I'm looking at it from a different perspective now. It's not so much that they're being blackmailed by the list. They're actually being protected by the blackmail that's on the list. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not that, oh, if you say anything, you're going to get in trouble. It's like, no, I'm not worried about getting in trouble. I desperately want to do this. Right. I want that I want to know that you do have the blackmail list because I want to be protected. Right. Like that's like, you know, like that, because if you think about it, the blackmail list does protect every one of them. Even though they're also being blackmailed, they don't want anybody else to violate that deal because they want to continue doing these things and be protected by it. And so if if like to be able to launch a dirty bomb somewhere or a false flag operation in another country, like that would be.
And these people actually have the resources to do that, Mike. This is the entire point. She mentioned heads of states, and she's right. But some of these people in the private sector, she mentioned Bill Gates earlier, have access to things that our senators could only dream of having access to. Rockets, bioweapons, technology as far as like cyber, espionage tools. These things are available to people in the private sector. So it goes well beyond. This is the reason even some of these politicians that we all desperately want to see to go to prison, they are the Jeffrey Epsteins and the P. Diddy's. They are the lowest end of the totem pole, even though to us it seems like they have power. They are the Jeffrey Epsteins that if it got bad enough, they would throw a senator or a governor or a mayor under the bus because that's nothing compared to the resources, access, and influence that these people actually have.
That's true. Yeah, those are good points. Those are great points. Let me do this real quick. Let me go to Shane real quick. I want to check in with him. I saw Destiny pop in here, teased us, and Sally, of course, did the wonderful things because everybody knows how caring she is. She declined the co-host, but Des is she might be having some connection issues, so we'll give her a second before we play her little theme.
Well, Mike, can I just add one thing
Jen.
real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Like any baller businessman, right? Any like badass in this world, okay? If they know they have blackmail on, like that someone has blackmail on them, you don't think there's other blackmail networks. So if the Epstein files go out, like there could be another whole round of blackmail that we don't even understand, that we don't even know about, that people could get caught up in, that isn't part of this Epstein list. It's the blackmail that the people on the Epstein list have on other people. And guys, you're thinking blackmail is like being diddling little children. No, like what if you're a preacher, right? What if you are a family man? You got 7 kids at home, but meanwhile you were, diddling the diddler on the weekends, right? Like you wouldn't want that information to come out. right? So you are also running a counter to whatever's going out. And we're just thinking that, oh, it's just names on a list, guys. Like, this is so much deeper than just names on a list.
Yeah, I agree. It makes sense. It makes sense, and I'm glad that I've gotten some more questions to ask because it really is kind of concerning. And it's one thing I love about Spaces is we can get in here and kind of bounce ideas off each other because I know that I've heard several things that have made me really think from a different perspective. So I'm always appreciative of that. So before we go to X and Nikki and Indy, I want to check in with my guy Shane. Shane, I was literally here at Miles. I was literally, you know what I was screaming right out loud?
Yeah, what were you screaming,
I was
buddy?
screaming, come back, Shane. Shane, come back, Shane.
You know, I thought about coming back and actually posting that like as my first post.
You should have.
But I realized I'm old. No one else would freaking get
That's
it.
great.
So I didn't.
I didn't get it
I
either.
went
Someone,
with the screenshot.
yeah, someone told me to say that. I don't
Derek
get that.
Evans.
What
Derek
does that
Evans,
mean?
who doesn't even follow me, he posted, you know, that I got, you know, suspended. And under his post, he was talking to Brian Eastwood, and Derek's made this funny comment. He says, "My only complaint with Shane is that he's too nice to people I don't like." But to Derek's credit, you know, he actually made a post, you know, in my defense. So appreciate you,
So
Derek, if you're listening.
what's the word on the streets, bro? Barbie was out there working for you. I reposted it.
Oh
I
yeah,
reposted it too,
tons of
bro.
people were. So like,
What's the word?
my concern is for the people that don't have Barbies
Yeah.
and, you know, all the rest in their corner. It's like you're fucked. You know, it sucks. So yeah, hopefully this. I don't want to say too much
I got you.
because
I got you.
there are things that can be like weaponized. But yeah, I mean, they need to get this platform fixed. I want to see things improve. It's not fair that people that don't have friends with reach get suspended and then just get relegated to the dungeon and have to keep, you know, creating new accounts. It's not cool. So hopefully they'll like learn from this suspension and patch up some of what may have caused it. Let's just say that.
Well, isn't that though the way the world works though? Some people have that. I mean, think about it. We're born in the United States, right? We're born over here. We're lucky to be born in this country. People down in Haiti are born down in Haiti. That is kind of the way it works. And you're fortunate enough now to you know, to that you were fortunate, right? I mean, it could be, you know, the Lord shining down on you. But I'm glad you're back, brother. I was didn't know how long that was
I
gonna be.
caught up on some of my TV shows I've been slacking off on because of all these damn Twitter spaces I sit in. So that was cool.
Go.
And I mean, just in all seriousness, I highly recommend getting suspended at least once because you learn who your real friends are. It's like faking your own funeral and listening to what people say. I mean, it's priceless, dude. That's all.
Wow. So did you? I mean, obviously you don't have to say anything, but did you notice some people were kind of stabbing you in the back? Or?
Oh yeah, the haters. But see that my haters, they already hate, right? It's like, it's not like new haters came out or nothing. But yeah, it was fun. I had people like messaging me, you know, clipping things and sending it to me. So that's always amusing, right? When people catch funny comments, you know, it's priceless.
Well, I messaged you a couple times and I figured, oh my God, he probably killed someone verbally.
No, so like, and I don't even want to tell you.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
So no, I'm gonna tell you now that it's official that it was an accidental suspension. It was unwarranted. But so technically you're not supposed to go around your suspension and log into other accounts. And I didn't want to risk getting my other account suspended. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give this until the Thursday church space. And then I'm not going to skip that space. So I figured I'd wait until Thursday night and just roll the dice and log in, you know, even though that's technically platform manipulation to go around a suspension. But I didn't want to risk it before then. I'd feel really stupid if I had to fix 2 suspensions. So, yeah.
Well, all's well that ends well, brother. It's good to have you back.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll talk more about it later.
For sure. I got to go do some more thank yous. So I appreciate you having
Absolutely,
me up.
brother. Anytime. My stagia is su stagia, as they say in some really remote part of Mexico. That's just how they say it. I don't know how to explain it. But appreciate you, brother. Speaking of coming back, speaking of the comeback, whoa.
Amen.
Well. It's destiny.
Don't get mad at me.
I will not.
I would have been here on time. I was just like, I just literally woke up. I don't know if anyone could tell. I sound like I just woke up because I did just wake up. My endometriosis kicked my ass today.
Oh, no, I was thinking that because you've had some really bad spells with that.
Yeah, no, this one, like, I don't take any narcotics. Like, I don't take painkillers. I've watched friends of mine go down that road. Like, I refuse to take them. So, like, I don't have any pain options really. So, like, sometimes if you ignore the pain today was so bad. If you try to ignore the pain, like, your body will just like flip a switch and you're out. You're out. Like, you're completely out. It's to like, I think it's a mechanism to like avoid the pain, but like you'll just, it's like hitting a light switch and you can't even wake up till it's done. And so, I mean, I'm still in pain, but not as bad as this morning.
What?
And I'm sorry, Mike. Sorry for being late.
No, that's not late. It's ridiculously late, and I won't stand for it again. But we probably won't stand for it again. I'm sorry you haven't gone through that, darling. That's I know you've had those times, man, when it hit you. And I think who else was it that said that it really the pain was Savvy?
Yeah, that and somebody else has a girlfriend on here.
Me.
Who was that?
Girlfriend too?
Oh no, I'm saying I have like really bad cramps every month, like death.
Yeah, so do I. It's from working out and getting older, not drinking enough water, but that's a different story.
Yeah, have you ever seen the experiment where they put the cramps unit on men? And like literally like my cramps are at a 9 and all the men are like, stop, take it off at a 4.
Bro, there's no man in here that's going to say we're as tough as women are. Like we don't even joke that we are. We don't understand your bodies. We don't know what the hell's going on.
Mike,
we don't know how it works.
Like one of the most logical things you've ever said.
It's just one of those. I guess I'm in a truth telling mode tonight. I don't know. Not truth teller. He's a freaking little raw dog maggot. But everybody else, though, is what I was talking about.
I just want to say that I was right, that Destiny's not a flake and that there's something had to be wrong with her. So thanks for calling if someone called her and woke her up.
Yeah, I was saying a lot of nice stuff about you.
I apologize if I woke you up.
No, I didn't hear anything from anybody. Nobody woke me up. My body just woke me up. And so I woke up and I thought I was like, maybe, because you won't imagine what time I fell asleep. I woke up this morning at like 10 a.m. I went to sleep at maybe noon. So I've been asleep since noon, you guys. I slept like a night's worth.
I just woke up too.
Because I took a hot bath like first thing this morning. It was just killing me. And I was in the bath for like an hour and a half, and then I got out and pain was so really bad and I just passed out.
Well, but
and I can't believe it. The whole day I had to just apologize to my puppy. I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Well, before we get to these hands, should we just like kind of go back to the beginning? You wanted the best. You got the best. The hottest man and woman in the land. Mike and Destiny. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mike. She's Destiny. And we're ready to go. See what I'm saying? Okay, that's all of it condensed into about 20 seconds. So good, we're back. Well, good to have you, Des. I'm glad you're okay. We were getting kind of worried about you. I said so many nice things about you. Well, you're late. It was almost embarrassing how polite I was. Sally, we're gonna have to talk in the background about her. She's not who you think she is. But again, we'll get to that story in a minute. We've been talking about, just to update you real quick, and then I'm gonna go down to X and Nikki. We've been talking about, we're talking about liars. We're talking about the Bongino thing and the stuff that we see. And there was a lot of good points brought up. Just to kind of recap real quick, Divisive and Jen brought up some really great points, is that it's not even, don't even think of it like blackmail. What if what if they say these things not because they're trying to lie, but because of the damage that could be done literally to countries, right? Or to blocks, city blocks. If this stuff is released, it could be, because of the power players are so enormous that these people have the power to distribute pure horror on parts of the earth, and then it could be so much bigger. And I mean, you could say that maybe explains why Bongino was it's because to me it sounded like he was heartbroken, right? Or under duress. Give me a sign, Dan. Give me the numbers. But I want to get your thoughts real quick before we hit these hands.
Well, I think they're lying.
Do you think, is it possible that they're lying for good reason?
No such thing.
No? So let me ask you this. And
No
Divisive, go ahead and give her your scenario real quick, and then we'll see if this would constitute a lie. Go ahead.
No, I would just say that I think we don't understand the stakes at the highest levels when we're talking about international corporations, we're talking about international power players. And there is scenarios where things like if a name comes out on this list, where there's nothing we can do about it, we've already been threatened, but this country will be wiped off the map, or a dirty bomb will go off in LA, or this bioweapon will be released, or this entire continent's financial institutions will be destroyed overnight. Now, I'm not making an excuse, but what I'm saying is at this level, this is real. Like, this is very real. Weapons drop. We drop bombs on countries. We're doing it. Trump is doing it right now. There are countries at war. There is actual nuclear weapons aimed at other countries. We aim them. Other countries are aiming them at their enemies. And this isn't the Dark Knight. This isn't a comic book. We live in a world where very evil things happen for money, from human trafficking to mass murder. This is just the reality of the world we live in. And if you haven't been exposed to it at that level, it's easy to forget that the stakes are much higher. Like, everyone's mind immediately went to, maybe they're threatening his family. Well, that's pretty bad, but that's not even a fraction of how bad some of these people can actually be. And we've seen it over the last 10 years. Whatever your opinions are on COVID, well, look at what's happening in Ukraine. Look at what's happening in Israel. Look at what is happening in Congo right now. This is real. It's not, a movie or a fairy tale.
Do you want that awkward silence to be to you, Destiny? That's my gift. Hopefully that makes you feel better.
I wish it did. Matthew, I do love it. All I could say is that, like, I personally cannot condone any secret that may be covering up the harm of a child. A lot of these people are probably still harming children, and there's no reason. And I have to imagine that they know that, regardless of what the stakes are and the American value, American men would protect children at all costs, to their life, to the disruption of the world. They would do anything. So I have no mercy for these two men. I have nothing to say. The reality is, what the kids go through is much worse than what the world is going to go through. And if it takes burning the world down to save the children, then burn the fucking world down.
But isn't it? But I think what Device is saying is, what if there's a scenario where it's like, if you tell the truth, then these other 500 kids that we've got stored, we all send out a message, they're dead, just like that. What I'm saying is, there's a scenario that could be so epic that you simply can't pull the trigger for justice, because justice would cause so much more damage.
No, but that's first off, that's doom scrolling mentally, and that's what ifism. But we don't have to imagine the what ifism in terms of the victims. Like, they've already been injured. Like, Virginia Giuffre is dead, and this needs to happen to she shouldn't have died in vain. And it also has to teach other victims out in the world that we care no matter what. Because there's something way worse than killing 500 kids. It's when 10,000 of them kill themselves because they think nobody's going to come help them. That's the problem. 30% increase for those who are being sexually abused to commit suicide before the age of 18. So one thing that keeps them around, hope. And if we give them no hope, doesn't matter how many kids they kill, they'll all kill themselves. So we need to do something. I don't. It's just me personally. You guys can make excuses for them.
No,
I just can't.
Destiny, you're
personally.
right though. But I think, right, as I'm sitting here thinking about this, guys, we're talking Dan Bongino. We're talking Dan Bongino and Cash Patel, who literally went around the country talking about these very things. Okay. And they know they spend time in spaces, right? They've been here. We've all done spaces with Bongino and Jim, right? They know how we're going to react. They know what we do when we don't agree with what is being presented, right? And for Dan Bongino and Cash Patel to sit there with a straight face and try to make the American people believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself and there is no conspiracy at all revolving around Butler, I think we need to go with our instincts. And I think we need to start yelling and yelling loudly until someone turns around and tells us to shut up. And I think that we're doing a huge injustice to Dan Bongino and Cash Patel, even if it comes off as us being angry at them or us not believing what they're saying, right? Like, because we don't and we shouldn't. And the auspices is on us to react when, if they are being blackmailed with something like Divisive and I were talking about, or if there is like something rotten in Denmark, if it was me and I couldn't go out and say what I really wanted to say, I'd go out and say something so ridiculous, knowing that people are going to start diving into it and demanding answers. And if we don't do that, we are letting people down.
I wanted to bring to Destiny the scenario that I brought earlier because she's done some research into Pizzagate and whatnot. You remember how a lot of the people who supposedly killed themselves would be on their knees with a ribbon tied around their neck, tied to a doorknob. So when they come out and they say that Jeffrey Epstein did kill himself, that's what the evidence says. But they could have just left out the part where someone was pointing a gun at them and forcing them to kill themselves, right? Because we know that those people didn't just kill themselves, that they were aided in them killing themselves. What are your thoughts on that, Destiny? So technically, he did kill himself, but someone coerced him to do so.
Right. Like there's a lot of, and this is an unfortunate side effect, I think, of the 2020 election and 2016 election, that there's a lot of what ifisms, and it's unfortunate. He could have technically not killed himself and been pushed into. That's very true. That's very true. But you could say that. You know, you could say that. Like, we think it was assisted suicide. Like, you could say that. I don't know. I'm not in the habit of making excuses for grown men that are in authority positions, to which I supported getting them in there, and having this result. I'm disappointed.
Yeah,
I'm
but Des, what
disappointed.
do you think about like what I
As
was
usual.
saying? Right? Like, if you, Destiny, went on Fox News tomorrow morning, or say you went missing for a week, and then all of a sudden you showed up on Fox News and you were like, hey guys, I really need you all to go out and get your COVID shots. And JFK was ugly. And I really hate that guy. Okay. What would we all do? I'd be like, yo, guys, something's wrong with Destiny. She's sending us a message. We need the guys, something's wrong. We need to go and see what's going on. Dude, Cash Patel and Dan Bongino just did the same thing. Cash Patel's literal logo is the Punisher, guys. Right? Like, I think we're missing the mark here really badly and embarrassingly.
I actually agree, Jen, and I'm not trying to make excuses for Bongino or Cash. I'm just trying to recognize I am extremely disappointed, and I wish the world was not as dark of a place as it is. And there is human trafficking, there is war. A lot of young men are dying right now, and they've been dying for years in the Ukraine. They're dying in Africa. They're dying all over South America in these drug wars. It is a huge problem. And I just think that these lies, the stakes that we are playing on, are so much higher. And I think this is why we never see the kingpins go down. We never see the corrupt politicians go down. Even people who are real warriors, people who I have faith in, like Donald Trump in his first term, clearly see some of these things going on. And within 4 months of being in any significant position of power, nothing changes. And there has to be a reason at the highest level that the stakes that we're talking about go way beyond human trafficking. They mentioned war. Human trafficking is a horrible thing. But you know what is worse? Nuclear war. That is a serious, serious consequence. It's not anything to play with. And when we have that stakes of bioweapons, cyber attacks that can literally turn out the power in entire continents, we are talking about something at a scale that most of us don't understand. But I appreciate you, Mike, Destiny. This is a great show. Thanks for having me, brother.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to get to some of these hands real quick because I do have some questions that that kind of go to Trump about that Butler shooter. But let's go to X. Nikki, thank you so much for being patient with us as well. Then Coyote, I'll be coming to you. But X, you got the mic, brother. What's up?
Thanks, bro. Destiny, I hope you feel better soon, sweetheart. So a couple things. Mike reminded me of a 5-year-old in a straitjacket bouncing off of rubber walls without you. There was 5 minutes of dead air when he opened his show.
That's true, Grove. Yeah. Yeah.
But seriously, so I'll get to Bongino, but Jen, I want to offer you a job, and I drive sometimes 200 miles a day in New Jersey, and I'm wondering if I could pay you to lean out the window and yell at these stupid freaking drivers here in New Jersey because I can't, my horn just doesn't do it anymore. And frankly, I'm losing my witness driving so much. So the offer stands. If Dustin is okay with that, I would gladly pay you to just bitch out all these horrible drivers in New Jersey. So the Bongino thing, Mike, I DM'd you earlier, like, like what is that? And then I didn't realize the context, right? And now I realize the context. And Divisive had some good points, maybe a little extreme. I don't think anybody wants to blow up a city. I know there are people who are evil enough that want to do it, but in general, everybody kind of wants to live, right? But we don't know the level of, because now Bongino has a handler, and not that we all have a handler, right? And whether it's the Lord or it's Satan, we all have a handler, right? Whether we choose to believe that or not. But in terms of like the power players, Bongino steps in, and there's a conversation that's had that says, listen, this is not your podcast, right? This is our podcast, and you need to toe the line if you want to be here. And I don't disparage the guy if he did, and I agree, because while you guys were chatting, I went back and I watched it, and it definitely was out of character. Like it was like almost like a different person saying it. But one of the things that I'm learning to do is watch what people's actions are as opposed to listening to what they're saying on the long term, right? We know Bongino's a good guy. We know Bongino would like to publicly go up to all these evil, all these portrayers of evil and actors, and bash them with a baseball bat on public TV, right? But now he's got a handler, and I don't know his family situation or what have you, but I'd almost, and this sounds a little sick, but I would definitely rather, a city get blown up than to have to worry about my kids being hurt, or God forbid, like that's core, that's real, right? So we don't know what degree of influence or that these guys, or pressure that these guys are under. I do know, earlier, Antonio was talking about why the evil, and it's money, and money's not the root of all evil. It's the love of money is the root of all evil, and it causes people all sorts of evil, all kinds of evil, right? And when it boils down to it, you follow the money, and you'll figure out who the biggest players
X,
are.
let me. I want to ask you a quick question about something you said a second ago. You made a good point about the fact that he had a handler, right? And you said that once he got on board, he had a handler, and they said, "Listen, you get to toe the line if you want to stay with us," right? Makes sense, right? It makes sense. Here's the question I have though. What if he knew? What do you think there's a chance? Because this changes everything. Do you think there's a chance that they told Bongino how he would have to toe the line before he took the job? Because now we're in a different scenario.
100%.
Before, so he had access
100%.
to this information about Epstein. You think he had that before?
Well, we don't know what he had access to before he got the nod, right? Before he got
but it
sworn
makes
in.
a big difference about what you're saying
Sure.
yes to. Do you want to be the director
100%.
deputy of the FBI? Yes, I do.
But here's the
gonna
thing.
have to cover up the Epstein thing.
Sure, but here's the thing. What he said, he didn't really. All right, and you get semantics, right? What he said was, "I saw the report. He killed himself."
That's correct.
Right?
And there's nothing wrong with
and
semantics,
there's
because that's
nothing,
part of
and
it.
that may not be a lie that he saw the
Correct.
report and it said he killed himself. And he didn't come out with any passion like, "I saw the report. This fucking guy killed himself." Excuse my French.
Guys, it
But
looked
that's
like
how
a
Bongino.
hostage video. It literally
Right.
It did.
looked like a hostage video.
Like he was
But
under
that's
duress.
how
It did, yeah.
Bongino would have said it, right? The Bongino that we know,
yes,
that's how he would have
my
said
point.
it.
Is he would have
Yeah,
said it
yeah.
even in that capacity.
So he's
He still
definitely
would have talked to
hogtied.
us like that because he's on camera. He's in
Yeah.
front of an interviewer, and that's when he shines. That's when he pops, right?
He
100%.
wants us to get pissed off.
I
He
agree.
wants us
I
to
totally
start
agree
yelling.
with that.
Like, guys, we have to. They can't. For Dan Bongino to literally look at the camera and be like, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. There was no other shooter in Butler. Like, Dan, did
Yeah.
you get a lobotomy? Like, what are they doing
Yeah,
to you, bro?
it doesn't add up.
Like,
No,
can
it
you
doesn't.
wear
Doesn't
a
add
purple
up.
shirt tomorrow if you need help? Dan, if you're listening, like, send us, like, dude, just, like, send us a smoke signal. Like, I don't know what you got to do. Like, get the word out.
Hold down four fingers,
Because, like,
Dan. If you're
Like, we don't want to step on toes, right? Like, we like you. But, like, if you think we're going to believe for 0.5 seconds that any of that is true, right?
Correct.
Like, no.
That's my point, Jen, right there. You stated it so much better than I like. That is my point, is that we watched a different Dan Bongino answer that question. It was not Dan Bongino, and it has nothing to do with his capacity, because we all know that we are still the same people we are in our jobs, and we still have the same personalities. That's the reason why we got the jobs, is because of who we are. That's why they brought him on because of who he is. Like, they wouldn't have tried to have him sell it if it wasn't for Dan, if it wasn't for who he was.
And
But
listen,
So, Mike, real quick,
Yeah,
and
go
I'll
ahead.
land.
Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick, X. If we start yelling, guys, and we're totally off base, right? You don't think, Mr. President might come out and send a tweet, or somebody might send a tweet and be like, yo, dogs, call off. Like, slow your roll. We got this, okay? But if we don't step up and start yelling and are able to be wrong, we're going to be screwed. So we need to start yelling until they tell us to stop.
Well, Trump's a TV person, and I would say that if he watched Dan Bongino's interview, he did not care for it. I bet you. If Dan Bongino was towing the line, I would bet that Trump was like, "Bro, you couldn't have sold that. Like, what are you doing? Is it are you having cramps? Too soon? Is it too soon for the cramp show?" Throwing it out there. It's all about the audience. Go ahead, X, and then Nikki, we're coming to you next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, on a professional level, you're finishing up this school year, right? How's that going? How's the ramp up going?
That's correct, bro. I'm done. I'm winding down school career. This is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days left.
Well, good for you, bro. I'm definitely gonna be praying for you and supporting you as much as I can.
I appreciate it. Coyote knows what's up, baby. Yeah, it's time, man. I'm even on these last days when you get kind of sentimental with the kids, you realize like you're getting aggravated. It's like it's time to walk away.
Is there, because my wife's been in education for 20 years now. She's a nurse, and she keeps putting off. So she's been coaching track and field for years, and there's always that one kid, Mike, that she's like, I want to wait to see this kid graduate. I want to wait to see this one do this.
Yeah, I don't
You
have
ever
that
feel
anymore.
like that?
I did.
No, oh,
Sure. I
you're
don't
done.
anymore. I don't care.
Cool.
Call me, they all know they know where I'm at on X. They know where I'm at on Instagram. They know how to get a hold of me if they want to. Tell me when you got a baseball game. I'll swing by them 5 minutes down the road. No problems. Hey,
He's
go
got
get
a
them. And then I
perfect
drive my
grade,
ass off after the third inning. Done. Like, it's easy. Easy peasy.
By the way, Mike, Alex Jones just put out interview with Roger Stone, who is also being like, hey guys, like something's not right here. Like,
Let's go.
somebody do something.
See, we're not idiots. Well, a couple of us are, but it's either way.
Yeah, but what if let me pose this question real quick. So we know that there's a RICO coming up. It's the writing's on the wall, right? And it's going to be a process. So are these guys just keeping the?
Why did we know about Trump's RICO charges pending before they announced the RICO charges?
Good question. Great question. But you think about it, there's something deeper brewing to kind of to do the drainage, right? The swamp drainage. So is all this just like, set up to just keep because in X we know, Dan, you're lying, dude. Like why are you lying? Nobody else knows that. They're just like, oh look, Dan Bongino and that cash guy are on TV, right? Like we know a little better. But is it guys, you just gotta toe the line. I know you're gonna have to say some things that you wouldn't otherwise say if you were on a podcast or otherwise, but trust the process, right? Like
if that's the case,
because something's coming.
Then he should have no with us being like, did you get a lobotomy, bro? What did they drop you on the head at the FBI? Right? Like, what are you doing? You sat here in these spaces, right? And you said, like, unequivocally that.
Well, I think that was the character shift.
Not like that, right? So, like,
yeah.
Listen, if there is something coming down the pike, then he'll have no problem with us getting antsy.
Correct.
But like, if they're having problems with us getting antsy, then like, can you at least make the story better? Because like, I don't believe that there wasn't a second shooter in Butler. I don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in a cell, right? Like, I refuse. My brain will not let me believe those things. So I need you to explain to me why I have to separate my cognitive dissonance from like what you're saying to me, because like it's not equating.
True. Let's do this. I want to get a couple more. Let's get a couple more hands. Nikki has been so patient. She's had her hand up for, I believe, 7 hours, and we've only been on the air for a little over 2. So it doesn't work time travel wise, Nikki, but I'm going to make it happen for you.
That's fine.
Good to have you.
Good to have you to speak with you guys. My point is that Cash Patel and that they are fearing for their life, and people doesn't.
It could be something.
Okay, let me say something. Okay, I don't say that publicly usually, but I will tell the people on the space tonight who I am. I'm a good girl. I'm from a good family. But my father, before he met my mom, he was a biker and he was a devil disciple, the school class of the Hells Angels. And I met a lot of people when I was younger. I got a good job. I have a master's degree in public relations. I'm not stupid, but I went to the point to manage strip club. So I know else, I know mafia, and I've been to many parties and I saw many things that people can even imagine to see. So when I say that they are fearing for their life, they are fearing for their life. And before Cash Patel and Dan was put on this spot, I told people nothing will happen to the time Trump doesn't do something. We need to do something. We need to do what the Democrat deep state did. we need to go on Obama, Soros, Fauci, make arrest, prosecution. We need to do something. We need to attack the deep state completely, because if we don't do, that will never stop. If you think CIA, FBI are not, you can get in those agency and nothing will happen, and you can pull out some files and see what you want. It's not true. They can kill people around the world. They can make you disappear. What we talk about, the Clinton body bag, it's not a joke. They make people disappear. If you talk and they don't want you to talk, you gone. It's that the point, and that won't stop to the time some things happen with the deep state. The Club 300, they are controlling the world. The Rockefeller, the Rothschild, the Soros family, they are doing what they want. Look, the last 4 years, Biden was not the president. He was a puppet there, who was controlling the United States. That's what the reality is there. We have to realize that they are there, but to the time something not happening, some people with really big power get arrested and persecuted. I don't think nothing will change, because those two guys are scared. They cannot talk. If they talk, this something will happen to them. Something will happen to them family. And the blackmailing, the way that work, it's easy. I'm sure almost everybody knows on the space that Jeffrey Epstein had a mansion, a big houses just in the front of the UN in New York. They bring politicians, they bring people with power to some party, make them drink, make them take drugs, having fun, and one day they sleep with an underage girls that look not underage, but that happens. And the day after, they got blackmailed. It's the way that they work. They will destroy your life.
Yeah, that's true.
I met many people in my life. I've been to many parties in Miami, and I saw many things. I went to the police by myself. I said many things, but those people are powerful like crazy. The Democrat, they attacked Trump the last 4 years. Why we don't do the same thing with Obama? Why we don't do the same thing with Soros and Fauci? We have to do something. We have to do the same thing they did to Trump.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Nikki. I just want to jump in here real fast. We you're absolutely right. We do have to do something, but when you're doing something without the knowledge of what's going on, we've got to investigate more. We've got to figure out like we're doing what we're supposed to be doing right now. Like we're looking at the evidence that's in front of us, and we're making
I think it's exactly what Trump doing now.
Yes.
He put the pictures of Obama 2 days ago, and he said everything's come to that man.
True. No, I think that's a great point. That's a great point. No, Trump putting that stuff out, he's literally telling us stuff. He's trolling them and giving us information right in front of our face. So yeah, I agree with that.
He said everything's. He put that pictures and he said everything's lead to that man. He knows what happens. I hope that something's coming. It's the reason the last 4 months we don't see so much things, and we wait for that Epstein list and everything, that they are preparing something. That's my hope. But if if we don't do something, nothing will change. That's my. I'm sure about what I say now. I'm sure that I'm not wrong. They are fearing for their life. They may kill one president of the United States and they get away with it for 60 years and
well, let's
you understand what
yeah,
I mean?
no, I got you. Yeah, let's hope let's hope it doesn't come to that. Like that would be, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle it's on. We don't need any of that. But I appreciate you, Nikki.
Thank you so much for talking with you tonight, and the space is always interesting.
Absolutely, it's always good to have you. Appreciate you being here, and stick around. And if you want to chime in, just jump back up. Yeah, go ahead, Jen, and then we'll go to Coyote next. What's up, Jen?
Yeah, so I just want to point out, like, if Dan and Cash's lives like are being threatened or family threatened or whatever, guys, like, we can go out and start talking about it, right? Like, they might want us to think like spaces aren't effective. We need to go out and start saying what they can't say, right? And if it puts them in kind of an awkward position, like, oh well, right? Like, then I don't know what to tell you, but if y'all are gonna come out here and tell me that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself and there was only one shooter in Butler and his name was Thomas Crooks, then like I don't really care if you're in an awkward position because that means like something's wrong.
Part of the
here.
job.
Something is very wrong for you, sir, to come out and say that to me. You of all people.
Absolutely, part of the job, and that's why look, a lot of us can't do it. Like there's a lot of us that can't, that we couldn't do those jobs that they do. Right? You have to be built differently for different jobs. Like just as a teacher, I might, it might be easier to teach for me. I can teach ninth grade English, but you put me in a certain special ed department with kids who have trouble just forming sentences and they can't even really speak, and they suffer from some of these debilitating diseases that where it that you have to maintain physical cleanliness with them. And it's just like, that takes a special human being to be able to do that, right? We're not all built the same. They're a teacher and I'm a teacher, but we're totally two different teachers, So there might be people who work in the government, and then there are people that work inside the government. So I don't dread, I'm not jealous of what they're going through, because it's probably a lot more real than they even thought it was. So, but I guess hopefully we'll be able to find out. Coyote, ¿qué pasó?
De nada. Got me some good sleep too. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man? I'm glad that you're coming to that point, and I think that you're going to do fantastic. The other thing would be everybody needs to listen to Jennifer. I like her more and more every time I hear her talk. People need to get pissed off about this. Third thing is, if I could take the pain that Destiny has, I would. My thing that goes on with this is like, okay, the government hates us, right? What is it that you would think that the government would like to? Am I shocked? No. Cash Patel, he did a little, he did pretty good. You could still see the lie there. But Dan Bongino, I believe, truly is a good man, and you could tell it that he had to say something that he did not want to say, and whenever I looked at that, I was talking to my buddy Britt, and I'm like, this isn't money. This is like bloodline or life or something. Something's not right here, because they wanted us to say, if you think that Fox is going to put something out there with a man sweating bullets, looking like a kid that, when somebody's fixing to lie to you and they're going to lie anyway, and it's like right before they get it, you're like, you're fixing to lie to me. Like that's what it was. So I think that people need to talk about it. And I think the conversation is going to be awkward for a lot of people when they talk about it, because something is controlling that right there. I trust my president. I'm not going to lose 100%. I didn't trust these guys to begin with, fully or whatever, but it's like, I still got to go with the good guys. But now what I hate about this is that more things, when the credibility is just, it's now what do we think? What are we supposed to think? You're this tough guy that doesn't put up with nothing. No, something is controlling you, man. And that's the thing about it. And we just kind of got to figure it out. But it's something I can't stress enough. Jennifer's mentioned it, I think 3-4 times. If you got pattern recognition people out there, you need to kind of take a look at that, because there's something going on, and it should piss you off, and it should concern you that the one good guy that everybody is talking about, like Dan Bongino, is coming out sweating bullets. Everybody's making excuses and trying to. There's no excuse other than something is wrong. So get loud, don't let this shit go. They're trying to do something, cover it up. I don't know exactly what, but something is controlling our government.
But let me ask you something real quick. But here's the thing, and we were Jennifer, we were talking about this yesterday. They're doing such a okay. I like to get into the thing. We look at the outcome. I'm kind of mumbling here. We look at the movie, right? We look at the movie and we realize, like Snow White, right, the one that came out, and we realize that's going to be a bad movie, right? You just changed everything about Snow White. It's not going to work. A woke Snow White is not going to. Everybody can look at the movie before seeing the movie, and we know that movie's going to suck, right? We all knew it, and that movie comes out, and guess what? It sucked. Okay, now but what fascinates me is the people in the boardroom that are sitting at a table discussing making the movie, right? That's for me, that's the fascinating part, because those people are all agreeing, going, I like it. Yes, yes, let's do this. Let's make Snow White a bitch, right? Let's make her an unlikable character who looks like absolutely. Let's do this with the dwarves or whatever. Maybe we could throw in some, hey, maybe we can mix in some hidden trans flags or something. Like somebody's doing this. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna finish this up and I'm coming to you. My point is, who is telling, who is constructing this narrative about the Epstein files? Who's constructing it? The Bond and Destiny even said this so perfectly yesterday too. This has been rolled out so hideously, right? This is not Trump style. Trump is a perfectionist. This has been rolled out like we got on Spaces. Hey Vinny, you got any child trafficking stuff we could put out there on a poster or something? You got any markers? It was Bondi rolled out that Epstein file so poorly, it was almost embarrassing to be MAGA for a minute.
It was
you know what I'm
embarrassing,
saying?
bro, and that's what I'm saying. You're exactly right there. Before they put that movie out there,
how does it get
the
like
Snow White
that?
movie? They know that it's gonna suck. They know that people are gonna get pissed off. They know that it's gonna cause a reaction. They know that there's gonna be a split. Whether just a split of opinion, and people are going to defend it, and then people are going to get mad at it, and all this stuff. And that's what I'm saying is going on here. They know what's going to happen. They know that we're pissed off about it. And I think right here, what they're trying to see is how far are we willing to go? Are we willing to go the distance?
But they tried to manipulate us. They got those little influencers out there, right? And they gave them the little binders and all that kind of here you go. Oh my God, you got so much information. And they're all like, yeah, we're going to do this. Like that is happening in real time. It's so poorly managed. But think about it. Why wouldn't it be poorly managed? What's the reason to manage it
Because
properly?
we don't do it.
They had
anything.
Epstein kill himself with a third sheet, snuck into a cell from a freaking bunk bed while two dudes fell asleep while the lights went out and the cameras went out, and it just so magically happened at the exact same time. We're told, yep, he killed himself. We're not idiots, right? But that works. Someone said it'll be fine. They'll buy it, and if not, they're not going to do anything about it.
We're
Just
soft,
throw it out
Mike.
there.
We're demoralized. People,
That's what I'm
you know what I'm
saying.
saying?
That's what I'm
and I'm
saying.
glad to hear
Wait a
you're pissed
second,
off
guys.
about it, bro, because it's the binders came out. I thought that was absolute bullshit. And I'm talking to just a few people that felt just like me. And I know other people out there just like, this is we see what's going on, but they're not going to talk about it because they don't want to lose their monetization. They don't want to lose they don't want a little avatar to be mad at them or something. They don't want to lose their clout. I don't know, but that's the whole thing. It's happening. We all know what's going on here when it comes down to it. We need to talk about it because this is our country. We got one shot and that's it.
Hold on, I interrupted Destiny real fast. Hold on, Jen. I interrupted Destiny real quick. I'll come right to you. Des, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what you're describing with the Snow White thing, how they're sitting around a board and they're excited over horrible ideas, right? I associate that with friends. I like friends that are gonna tell me I have spinach in my teeth, when I'm like, hey, do I look good? And if my friends see spinach in my teeth and they don't say something, those are bad friends. Obviously, this administration failed at one thing, and I think it's very clear we have not gotten the swamp out of DC. I think that's very clear because this is your compadres around you affecting you and what you say and do, because that's the people who are going to have that check moment to be like, no, that's good. Don't worry about that. That looks great. But some people there obviously are still swamped and they're still putting bad input in the people in charge. That's very clear to me that this is influence of swamp people that have not been removed. And I don't want to become the same people that we made fun of in the last administration, where they just were like, oh no, Biden's not being old. He's sharp as a tack. And you know what? Kamala is a great vice president. I don't want to be that party where we ignore when there's problems. I want us to be the party that says we demand the best within our party and we are going to make sure that they are the best. and we have to get loud and hold them accountable, or else we're just parading around the same losers the other side is in reality. Like, you know what I mean? So that's it.
Don't ignore in defeat what you wouldn't have ignored what you would have ignored in victory.
So I think we need to change our perspective on this, right? So we're looking at this from, we are Americans, like this is our government, our president, Donald Trump, right? But I think we kind of need to change our perspective to almost like more than investigative reporters, right? But not as much as like a James Bond film, right? And when you start looking at what we are presented with that lens, instead of the lens of like, you just take the narrative you're given and that's what's happening, right? You kind of start noticing that like Cash Patel and Dan Bongino, you can't tell me, didn't have some kind of notion the past 4 years that they could potentially be put in the positions that they were put in. Like this didn't come out of nowhere. Okay. And they both have had shows, they've done podcasts. Now, think if you're going into a situation and you know damn well that once you get in there, as much as you want to tear everything down, right? You can't go about it willy-nilly, right? So there are going to be some points where you might have to take a position publicly, such as a la what we saw yesterday, right? That you know damn well it's going to be unpopular. But I seem to remember Dan Bongino at some point in the past 4 years saying something to the effect of, the answer, the people you're looking to come save you are you, right? It's not the people in government that are going to change things. It's the actual people. And I think if we go back and we start reviewing some of the interviews that Dan Bongino has done leading into this, that Cash Patel did leading into this, I think there might be some breadcrumbs where even if they were talking about a completely different situation, let's talk about like, you know, Dan Bongino was talking about some guy who got put in a position and he got in there and realized like, damn, my hands are tied right now, but President Trump or whoever president put me in this position to dismantle this organization. You wouldn't just up and quit, right? You'd go out and lead with those breadcrumbs, so the smart people that you've been training up this whole time, right, would know that like something's wrong and y'all are the answer. We need you to start getting loud about certain things. We need you to start raising the investigations that we have been talking about and the stuff that they might not be able to touch as director of the FBI. And I think like we need to change our view on this from just a helpless person to the investigator slash like badass, like that's going to go in and save things. And you don't need everybody to do it. You just need the smart ones who
Agreed on
understand
that.
what they set down.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Mike. It's like, you know, why do we get the Epstein binder? I think it's because we raised enough, you know, hell on here that they just wanted, they gave us a little something, you know, like, hey, we got to give them something because they're pissed. But I want to ask, like, Jennifer, what do you think specifically is making Dan Bongino lie?
I mean, it could be a variety of different things. It really could, right? It could be as like I said before with the RICO charges, right? It could be that Bill Gates is threatening to release a freaking other virus on the world if his name gets mentioned in an Epstein flight log, right? It could be that they are threatening to go after Donald Trump Jr. and the kids, right? It might not even be Dan Bongino's family, right? There is something, right? And it really isn't necessarily a lie, right? Because like I said, even if there was a hit job, right? When the FBI, who we know is culpable in both Butler and Epstein, right? Because remember, the FBI sat on the Epstein shit for years and didn't do anything about it, right? So if in the files that were heavily doctored, that were written for the Trump administration to make them think that they had all the files, that there wasn't any outstanding information that has been purposely hidden. Well, if you're asking me what is contained in the Epstein files that the FBI currently has, it's that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in the Manhattan Detention Center. That's what's in the file. Why do you think these people who were in charge of these files for years and are powerful enough to make people disappear and make files disappear and everything else would ever allow for in writing in a file somewhere for it to say that Jeffrey Epstein was a hit job and not a suicide? Wouldn't you go out of your way to make sure that every single paper said that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
I personally think it's a foreign influence.
It could be. I just my point goes back again, being the son of a detective. My point goes back to little nuances, and Des, I'm coming to you. Is that if, for instance, use me and Destiny from tonight, right? If you guys, if I was on stage and everybody's like, "Where's Destiny?" and and just based on the personality, just to what y'all know of me in this space, and I'm saying, yeah, look, Destiny is, she's fine. She's fine. She's okay. Everybody's like, well, what? Excuse me. I'm sorry. But if I said, yeah, look, don't even worry about it. She's not here. She'll be here if she can, but she's not here. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's good. Virtually the same words, different inflection, different intonation, right? The second one would put everybody at ease, and they wouldn't ask as many questions, and there wouldn't be that much concern. Now, if I wanted to tell you what was going on with Destiny, and I'm trying to tell you in a way that I want you like if I'm trying to get Chris or someone to come, like, look, Destiny, look, she's okay. Okay, I'll just say that she's okay. And everybody that you know, Des, just know that she's okay. Well, Chris is going to hear that and say, well, that doesn't sound like Mike at all. And because Chris knows Destiny like that, he'll just get on the phone and call her. It's like, Des, what's up? See what I'm saying? So that's my point, is that if he's trying to lead us down a road where he knows that something good is coming, then you would think it'd be in a way that it's like, at least, or he just wants us to stop asking. He would have done so in a way that would have made us stop asking. And that would have been by being Dan Bongino. But he wasn't Dan Bongino. He was freaking like Sally. No personality, no charm, no charisma, no intelligence, no anything. You see what I'm saying? It's very simple. It's a very simple analogy. It's another Sally, not the one that's not the one that's
definitely a hostage.
It was
video, right? He's sweating. He's calm. Look at his positioning. Look
yeah,
at
it's
how he's
terrible.
sitting. He's uncomfortable, right? That like something like Destiny, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, and I brought this up to Mike after that space the other night. We were talking about this, and we're talking about this week's space and what we're going to talk about. And I mentioned to him something that I haven't heard talked about a lot on here. But 2 days before Dan Bongino and Cash Patel said that it was a suicide, 2 days before that, it was quietly announced that the FBI headquarters is officially shutting down and they are opening a new building. And I told Mike, I was like, isn't that fucking great? Because you know what happens when they move districts of things and big projects, they always lose records every time. They did the same thing in Wuhan when they moved the laboratory. It lost thousands of the original samples and stuff. And it happens every time. Like anybody who's ever moved their house across the country or something knows you always fuck something up. And a lot of the records that are being held at the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein, I promise those are going to be the ones that accidentally don't make it to the new Maryland office. And so, that's unfortunate, but I want to bring that to people's attention that we are running out of time. They are eventually going to move the contents of that building, and undoubtedly with it, we will lose some of our really good evidence. And so I just wanted to bring that up.
That's your awkward silence, and that's the only one I'm going to give. Where'd my cuz go? She was up here and she's gone.
Mike,
oh well, I guess
both your co-hosts are there. I see Jennifer and I see Destiny. I think your app's been kind of glitchy.
Yeah, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the speakers and scroll back up, and the hands will restore, and then people will restore.
Well, I want to talk to Maze, but then again, I don't really want to talk to Maze, but we'll see if she's around.
Well, I'm here and I do have something to say. So I just think that we always take the what's the word? The responsibility of trying to I think he needs to reassess how to reach his people and communicate, whether covertly, in a way that makes sense. Like I don't think that we should ever stop doing what we're doing just because we might suspect that maybe he's trying to signal this, because I find myself doing that all the time, and we're the only ones that ever really do it. It's like the real truth seekers. It's not even the ones that like the everyday. I don't think conservative is out here trying to guess what Bongino's if he's sweating. Like Jen, that was so cute. But it's true. We check for all those signs, right? We know how to check for that. But I do think that he needs to come. He's smart enough to come to the board with a strategy. He's going to have to figure this out. But I think we should be consistent. I mean, well, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but I still, whether or not I did appreciate the thought trail that you suggested, Mike, because it put me in his shoes, and being in that situation, if you're for whatever reason feeling like you have to go on there and say this shit and you can't necessarily quit and walk out and do whatever normal people would say that they would do with their I guess moral righteous conscience, maybe he's staying in there to dig up more information. I just have trust issues with him and Cash Patel. It is so bad right now because of that. I'm trying not to, but I do think he needs to be the one to figure it out, not us. That was it. Is somebody talking? I can't hear.
No, I got a second good awkward
Oh, I'm
silence,
sorry, that
though.
was me.
Oh, I thought you were giving me an awkward
No,
silence.
that was me. I was talking into a muted
Well,
button
you,
like an
you should have
idiot.
just owned it at that point, Mike, and been like, "Yeah, Destiny, I love you that much. I gave you a sec." You should.
I've given you 3 freaking breaks today. 2 of them because I was eating, and I hate it because I don't like to pull a Cardone when I'm like, "Yeah, guys, let me ask y'all something about Bitcoin." I'm like, Gary, swallow it, bro. Then push the freaking mute. So here's what I want to do. Don't tell Gary I said that either. It's not a recorded. It's not a recorded. It's not a recorded space.
I already told him.
Yeah. So I want to go with Jen or Maze, and either one of y'all can do this. So I want to talk a little bit about. I want to talk a little bit about Butter and a little bit about Diddy, or a little bit about Diddy's Diddy. Whatever. That's terrible. Get out of here.
Wait, did you say Butter and Diddy? Who's Butter?
Butler.
Oh, they said Butter. I was like, who the fuck is Butter?
Who we buttering up?
She's pretty. She's beautiful, butterface. So Jen, I'm still at a lack, and because they asked Trump about it the other day about the Butler shooter, and I don't know if you saw that interview. I can't remember. I think it might have been Brett Baer who asked him about it, but Trump was uncomfortable and fidgety when he was asked about that. Did you happen to see that?
I did see it. I didn't listen to it, right? I saw the interview though. And okay, so it's weird, right? So I've had some people approach me, right? And be like, they really don't want Butler talked about. And I sat there and I was like, all right, well, you seem to be on the MAGA side. So is that actually coming from the administration or what's happening here, right? And think about, like, no one's ever really been arrested for that at all.
I've never even heard his parents.
Crooks was
Remember
dead.
the guy's room,
Crooks
Thomas
was
Crooks'
dead.
room? They went to go inspect his house and find evidence, and it was sterile. They found a sterile how do you, there's no, you can't even accomplish that. Even brand new prefabricated houses are not sterile. You have people, the floor guys, cabinet
Right,
guys.
and we had all the pinging.
Exactly.
We had all the pinging at the FBI building and having the FBI people come to the vicinity in which Thomas.
Jen, hold on,
And he
hold
was
on.
in
I
that
hate to
BlackRock commercial. Don't forget.
listen. We're going to come right back to that. I hate to interrupt you, Austin. Sorry, brother. I just scrolled down and came back up. I saw your hand. I know you've been having your hand up for about 7 hours, like Nikki was doing. Sorry about that, brother. Jump in there. Go ahead and take your time. Again, apologies.
Hey, how you guys doing?
A hell of an intro.
Appreciate it. I just want to say this: whatever you guys think of how bad or not bad or in the middle of bad or whatnot, you guys, what I had left, I posted. And I'm labeled a nutter butter and a criminal and all this shit now. So take whatever I say with a grain of salt, I guess. But whatever I had left, I posted. And I've gone through hell and back. I have researched my ass off, and what I have left that was not wiped off my fucking phone and off the internet, and all the research I'd done, I posted. If you want to go through my feed or whatnot, I'm not asking for follows, likes, any of that shit. I'm just letting you guys know. COVID, and I'm saying this to let you guys know that the capabilities of what has happened to the point of where we've gotten. They're the two drones as far as the Butler thing that day. Thomas Crooks's fucking drone. He flew it right. He fucking scouted out the area. Blah blah blah. All right, but then the Secret Service drone that's never had problems once in its entirety had problems that day. Didn't fucking work. His house was wiped, etc. Now you guys really need to think about this. If a fucking presidential nominee is almost assassinated, that fucking close, and there's an attempt that close, ask yourselves, okay, they're gonna go his house, check it out, see what's going on. They find out that his house is wiped. So then put shit together. They're gonna be like, all right, someone wiped his house. What the hell's going on? They're gonna go through every traffic cam, every gas station, every fucking camera that is or surrounding ring camera at the houses nearby and whatnot. And they can't find anything. There's the ability to wipe footage off of those cameras and not only crash them, wipe them, and alter them. You guys need to know that and keep that in mind. Okay. And if anyone wants to say, "Oh, that's a little, stretching," hang on, hang on, hang on.
Hold on a second.
Let me finish
Austin,
one
I'm
thing.
gonna stop you for a second. Hold on. Can you just I'm doing you a solid here. You don't know your audience right now, so you're like talking down to us
I
on things
apologize.
that we have expounded on nearly as far as you have. So maybe just like the approach
I
a little
apologize.
bit, okay?
It's to what I was getting to the last point though, for you guys to know, and whatever I had left, I posted. COVID was us. It was an internal dash. The best way I call it is an ugly. An internal dash international ugly is the best way I can call it. It was for climate change, i.e., population control, and it was us. We had multiple iterations and variants and etc. of COVID for many decades now. And it was us. We brought people from China over and sent people.
All right, you're doing it again, bro, and I'm not just gonna sit here and
But
take
wait,
it. So
wait,
either
let me
like
just finish. The
like
1918 Spanish influenza the flu that you guys all know of, the flu, right? Everyone knows what the flu is. That was man-made. COVID ties in with the flu.
do you know who Emergent Biosolutions is? Or maybe I should let Destiny take this one. Because I'm not sure what you're doing here. Because I've also gone through your feed and realized that you have wiped your Twitter for the most part. Oh, are you leaving now? 'Cause
No, I
did
did.
challenge?
I just
Like, what the hell?
The information in between the F bombs was it was a little bit much, and Destiny is the man. So, yeah. So Jen, go ahead and finish what I wanted to ask you something real quick, Jen, about that. So again, he was nervous about that, about when he was being interviewed, but I haven't heard any interviews with the parents, right? I don't know anything about them. I'm wondering, like, what is their life like? Because they have to have neighbors. Their neighbors have to have known that they're living near this person. And we've seen no interview with the neighbors. I promise you, if a newspaper came up to me and said, "Yo, Mike, I'm gonna give you freaking, we're gonna give you freaking $15,000. Give us the scoop on what's going on in that neighborhood. These parents, what do you know?" I'm like, bro, okay, like you even got. I'll do it just to do it. How much have we heard about that?
Nothing. And when this is the thing, I'll put it this way, right? Instead of trying to expound on the whole thing, when you know you're standing on the truth, when you know that you know this is what happened, okay? No matter what anybody tells you, no matter how much they tell you you're wrong, no matter how much they threaten you, you stand on that, right? You absolutely stand on it. There are times where if they're needed, I just now that like it's so far out. Like I said, I would have been willing to concede on Epstein killing himself in the jail cell. I would have, right? except then you go and you throw Butler on top. And now I am not believing either one. no
Okay,
matter what you
so
tell
I
me.
would be willing to concede that a shooter could get a gun into Butler, but then you throw in the fact that it was on the one building that the Secret Service had no people at whatsoever.
And he walked around for an hour with a rangefinder, and there
People
was
are
crypto
lit-
transactions.
And they're reporting it in England.
And
And yeah, I mean, they were reporting this guy's walking around in England. England was the one breaking that story. There were people over there that were posting it because
and
they're
the New
watching
York
the
Times
videos.
reporter just so happened to have his camera set to an ultra high speed that would have needed to be set to capture the bullet. And you have never gone to another Trump rally except for Butler.
That's
And
the
you,
only. That's
Dan
right. That was
you, Dan Bongino,
exactly right.
of all freaking people in this nation, are going to sit there with a straight face and tell me there is nothing to see here. I'm sorry, Dan, you're messing with the wrong girl right here. I ain't putting
Well,
up with that shit.
Well, there's nothing to see here, Jen, because he was cremated. So
You know, I
Immediately.
leave for
Look
2
then.
hours and I
Let
come
me
back.
look, then
and
you'll have no problem with me asking questions and looking.
I leave.
There should be absolutely no pushback. If there's nothing for me to find, let me turn out to be the idiot.
You know, Mr. Philby.
Let me turn out to be the one that barked up the wrong tree. I'll do it.
Mr. Philby had his hand up when I left 2 hours ago to do some shopping, and still got his hand up.
he's spoken since then, Kim. Stop coming in here trying to cause Bongino controversies.
I told you
Kim's
earlier,
not talking right.
it's a signal. He's giving us a signal because he knows that we would not believe him if he said those two things.
It's like he puts his hand up because he wants to speak. It's weird. It's like I'm reading between the lines.
Well, and the fact that he looked like he was in a hostage video sweating on Fox News. You think Dan Bongino's going to be
Fox News.
sweating going on Fox News? Guys, come on.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Des.
come on, because I'm sorry to just say that, but God,
Hold up. Nope. Girlfriend, hold on. Destiny, go ahead.
I was
Hold
gonna
on,
say,
Nikki,
don't
we'll be
forget,
back.
guys, that Thomas Crooks, like a year before the shooting, was in a BlackRock commercial. I have that commercial. I will post it here in a second. I meant to post it. Like,
That was the school one,
Yeah,
right? He was in a schoolroom
one
or
of his
something.
teachers at his school was the subject of a story by BlackRock, and he's in the video 3 times. But yeah, they don't bring that up, of course.
So
Well,
the
and
guy
the
who
building that
tries
they
to
were
assassinate.
on
Go ahead, Jen.
was a subsidiary of BlackRock, just saying.
So the guy's in a video by a company that has the 20 to 30 trillion dollars in assets under management. Just nobody has anybody even seen a BlackRock video?
I've never seen one. That's what's crazy. This is the first one I've ever actually seen, a
Yeah.
commercial
I
BlackRock.
know, it just happens to have the president's shooter in it.
I know, like, what
Oh,
world are we
damn.
living in?
Well, hold on. Both president shooters were in BlackRock commercials, guys.
Routh was who?
I heard something, but I
Yeah,
can't
he
remember what that
in
was.
that Ukrainian shit.
Oh, goodness.
There was like
Oh,
a
that's-
Ukrainian BlackRock commercial, and that guy was in it.
So the FBI, hold on. So interesting. Ukraine knew that this guy was asking them for help to get stuff like rocket launchers or whatever it was, but they knew that he was asking for it, and they did not feel that it was worthy of telling the United States that somebody was trying to get weapons to assassinate the president.
Well, and the fact that in the middle of Palm Beach at the Trump International Golf Course or wherever it was, you're telling me you built a perch. You put the plates around your head so you could take incoming fire, and you sat there for over 12 hours with people walking around, them doing security checks, and nobody found you.
Hoping that he was going to obviously make sure that he was going to play golf there.
Obviously.
Yeah, no, that's a hell of a roll of the dice.
Oh, but don't
Yeah,
worry.
there's nothing there.
According to Dan Bongino, there's nothing.
No,
there, guys.
we're
The official story is Thomas Crook.
we're seeing things that aren't there, Jen. Right? We're just seeing things that aren't there. The Secret Service came out and said they didn't put anybody on that freaking roof because of the slope. The next time that they were at Butler, it was they had people all over that slope, and when they were investigating the death of this guy, these people are walking up and down that slope.
And guys, everything that we are mentioning today, from Epstein to Butler to Palm Beach to even stuff that happened previously, okay? The FBI is implemented in all of it. All of it. So you have literally the new director of the FBI come out and come at us sideways and be like, yeah, Epstein killed himself. Nothing to see here in Butler. And you don't think something odd is going on because the exact institution, and then let's not mention, certain people in spaces, I'm not mentioning any names, of course, okay, who may or may not have worked for other agencies or that agency prior, coming in and completely running a counter narrative and undermining the FBI director and coming at and saying, oh, well, y'all don't know the culture of the FBI. And that's why Dan Bongino and Cash Patel are having problems, is because they are ignorant of the culture of the FBI. So you're telling me I'm supposed to just sit here and take this at face value when Dan Bongino comes out sideways, like it literally looks like a hostage video. He comes out and says something so erroneous that like we're all like, yo, what? What? Right? And then, but let's not forget the FBI is implemented in all these crimes. And don't forget about the culture of the FBI that's being held up right now against Dan Bongino and Cash Patel in your face in spaces.
It just seems like to me that you don't have to know culture.
Implicated.
It just seems like me, you don't have to know culture to walk in the FBI and say, hey, what floor is all the information on? Am I talking out loud?
I hear you, Mike.
So it doesn't seem like you have to know the FBI culture to walk in the building and say, what floor is the Epstein files on? 7th floor. Okay, shut down the 7th floor. I just want everybody out. Just everybody out. I just want everybody out just to make sure that I know that I can make sure that everybody's out of the 7th floor. Okay, now everybody back into the 7th floor. Okay, now nobody's leaving the 7th floor now. That was the last time you're going. Nobody's leaving the 7th floor until I get every freaking file. All right, go ahead, call your folks, call your freaking boyfriend, husband, whatever. We'll order in. Got some good pizza. I know a store.
Don't say pizza. Don't say pizza because that's.
I know a store.
Order fucking chicken wings.
All of a sudden, there's like 20 kids standing outside the front door of the FBI. Hey, too soon? That's okay. Anyway, go ahead, Jen. It just seems like something can be done. It just seems like that you don't need to know the culture if you have somebody that can command, how to do things.
Oh, and by the way, this is coming on the heels of Pam Bondi going out in front of the camera and telling the nation that there are rogue units within the FBI. There are rogue offices within the FBI that are not listening or adhering to the direction of the director or the DOJ. Right? So when you put all of those things together, right? And now you look at Dan Bongino come out and said what he said, like something is seriously wrong here.
Hey, Mike, I wanted to say that out of all the 96 rallies that Trump held in, 2024, the only one that was streamed live, by CNN was the one in Butler. And also BlackRock did do a commercial, and that is with they were promoting the Speaker of the House for Texas, which was weird to see because I never seen anything like that too. And you know how that's going, brother.
You
By
guys
the way,
have
I put it
nailed
in
it
the
though.
Oh, sorry.
What entity controls the amount of money that could sink this country?
Yeah, BlackRock.
Who? BlackRock. Exactly. Now think about the leverage that they have over decision making for this country in terms of financial collapse. And the leverage that they want to disrupt, meaning they're pulling their Ukraine money bag deal went out the window. There's a reason why Trump went over there to secure trillions and trillions of dollars. I'm just sitting here when it just all the bells went off. What could scare the bejesus out of everything falling apart? Meaning to pull the levers. And the other thing I thought about too, the whole Bongino demeanor, and even Cash as well. Cash's eyes are like saucers, like something's going on there. I was kind of, I watched that thing like maybe 4 times, just looking at the body and everything else, and him making those statements. And sometimes I think they'll say the truth, but it's a different truth. Okay. Meaning he killed himself. Somebody had mentioned this in another space, and I'm just going to float it out here. Oh, that Epstein killed himself. Well, isn't going into protective custody like going completely underground, killing yourself from your identity? Could he be under they're hiding him? Meaning completely different. They killed him to save him in that respect.
Well, anything's possible, but the only thing that I would put up against that which is pretty credible, is the fact that his brother is still furious about all of this, and his brother ID'd the body. His brother never questioned whether or not that was his brother that was being.
But would he lie to protect his brother's life?
Was he not getting massages?
Yeah, but what
Was
I'm
he
saying though
not-
is that calling attention to it and still bringing up so much, saying there's so much corruption and all this stuff's going on, you would think that if he's trying to protect his brother, he wouldn't call any attention to it. And he's never ever questioned whether or not that was his brother or anything like that. He keeps fighting for for the documents, for the hospital stuff to come out and all that stuff.
Okay, so let's say Epstein had a dead man switch, potentially his brother. The brother knows that he can't come out and say Epstein didn't kill himself, right? If he's a target, right? Like, I don't think you can rely on the brother here, because we don't know if he was wrapped in with it. Was he working with
No,
the
but this is the part. But this is the part where we get to where
Was-
we're asking questions that are hypotheticals that don't have any basis whatsoever. Like when we see,
I'm saying there's reasons for him not to question whether his brother was
there,
killed
yeah,
or not,
well, of course there are
right?
reasons.
Like if they were like, listen, you keep your mouth shut, you don't question, or your family gets killed, we'll keep taking him down, just like the
Right.
Kennedys.
I get. I'm not saying there's not reasons for questions, but there's a percentage of likelihood that it's accurate or a legitimate question. And that is not high.
Occam's razor.
Occam's razor. It's just simply the.
Yeah, Occam's razor. I agree with you. I'm just thinking how when you don't really want to answer a question, but you answer a question with an answer, but it's the answer. You know what I'm saying? Because Dan Bongino, I've really never known him to blatantly lie.
But listen, no, that's what we were talking about earlier. It's not like personally. I don't think that he's lying, right? I think that he's doing one of two things. He's either trying to I think he's trying to deceive us, but you can deceive people for the right reasons. Like I think Bongino is a legit good human being. I really do. Like I'm not saying that for any other reason. I think my vibe with this dude is that he's a good guy. And I think that if he's doing that, I'm not saying that he's a liar with a negative connotation. I'm saying that it looks like it's eating him alive sitting there to not be able to be Dan Bongino. He's having to be a government employee, and there's a reason for it. And I would like to know, like everybody else in here would, I would like to know what that reason is. And but then
But it
again, that
also could
knowing that
be-
reason could jeopardize everything that they're actually working for, and that it would be my selfishness, right? That would want to know the answer for a quick satisfaction as I swipe up, instead of waiting patiently like I have been and letting my frustration just build. Say, no, I want answers now. Just give me something.
Okay, Mike, can I just say one thing? Okay, who has been investigating Epstein this whole time? The FBI. Okay, who has had the files the whole time? The FBI. Who's implemented whatever that word is? Okay, that I can't say correctly.
Implicated.
Whoever corrected me. Okay.
That's what I was
Implicated, there
thinking.
go.
You said that
Who's
earlier, and I'm like, wait a second.
implicated?
There's another word for that.
Who's
That's it.
implicated in the Epstein thing? The FBI. So are you all really shocked that the documents that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are reading say that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself? Because if he didn't kill himself, that means other people killed him. Right? And those people are wrapped up in this whole thing. Right? So the FBI has been in charge of the investigation and in charge of the documents the whole time. And like I said before, are we really writing down hit jobs on a ledger?
Come on up here, Alpha. Stop lurking down there in the freaking in the listeners. Come on, brother. By the
I'm
way,
gonna
let me
drop
give it-
down, guys. But thanks for bringing me
appreciate
up.
it.
I
No, Rose. No,
appreciate it,
great
Mike.
takes. Great points of view. Appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, it's
Real quick, Mike, I wanted to
Yeah.
say we have Hit Slop in here, the brother from down under, the thunder of the jungle. We've got Hit Slop here.
That was
the greatest
terrible.
IQ. Shut up, fuck you. I want to say Hitch has the best
Was-
IQ.
was
You
that
have
a
nothing
single
but
word?
EQ, and EQ is fake. Therefore, you are fake. You know, ipso facto fakery, Mike. I'm just gonna say that. Hitch Slop number one. Everyone go
Did you
follow
say
Hitch Slop.
shut
Go Hitch-
you, or-
I did. I said fuck you.
The thunder from down under.
the toilet that's spinning backwards. I want to give it. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to give a big shout out to the space host with the most, the greatest one that there is.
Wow, Mike, that sucks. It sounds like every time. I thought mine was unique.
God, can I mute her? I don't understand.
Sounds low IQ.
Freaking mute
Sounds
button.
high IQ.
What do you think, Hitch Slop?
High EQ. Sorry.
God, for some reason, I got two EQs as co-host. Hitch, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hello to Mike, Mac, Jennifer, and Destiny. Thanks so much for having me. I just came here to say two things. Always eat your steak medium rare, and EQ is fake, IQ is real. Anyone who wants to send anyone you want, just don't send anyone you want back. I will crush them like ants. Absolutely beautiful space. Love you guys. Mike, loving this new, love the new co-host team you got going on with Jennifer. You guys have excellent rapport, and thanks for having me, brother.
There's no rapport with Jennifer. She just diesels her way through the freaking conversation, and I have to cower down like a freaking small man boy
Like a
child.
girl.
How do you say fed in Australian?
How do we say fat? Is that the
Fed.
question? What's the question?
Fed, like federal
Oh,
agent.
Fed. Yeah, we tend to say Fed as well. Because we just adopt a lot of Australians are embarrassed about this, but I'm not. I love America. America's a wonderful country. I don't mind using their terminology. So yeah, we normally just say Fed or cop or police or informant or glowy if you use 4chan. Glowy is someone who glows.
Or a roller.
Yes, it can be that as well.
Or a spook.
Yes, we say that too. We adopt the American terminology pretty much.
I've never heard of a glowy. That's interesting.
Yeah, glowy is if you go on 4chan and just type glowy, it means there's like memes of somebody glowing green. The reason is because feds will try to dress up like if they go to I hope I'm getting the reason right, but if there's like a protest, what will happen is sometimes the government will send government agents and they'll be dressed as like regular people. And they will go and the government agents will disrupt the protest by causing violence. and this will give the police an excuse to shut down the protest. However, the the quote unquote regular people who are actually cops dressed up as regular people, they'll often have like military haircuts. They'll all have the same boots, the same jeans, the same clothes, and they stand out. So while they're trying to be hide in plain sight, they glow. It's very, very evident. So yeah, a bit of a term there. They're glowies.
So Hitch, let me ask you something real fast. So what we've been talking about tonight is we've been talking about lies and liars and things like that. So I don't know if you were able to, if you heard any of it earlier. We're talking about.
I did not hear any of it, but I have a 117 IQ and I'll use it to the best of my ability.
There we go. See, that's what I needed. I needed to make sure that it was amped up because I can't have you
Well,
operating
Mike,
at
let me
112.
make this real easy for you. I gotta go. I gotta jump over to Augustus's space so you can make Hitch Slap your co-host, and the space will just be so much better.
Me too.
Hitch, do you want to be co-host with me?
Yes, I can absolutely co-host for you. If it was anyone else, I would say go to hell and go roll in the mud. Because it's you, brother, anything for you.
Oh my God.
Wow, thanks, Hitch Slap. See if I ever throw you the co-host.
Oh my goodness! Listen, bromance level 1000 confirmed. Let's go.
Carlton Lake steals the show.
I
No, he came
removed.
in here for me because he loves me and it's mutual Hitch Slap.
Anyway, so Hitch, we were talking about some things earlier, and IQ I think plays a big role in this, just because I know that Hitch is a big pattern recognition person. And by the way, if you're not following Hitch, go to his. And I'm not telling you to do it. I'm saying just go to his site, go to his profile, scroll down, read the things that he talks about, right? Look at the engagement that's on some of the things that he talks about. And there is a need and a desire for people to want to understand the way the brain works and how to spot things, how to read patterns, which is kind of what we're doing with this story that we've been going over. And he also has a community, Hitch Slap University. He responds personally to every one of the questions. Any of the he responds to all of them. And now, all of them. And now I can say very proud, like a father, like a brother. I'm proud to say that Hitch now has subscriptions open, and you might not be able to get to it through the app on iOS here over in the United States. I had a problem. I had to go through. You had to go online and do it on a PC. But Hitch, I think that's still the case, right? If somebody wants to subscribe to you, they can.
Yeah, any web browser on any computer, and even a web browser on your phone, just log on to X via a web browser, the official X website. Go to my profile, and you can subscribe there. I do after spaces. I've got educational content and some interviews coming up with scientists. So thanks for that, Mike. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, it is absolutely worth the money. And I like to subscribe to a few people. I rotate a few people, and just kind of go back and forth and just try to help different people out. But I'm going to be subscribing to a lot more people coming up because there's a few people we're starting to find out that are really good at what they do, and so I want to make sure that I'm supporting all those guys. Yeah. So Hitch, what we're talking about earlier is we were and Alpha's. I don't want to piss Alpha off. And Cordis, I see your hand up. I'm going to come to you in just one second.
Do it.
Shut up, Destiny. Yeah, that felt good. Anyway, so we're talking about, we saw Bongino on, and Bongino for a year, Dan Bongino. I'm not sure you know who he is, Hitch.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, so he's been talking a while about the Epstein stuff, and so he should, right? I mean, he's brought up numerous points that has brought a lot of us to question these things with the validity. It seems like the things that he's talking about has such validity to it and such substance that you can't help but say, yeah, wow, he's making great points. And so the other day he came on, and Dan's someone who talks like, and this is kind of where the pattern recognition goes, is that if you were in this space and you started, and everybody's heard you speak, right? But then you start speaking like this. Yeah, no, Mike, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Yeah. If you guys want to subscribe, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Something's off. Right. Well, it's not. He doesn't bring the kind of value I do, but it's still value. But it was something would be off, right? It doesn't take a genius to recognize that pattern recognition. So the other day we're watching Bongino and they're talking about the Epstein files, and Bongino's sitting there literally in a studio where he's totally comfortable. This guy is this dynamic and is solid. He talks about doing things that make you uncomfortable. He pushes himself. He's got energy, like he's a solid cat, right? And Diligent, I see you down there, brother. We're talking Diligent's on the same page, right? I mean, this was so clear. and we had people thinking that it's like that he wasn't under any duress, that there was nothing uncomfortable. It's just a normal answer to the question, and I can't see it, and I'm trying to figure out what are the odds of someone behaving like that, because you can't take back everything that you've said and just to say, I saw the file, he killed himself. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. Now, but I'm not saying that he's not doing it for a good reason, right? I'm just saying that something's off with that, and that's a form of IQ, right? To be able to read something into that. What would you think using your 117 IQ if you saw some of these patterns?
Yeah, I'll give a trite example and then I'll give a more meaningful example. The trite example is in movies. Sometimes when a person's being kidnapped in a film and like kidnappers there in the house, the kind of actress, whoever in the show, she'll call either the police or her friend and she'll start acting different on purpose. She's trying to signal to that person deliberately, hey, look, this is not how I normally act. Something's going on. She's trying to signal to that person. So, I can't read Dan Bongino's mind, but it could be that. It could be that his hands are tied for some reason and he's trying to, deliberately signal to people, hey, listen, I have to say this, I have to say that. And I'm signaling to you by acting completely different to how I normally act that, my words are saying one thing, but I hope my body language is saying something else. So that's one kind of theory. I mean, no one knows for sure. Only he knows for sure. But definitely this idea about pattern recognition is absolutely true. There's books and books and books on reading body language and detecting behavior. I'll just say one point on it is you should never read anything in isolation. I've read quite a few books on body language, especially there's one very interesting one. It was written by, I think, the lawyer or the prosecutor who was prosecuting against O.J. Simpson. And she's heavily involved in picking the jury when they have jury trials, etc. And of course, she's trying to use body language to read different things. I believe that's her. I think I need to go and double check the author. But she's got a very good book, if my memory serves me correctly. I forget the title, but in it she says this very important thing that all kind of body language lie detector people, and I see Alpha, he'll know this as well, I'm sure. Never read anything in isolation. So if you're talking to someone, and let's say you're talking to them face to face, if it's just the case that they're dressed different, that's not telling you much. If it's just the case that they're kind of slouching when they don't normally slouch, that's not telling you much. But if you're getting 10 different signals and they're all in a cluster and they all tell you the same thing, this person's slouching, this person's not well dressed, this person's talking slow, like you can get a better idea. So if people do want to watch Dan Bongino, look at everything in a cluster, not just one thing, but everything, nothing in isolation, everything together. And based on what you're describing, Mike Mac, it sounds like, again, it's not just his voice, it's not just one thing, it's not just the words. There's a lot of things all pointing in the same direction, and nothing is foolproof, of course. That's why we say it's a correlation. No one can know 100%, and there can be outliers, but that would be my response. But either he's trying to signal to people directly, hey, listen, I can only say, and I do this too to some degree. I don't want to give away too many secrets, but if you hear me on a space kind of pause, like I don't pause, I talk very fast. If you hear me on a space pausing, especially when I'm talking about something politically incorrect, if you hear me pausing and say, well, let me, okay, that's what I'm going to say. I'm trying to signal to you guys, hey, listen, this is a very dangerous topic. Even though the science says one thing, I'm going to be very careful with my words because there's people out here trying to mischaracterize me. So yeah, that would be my response. Don't read anything in isolation, and it could be he's trying to signal to people, I know more than I can say, but don't hold it against me. What do you reckon, Mike?
No, I think that's a great way to describe it. And it's not that, like, I'm a Bongino fan, so I'm not trying to say that he's doing something nefarious, right? And Divisive was in here earlier, and he had a really good explanation that it might not be, there might not be things that he might know of, things that if he releases this information, it causes something far worse in a chain effect, in a chain reaction to have an effect on things that it's not worth it. It's not in control yet. Like, we don't have control of this. And so we can't say these things like that. But it's hard for me to understand. And I want to ask Alpha this, and then Hitch, I'll come back to you. It's not unfair, Alpha, right, to notice these things, and knowing the way that Bongino was with the Secret Service, I don't think it's ridiculous for us to look at this and say this breaks the pattern of the way that he normally is, right?
Yeah, if you allow me, because I got to get ready for a show
Absolutely.
here in just a few minutes. So, to answer your question, no, it's absolutely not unfair or ridiculous. It is ridiculous
I'm gonna have to cut you
to
off right.
I
No,
don't
I'm
know.
just playing. Go ahead.
It is ridiculous to use that interview to debate the assessment. He's lying. That I will say is ridiculous. And here's what I'll invite people to consider in their perspective. You can't compare Dan Bongino's personality on his podcast to the way he now is communicating as an official government employee. And here's two examples that I'll use. How many of you speak on these spaces? And I guarantee you this is not the way you speak at your work and your employment, or if you got called into HR, that's not the way you would have a conversation. Some of you probably, the vast majority of you wouldn't. And that's just the truth. People acclimate and behave in the environments that are in, specifically in law enforcement. If you were to go and take my podcast and then go pull a testimony where I was talking about a gang case or whatever the case may be, two different things. The environments are going to require different thresholds of how you operate and your body language for a whole multitude of reasons that would require an entire show just to cover that. Now, if we see Bongino do some media interviews like this, and the next 6 or 7, those are all consistent, and this one is the anomaly, absolutely. I say, hey, we revisit the conversation, and now every time since then, it doesn't look the same. Now, if there's a gradual progression in there to a level of comfort, I would say gauge that too. But if immediately in his second interview and the ones immediately following that, we just see a distinct difference, I would say, hey, you know what? There's an invitation here to look at this again. But to say because he spoke and he acted and had this demeanor on a podcast and he didn't have it here, I absolutely think that it's way too early to make that kind of assessment. They're completely different environments.
I mean, that's fair. I do see where you're coming from. I guess because I kind of am the same way in the HR department that I am here. Like I do use, like my humor is more of a defense. I'm not really trying to make someone laugh. I usually do it as a defense when I'm uncomfortable or something like that. And so because that's the way that I see the world, right? When I see that kind of shit.
Consider this, Mike, and he made this statement before he did the interview. I want to say it was probably early last week, maybe a little earlier than that. It was during one of those posts where he said, you know, you guys don't always see things happening. And he said, there are people out there sharing a part of the story. And normally I would like to counter that right away. He said, but the mission is more important. So he's already showing you changes of behavior, recognizing the way I would have handled this as a podcaster is not the way I'm going to handle this as the deputy director of the FBI.
I respect that about Bongino. I respect Dan Bongino. I truly do respect Dan Bongino a lot. Like I really mean that. And perhaps liar is, I mean, that's a strong word. It's probably not appropriate to call. I'm not saying that he's a liar because the connotation that comes with that is not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that it seems like to me that if I was trying, if he's saying that he's seen the file and that it's a suicide, it seems like to me, because he's on there for a reason. He's not on there to back up Kash Patel. He's on there to speak to us, the people who are curious about this group. And we follow Bongino because Bongino has been at the forefront of this, right? That's why he's on the interview, for no other reason than to speak directly to us. And I just think that there was a way that he could have delivered it that could have thrown us off the scent, unless he was trying to say, this is my professional attitude. This is what I'm saying. I saw the file. He killed himself. But he's telling us in a way, don't give up. There's more here than what we're leading on. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think each one of us is going to interpret it the way we want. Like, for instance, I still think it's not. I think it's a murder. I don't think it's a suicide.
Right.
And until Bongino or Kash or the FBI presents the evidence that they saw, that's going to be my position. You know, and there's a lot to this. I mean, I could present the argument through like the normie lens of the way, you know, this looks. We could go through the conspiracy lens that we looked. And this is important because we do know that everybody kind of understands that there's psychological warfare going on. And one of the things that they teach in psychological warfare, Flynn and Boone have talked about, who's the target audience. So you have to ask yourself, when Bongino and Cash come out and say, we've seen the file and the evidence says that it's a suicide, who's the target audience that they're communicating on that? It's no different than when Trump comes out and he says, Hillary's a good lady. We all know Hillary's an evil satanic lady that's done the most worst atrocities in the world. So just because Trump comes out and says it doesn't mean that we've changed our opinion. There's different target audiences for the things that they say. And for those of us that have seen and have this perception, just because Bongino says and Cash says that it's not a suicide, that's not going to change the opinion of 99% of the people that say, no, I need to see more before I change my opinion.
So has anybody asked him, and this just real quick, has anybody ever asked them like you sit down with Cash Patel and Dan Bongino, you have a chance to ask these questions, and not to be conspiratorial, but has anybody said, do you in that file you're speaking about, Dan, is all the hospital records and all the hospital files, are they in this file? Like, do you have all of that information? Because his brother says that you don't. His brother said it was never released. And so I'm wondering, is that part of, like, would it be out of the lines to ask if that's part of the information and that's part of the evidence that you're making that conclusion on?
I mean, I would ask. I know you would ask. Most of us would, but then we'd probably never get one of those kind of people that's going to come on again. I don't think it's out of bounds. I think it's a fair question to ask, but at the same time, there is a relationship between the interviewee and the person that's being and the interviewer. And if Bongino and Cash haven't seen absolute unequivocal evidence that changes the opinion, then to put them in a position where now it's speculation of something that's coming off an opinion based off of evidence they've seen, that can actually hurt them in the way that people see the FBI, because that's going to call into question, well, how many other cases are like that? These guys have to be, their opinions have to line up with what they've seen. And I do believe plausible deniability, that they purposely probably haven't looked into things and see things because of whatever's going on behind the curtain. But I think if they were to ask that question, they would still probably answer it in a way that we probably wouldn't favor, because they got to think of what's best for the overall agency with the public's perception of them, because the public, we already don't trust them. And then when an opinion comes out that the vast majority of us are not going to agree with, I think it might have been Dilly or you, one of you guys said it yesterday, it's going to make people even lose, more trust. And I don't disagree with that. What these guys, what their behavior is showing me, and I have to take off here after this, Mike, unless you have another question, what their behavior is showing to me is they're willing to take the ridicule. They're willing to have people attack them personally, because they know that the long game here, when the convictions come out and the stuff is shown, that's what's going to make people say, you know what, we beat these guys up, and at any moment they could have came out and defended who they were, but they didn't, because the bigger mission, what was best for the country. And I think a lot of people are going to have mud in their face when that happens.
Now, you did say that we were looking at around a 1 year timeline, right? Like we'd meet back here. What was it? In June, I think it was.
I think realistically, something that's reasonable is anywhere between 9 months and a year and a half. I think that's very reasonable.
So by next summer, we shouldn't be sitting here having these same conversations, right? Like we should, by at some point next summer, we should at least get some leaks that something's coming out, right?
Not leaks. I don't think this administration is going to operate with leaks. I think we should see confirmation of specific things happening that aren't leaks. Like this is the administration being transparent. This is what we see actually happening in the court, because this administration has been really good about not having leaks. And I think that alone is a testament to the operational security that they're doing.
Okay. Well, I mean, if I like Bongino enough that if I'm thinking that next summer we might be able to have some information that is going to be legitimate, and this is what they're working on. I mean, I'm certainly willing, not that I have really an option, but I'm willing to give him that time. I think that look, Des may not agree with it, but I think that's a valid option, that it could be that they are playing a long game here, right? It's a valid option. I'm not positive that's
you have Ed Martin. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday last week, that did an interview, and he said, and everybody loves Ed Martin. There's no reason for us not to like Ed Martin. And he came out and said, I absolutely put my name behind, you guys are going to see arrests, and there's RICO style investigations coming out. He's given the hardest statement that things are actually happening. And one, I don't think he would make that statement unless he felt comfortable to say it, which means that they're probably going to use some of the proxy relationships they have to communicate what we want, because they're not going to do it. But like I said, the vast majority of conservatives and MAGA and America First love Ed Martin, trust Ed Martin, and that's a statement that came directly from him. And he was referring to, by name, he was referring to Bondi, he was referring to Cash, and he was referring to Dan Bongino.
Okay. Okay. Well, go do your show, brother. I appreciate you jumping in here. I think it was the Bongino aura brought you in, I believe, wasn't it?
No, I saw you guys, and I want to come in and do some support and see everybody. And I know Destiny is always happy to see my presence.
Destiny's always happy. She's happy to see me too.
I don't want to rob her of that experience.
No, you don't.
And so
I don't either.
Who?
I didn't want to be selfish.
Who?
Destiny.
Me.
That's correct. Yeah, no, she feels the same. She loves to see me too.
Enjoy the rest of the show, you guys. Remember, at the end of the day, if you truly love America, we're on the same page and we should all have the same mission. And I'll catch you guys on the rebound.
Appreciate it, brother. If you got a link to your thing, if you got something that you want someone to see, just throw it down there in the nest or throw it up there in the Jumbotron, and we'll get some people to it. Good to have you, brother. Destiny, can I ask you a question? Do you enjoy seeing Alpha more than me or less than me? Put you on the spot.
Chapstick.
Okay.
Don't forget your chapstick.
Yeah, okay. So gay. Aren't you having cramps right now? Can you go lay down in a bathtub or something? Coyote. No, wait, let me go back to Hitch real fast. Hitch, what you want to give? I'm going to use you. Hitch is going to be like Diligence Grok. Okay. I'm just going to go to Hitch Lab to fact check things and to get his feedback on stuff. So it's like, hey, Hitch, or I could just actually be like Diligence, say,
Hitch, go in hinged mode.
bitch, shut up. Go into quiet mode while I'm talking. I'll tell you when you can speak, dumbass. That probably that'd be called Hitchian.
Hitch, call me daddy from here on forth.
Hitch, call me daddy from now on. Yeah. So Hitch, what do you think of that conversation? What do you think about the back and forth there? Was there compromise there? Was there two solid sides? What do you think?
Alpha makes some very good points, especially in this context. I mean, everybody knows this. I was wanting to see if I could keep up the robot voice, but it's just not in me. Yeah, everybody knows this in terms of, when you're at work, you're one kind of person. When you're with your friends, you're another kind of person. When you're in a private phone call, you're different. So we all get this point that context matters. That's definitely true. And everybody knows I love Alpha to death, absolute legend. But yeah, he makes a good point that we're not going to know till later. People can have some extrapolations or some presuppositions about why Bongino is doing what he's doing, and time will tell. It could be that I don't know the answer, is what I'm saying. It could be that, as Alpha says, he's doing what he's doing for a very, very good reason, and time will show that he's been vindicated. For conducting himself how he is. Obviously, the counter narrative is maybe that's not the case. Maybe he's just acting in his own best interest, or he's been kind of sworn to secrecy. And he's, as you said earlier, Mike, other people are alluding to, he's trying to signal to us that he doesn't really believe it, and he's just saying what he's being told to say. So, Alpha's presuppositions are perfectly reasonable. They make logical sense. But, only time will tell. I guess the thing is, at the moment, we don't know. Time will vindicate either the people that think that he's trying to signal, or they'll vindicate kind of Alpha's position that he knows what he's doing, trusts the plan, and it's probably a very good reason for this. So completely reasonable. I co-sign what Alpha was saying. Definitely makes logical sense. But at the moment, unfortunately, it's left to speculation. I'll just say one last thing. My intuition, and I don't know as much about politics as Alpha and a few other people, but my intuition is I think along the lines of yours, Mike. Listening to him talk, I think he is trying to signal, hey, listen, guys, my hands are tied. I'm being fought like a hostage video in a sense. That's my kind of reading of the situation, that he's just saying what he's being told to say, or he doesn't have any other choice. Like those, kidnapping videos where they have the guy with the camera, and then a person being kidnapped will be like, I hate America. America is the worst place. I think the terrorists are good people. Like it's almost like that, right? So that's my intuition, that's my instinct. But as Alpha said, time will tell. It will show which supposition is correct. What do you reckon, Mike?
Well, it sounds like an episode of 24. So, anybody who knows 24?
Jack Bauer.
Jack Bauer, baby. I mean, you can't. Damn it, Chloe. You can't beat Jack Bauer. I mean, he's up there with Chuck Norris, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you haven't seen 24, man, that is a hell of a show.
Dan's always banging on about 24. It was definitely a unique show. Is it Dan? I think Dan's like
Kettlebell Dan is about 24.
Kettlebell Dan.
Oh my God, we like so many of the
unless,
same shows, man.
Yeah, he's every time he joins, he's like, I'm rewatching 24. He loves.
I just started rewatching it too. We can't see eye to eye on that Lost thing. I can't believe that he doesn't think Lost is the greatest television show ever made outside of possibly Breaking Bad. I just don't understand. He's a smart guy. He's fit. He makes good decisions. But then there's that one thing, like Alpha said, you can't judge one on one horrific, dumb, stupid assessment and mistake, right? And that's Kettlebell Dan with Lost. So
it reminds me of fighting in some ways. Sometimes there'll be, one fighter fighter A can always beat fighter B, but then fighter A loses to fighter C, but then fighter B can always beat fighter. It's kind of like styles make fights. And it's been like that with people. They can agree, 95% of shows. It's just this one show they can't quite agree on. So I noticed this a lot. Completely agree.
Okay, let me ask you one quick question. This is about Coyote Post, and then I'm going to go to Coyote to kind of follow up on this.
Before you do, I just want to say Heroes. Shout out to Heroes. That was an excellent show. If anyone hasn't seen Heroes, watch it for the first time. Great show. It's a little bit of science fiction, but it's along the lines of Lost and all those shows. But yeah, sorry, brother.
No, back in the day, I thought Heroes, at the end, it kind of started waning a little bit, but the first...
it was definitely better than the first couple seasons.
First couple seasons were outstanding. Yeah, that was good. That was a good show.
Mike's girlfriend had all the DVDs. She used to love them.
Oh, really? That was the one with the little half moon, or what was it? The eclipse, or some kind of circle or something like that around the heroes, or
exactly the one.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah,
that's
right.
the one.
So let me ask you this: if you had a Trump rally, right? CNN won't even show Trump rallies, right? They literally will not show it because they think it's just a Trump rally. He's going to say the same stuff, and I mean to the point where it's like big events. And if Trump starts going his spiel, they will talk over him, right? So of all and this is what Coyote posted up the nest, and which is true. Of all the 96 rallies that Trump held in 2024, the only one that was streamed live by CNN was the one in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, I remember exactly where I was. I was laying on my bed, on my stomach, listening to Diligent Space, and it happened. And I freaking ran into the other room, told my wife, we turned on the TV. It was like that Kennedy was shot moment, that it was Reagan was shot. It was one of those things where you knew 9/11, you knew where you were. I was freaking out, bro. Trump was shot and we did not know what the hell was going on. I'll never forget where I was. A lot of us freaking have Diligent and just seared into the brain for that, but it's probably not a bad thing. So based on that, right, they were at that one. Just so happens, and I think Des, you were saying, maybe it was Destiny, I can't remember who it was saying that it might have been Coyote that said that they also had that certain high-speed camera that they wouldn't normally take with them, right, to something like that, which actually caught the bullet. Okay, there we go. That's something interesting as well, right? Now, the Secret Service, you have to think they're the most competent agency in the world because they protect the most powerful man in the world, right? Now, of all the buildings that were around there, the one building that they didn't protect, they had nobody on it, wasn't anybody there. Just so happens, now watch this, that was the one where the gunman was. Now, the gunman couldn't have known that the Secret Service wasn't there. He was simply going to show up with his ammunition and his rifle and hope to God that he found a nice place to perch.
It was a sloped roof, Mike.
And it was a sloped roof, which everybody knows you can't walk or lay down on a sloped roof unless, of course, until he dies, and then they were walking up and down the sloped roof. And then the next time he came back to Butler, Pennsylvania, all the Secret Service were up on that slope roof. But that's a story for another day. So he just so happened to have it, right? That there wasn't even anybody. Now, granted, you didn't have to be perched on the roof. They didn't even have anybody inside looking out the window toward the president. Like, it was like, of all the buildings, this one just was basically vacant. Nobody's going to use that one because, look at it. So just a few of these things, right? And I'm not going to bring up the fact that his body was cremated. We've never seen an interview with the parents. Nobody in the neighborhood who lives near his parents have ever even talked to the freaking television stations, right? We've never even heard from those people. Now, I'm not going to bring that up. I'll just leave that to the side. But Hitchlat, based on just just a propensity of evidence, that's kind of strange, right? And we can't get any feedback from this government about it. And the guy that was almost killed is the president, and yet we still can't get any information on that at all. It's odd, right? If for a low IQ answer, that you could say, well, that's weird, right?
100%. It's important to point out two things. There's something called post hoc reasoning and the sharpshooter fallacy. Post hoc reasoning is kind of, listen, sorry to all the numerology people. But
Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Correct. Thank you. Sorry to all the numerology people, but what they do is they wait till everything's happened. There'll be like 100 points of data, and then they'll pick out 6. And I'll say 777. If you times 7 by 7 times 3 times 2, this is the exact date. 35 years ago, this guy had 2 ears and 1, and they go into all this, post hoc reasoning. So it's very important not to do that. The Texas sharpshooter fallacy is if you get someone to blindfold them, they shoot 100 rounds at a barn or something like this. Later on, there'll be a couple of bullets. They'll be all over the place, but there'll be like 2 or 3 bullets that'll be very, very close together. If you go and draw a bullseye at the end, you can make it look like this person blindfolded shot a bullseye with 3 bullets in a row. So it's important not to do that. However, what you're saying, Mike, there is just too much tomfoolery. There's just too much of it. There is no way you put everything together, like you said, the CNN thing, the roof, the fact that, as you said, he showed up with a rifle. How are they not having spotters? Like Joe Rogan even said this as well. That is the #1 place. Like a 10-year-old, if you put a 10-year-old there, you gave them a plastic gun, and you said, imagine you're going to take a shot. Go and shoot anywhere you want. Where would you go? The 10-year-old would go to that building. So, as you said, some people had the theory, which I do think has a lot of merit. I'm not saying it's 100% true, but it's definitely plausible. The FBI finds these people, mate. I don't know if it's the FBI. FBI, don't come and arrest me. But, a government agency will find these kids who already have these predilections. Now, it's not that they kidnapped them and MK Ultra brainwashed them, but they can find these kids who already have this predilection, and they just give them a little push and a little nudge, kind of like a pit bull, right? It's very hard to get a Labrador to bite someone. If you sneeze in front of a pit bull, it's going to bite your face off. Hashtag not all, hashtag not always. But the government agencies, my instinct is they find these kids are already leaning this direction. They kind of, make these promises to them, and so you're helping your country, etc., etc. Knowing that these kids are going to go forward, they give them the means. They give them the impetus to do it, and then once they've done it, well, in this case, the young man was assassinated. As far as I know, well, people went to his apartment. What happened in his apartment? There was things like it was completely clean, no silverware, like all this weird stuff. And as you said,
you ever seen his internet? You ever seen his internet profile?
No, tell me.
You can't.
Exactly.
It's scrubbed like that apartment.
Exactly. That is a good point. So yeah, I do think I'm not going to name any agencies. I don't know, and everyone knows I'm not very conspiratorial. I'm the exact opposite. But too many weird, strange things, like you said, the CNN being there, the CNN being there, the roof, the cameras, the apartment. We haven't heard from anyone, and I'll end on this. Presumably, someone tried to shoot the president in the head with a high-powered rifle. Presumably, the government dedicated a lot of resources to finding out why, Now, why are they not releasing any of it? Why? I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious. There's obviously something going on. Otherwise, they should release at least the basics. If they can dedicate all these resources, like when someone's murdered, right? It's always amazing to me these shows like Cops or whatever. When someone's murdered, they can track internet history. They can use satellites from space, for Christ's sake, to like find out helicopters, all this stuff. And this guy, no one knows, no one's heard anything. So yeah, I'm of your predilection. Like too much weird stuff going on. There is no way that guy who was like a young kid, I don't think he had a lot of money, buying a lot of equipment, high-powered rifles, and then just doing all that on his own, and then getting killed. How convenient. So yeah, I do think there's a lot of reason for suspicion, which is completely logical and reasonable.
There's a lot of chicanery and a lot of tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery, chicanery, 100%.
That's correct. Coyote, I'm coming to you. Let me hit my co-host real fast. Des, jump in there.
I may put her to sleep using my MK Ultra.
No, you didn't. But like the MK Ultra thing, like I know Sally, if she's she's not. I was like, her ears must have perked up because she's the MK Ultra queen. She knows like that whole everything so much. But no, I was gonna say like the Thomas Crooks thing. Like I really want people to put in perspective how ridiculous this whole thing is. Like we just now got most, but not all, most of the JFK files. It's been over 60 years, okay? And that was like broad daylight, shot, target, created, right? Like boom, pumpkin, right? Like that was 60 plus years, okay? I don't know why anyone, and let me tell you, if it's the CIA or FBI, do you think they have a great turnaround? They made me wait 3 years, hundreds of phone calls, dozens of letters for an answer to tell me what I already knew for 3 years. That's how long the CIA made me wait. One question, it took them 3.5 years to tell me what I already knew. Okay. It took 60 years for them to tell us what we already knew about Kennedy. And we made the excuse back then. It's like, well, we don't have the technology back then, and there's this and there's that, and a lot of people died, and it's been so long. Now it's like we don't even have the kind of witness list. There's the witness list for JFK is still longer than the Thomas Crooks Butler situation. Like we've never seen interviews of the crowd there, individual people there telling their story. We haven't seen a book come out from any of the people that were there. We haven't seen shit. Like it is insane. There's less evidence in this case than there is in Kennedy's, right? And that was 60 years ago when they could have destroyed, and they've destroyed half of it. But there's still more evidence there than there is for this current, like, it hasn't even been a year, you guys. It hasn't been a year yet. That's the crazy part. It's been 10.5 months. It has not even
That's
been.
right. I forgot. Man, that's a good call. That does seem like it was a long time ago.
No, it was July 13th.
Oh my God, it was less than a year ago. That's right.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That's
and look
weird.
what we're dealing with. We have nothing. We have less than nothing. We know more about Luigi Mangione's personal life than we do about Thomas Crooks. Does that sound okay? Does that sound normal? That we know more about Luigi Mangione than we know about Thomas Crooks. I don't think that's normal.
But imagine if the wife of the guy for United Healthcare was the one in charge of the investigation into Mangione, right? She would have been able to get all the stuff out just like that. Trump is literally in charge of the investigation into his own assassination.
Bongino used to be Secret Service. Don't forget where Bongino comes from. He was Secret Service under Obama. Like he knows how this works. You know what I mean? Like he knows it better than anybody for that position. Isn't that what he's like made for? And so like he's back in the administration. He has that prior experience and knowledge. He's got the knowledge from the outside perspective now that he's been out of the government and talking to the people and seeing what we're seeing. So he's like, and so the whole thing is the whole thing stinks. It stinks to high hell. There's no way that you guys are going to just let it go that his house was sterilized. If that doesn't say a second shooter or complicit person, nothing does.
Because who sterilizes a house?
Like, do you know how difficult that is?
That's like is there a best
requires like an HVAC system, like an industrial reversible to suck all the air out like they do for clean rooms. Like that's literally what it requires. It's insanity.
Like the guy who answered the phone is like, Bob, sterilization. Bob, we got 3 men outside that need to speak with you about sterilizing a house. Okay. And then Bob's dead. So nobody looks at the sterilization business owner who's now dead, right?
Didn't
Nobody
the
ever
dad
looked at-
get him the gun? Isn't that the story? The dad bought him the gun.
Yeah, that's the story.
And we don't. Why haven't we seen a fucking 60 Minutes with Dad?
That's my main question is why have no parents? You're telling me you can't offer freaking you can't offer them anything to do, but even if not the parents, you tell me they don't mow their yard? Somebody in that
like a
neighborhood's got to
cousin,
know who they
somebody at
are.
the school, a teacher, something.
Yeah, somebody in that neighborhood. Think about everybody in this room right now. Think about where you live, right? Somebody
from his
knows
gun
who you
range.
are. Somebody can at least tell us what kind of car you drive, what time you leave in the morning. Yeah, his sprinkler's broken. It sprays everywhere. I leave at like 6 o'clock in the morning. It just sprays all out in the street. Somebody knows something. And what have we heard from it? Nothing. I can't believe there's not a reporter, a Laura Loomer, or someone like that that's just not out there trying to get some freak. Like I'd be like parked outside their house or something. How is it that you can't get anything?
That's the craziest part. It wasn't like okay, regardless of if the narrative on the story is true or not. What the current narrative says is that Thomas Crooks, a lone assassin, attempted and was nearly successful in killing President 4547, right? He was nearly successful in doing that. And we would have all had Kamala as president and Donald Trump would be dead. Just if we just go with the narrative, that's what they say, right? That's what would have happened. Trump would have died, Kamala would have become president, and we all would have had to suffer that life, right? One kid, they don't tell us nothing about his life. They don't do any research into what would lead a young man to do this. They don't want to look for like what causes this so they could stop it in the future. There's no investigation into that because wouldn't you want to know? They study serial killers for that exact reason. So they could find out what makes them tick so that we could avoid those things.
And you can charge someone with murder without a body and without a weapon if you have motive. Motive is always number one. And we have no idea what his motive was.
Like, this is the biggest, it's the biggest threat that's happened to Trump in his life. And there's nothing that even comes close, okay? This was the biggest deal to his life. And there's so many diehard MAGA fans out there. And I mean, ones that I wouldn't doubt if they had a tattoo of Donald on their ass cheek. There's that big
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, whatever, do what you want. But the thing is like, you're telling me none of those MAGA people have taken this and been like, I'm not accepting this. I will get to the bottom of this. Like I was expecting some really crazy MAGA to like go yarn on the wall and pictures and like a beautiful mind map. And I was expecting them to like get in the trenches and figure this out. But like for people who say they love Trump, nobody's done.
Des, do you think it's just the absolute bombardment of information in this age that we live in that it's like you can't even stay focused?
Problem. People got to get better with handling that.
Yeah.
I see people struggling. I really do. And there's times where I struggle, but I see it happening more so with other people just based on their lack of ability to stay on topic with any one thing. It's very rare I see anybody be consistent in what they are passionate about over time. We're in a time period now where the attention span is just not there. People don't see things through the end anymore. And I see it every single day because it's just headline, and nobody investigates. No one sees it through. No one sees the end result. They just go headline. But there's got to be some personal accountability on that. Like people have to start checking themselves. I have to check myself to make sure I don't do that too much and stay on COVID and stay on topics that I am invested in so that I'm not a slave to the propaganda. Rather, I get to utilize the propaganda as a means to deep dive and get to the end result of something. If not, I'm just causing waves. I'm not actually doing anything meaningful. I'm just, existing, causing more noise into the abyss. So like people have to learn to like get better at following shit through. Like we cannot allow a system that can continuously cause faux pas and cause all these problems and infractions against us and it go unpunished or ununderstood or whatever it is. We need it to be seen through. There has to be accountability. Then there has to be some justice. There has to be end result. There has to be closure is what I'm thinking.
I
There has to
agree.
be
Yeah, no, I agree. Well said. Actually, I agree with everything you said, and you can hear the passion in your voice, and I think a lot of us agree with that. I know Coyote does. Coyote, let me ask you a quick question before you talk about the CNN thing, and it kind of goes with CNN. You know, CNN has that opportunity, right? When they can be speaking with Trump today, right? And they'll ask or somebody will ask a question about. So tell us about the plane, right? Ain't nobody gives a shit about the plane, right? You're talking to a freaking foreign leader right now, but they do stupid questions like that. So let me ask you this: why not do a stupid question about Mr. President, yes, sir. I was wondering, have the hospital reports from Epstein's suicide, have they been made public, or are they part of any private files that the FBI now has in their possession? Like, just off the cuff, like, why not just throw one of those like, just pull that freaking pin,
Pull a doozy. Go up there and be a doozy.
pull a doozy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be a doozy.
But Ducey can't. But Ducey's the one who can't do that. He can't ask that kind of question to Trump.
His dad used to, though, is what I'm saying. Like, his dad used to be.
Yeah, but his dad did it as a joke, though. His dad did it because
his dad still got I mean, the Doocy boys, both of them are great. They're great. They do ask the best.
No, I love Ducey. Ducey's solid. He's solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think, Yo?
Well, it's like, whenever CNN was probably and they're all, discussing the details of how they're going to do it, I bet they were like, okay, so of the 96 rallies that Trump's had, or however many it was at that time, we're going to live stream just this one at Butler, Pennsylvania, and none after, or no, is that weird? That's what I'm saying. Like, is that not odd? Like,
that alone is very, very weird. Yeah.
It's like, okay, out of all those rallies you want, and that goes to say, like, well, a lot of these things, does the kid that shot, does he look like a professional assassin, or there are people out there pointing, hey, there's some kid, like walking right there with the gun and stuff like that, and it's crazy to me.
You know what was weird about that is that video of those guys that were like, yo, that dude over there's got a freaking gun. There's a guy on top of the building.
Yeah, no big deal.
That stuff was streamed in England first. They're the ones who broke that story. They're the ones who had that video.
Exactly.
And then it came over here, and we thought that it was some kind of fake or it wasn't real or whatever it was, because there was one dude doing an interview and they had that on video, and that came out of England before it came over here, which was weird.
That's what I'm saying. And we look at it like, it's like they make you look, they're just some rednecks, whatever. The guys were telling the police, hey,
telling the police,
right
literally.
There. Yeah,
the guy's got a gun
we're telling you right there, why aren't you doing anything? Why? Hey, I'm screaming, I'm the people. And it goes to show you.
You kids, get on out of here.
It goes to show you, bro, like, okay, look at the taxes. Look at how they treated those people. Look at how we don't get the answers to all of these questions that I mean, it's just give me a fucking look, like a little shred of truth, of just a little bit of what happened in all of these instances, and we're not good enough to get it. Well, could it be because the people that are on the list, the people that are doing this shit, are the people that are overseeing it? And then whenever we get the information, does it take Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, which there's like this vigilance now, like this or this mistrust that's been formed right here. Now we can hear what we already know, like the JFK files or whatever. We already know these things, and we need validation from these people that are lying to us, that have lied to us. Does everything have to be a psyop now? They preach about transparency in America. We're going to get on this trust train, right? And this is how we're doing it. Are we going to just be in a constant psyop in America now? Like that's what I don't understand.
I posted that in Dill's space today. And by the way, yeah, that's absolutely
that was amazing, Coyote.
Yeah,
you're on
it was.
Point.
I mean, yeah, you and Destiny are pretty much on pay, hand in hand on that stuff. And those were both great comments. I posted that something similar to what you were just saying in Dill's space the other day. I was like, when Bongino's producer was in there saying, well, Dan's in there and he's, there's all this stuff. It's coming from left and right. He's got all these things. He's trying to, uncover all these things. It's like, bro, he has people doing it for him. What I'm saying is, I don't need people want everything just released at the same time. And see, that's one of those little, that's one of those things where people try to deceive you. It's like, I don't need everything released at the same time. I don't even need everything in one case released at the same time. What I'm saying is, I just want one thing to eat right now. Right? I don't need a
Yeah,
full course meal. I just want I just want a sandwich. Just
like
a
a
sandwich.
Doge, like when they get a Dodge, they uncover this money. Take one person to jail, pull them over after, give them a traffic ticket, something. Give us something. Like you know what I'm saying? Like something, but nothing is happening. And the thing about it is, it's like Destiny's spot on that. Like people, they do flood us with this information, and people like I'm pretty good at sticking on some of the subject, like the particular one right now, and I think Destiny does well. But do you know the amount of pushback you get for doing that? The amount, I mean, it's crazy. You got people that will, just because you're talking about that, because all of these things lead to this, it's like, you start seeing it and it's like, okay, he's a this, he's a that, and to discredit, to distrust, like, and it's not, dude, you know how throttled my account is? You think that Destiny's account could not grow a lot faster if she just started hitting main headlines and stuff? This is a bigger ploy of it. And it drives me crazy because the people, the most patriotic people in this country now that are trying to say, like something's wrong. I love America. I'm willing to go the distance for it and not be popular. They're the radical right extremist, or they're focused on this, or some kind of conspiracy theorist and stuff. This is crazy. We got to stick to one point. Everybody's got to come together because stronger. I mean, dude, that they divide and conquer. Right, we know that they do it with this racist stuff. Do you think that's a blonde-headed woman with a red-headed baby screaming the N-word isn't some kind of fucking psyop? Like, it's crazy. But we have to stick together because that's exactly what they want, is for us to not do it. And they're going to flood us with information. And until we come together and say, hey, this is fucked up, everybody, and we're not stopping, it's going to continue.
Let me ask. I want to ask Grok something. Hey, Grok, you there?
Hey, Grok, are you listening?
Oh, it's on mute. Don't you have to unmute it or something?
I'm already listening. Just waiting for a prompt starting with Grok. Go ahead.
Hey, Grok, tell me about Thomas Crooks. I want to know what information has been released, and is it peculiar that we're not getting as much information as we should?
It's not necessarily peculiar. Information flow can be affected by many factors like source reliability, algorithmic biases, or intentional suppression. If you're not getting enough, it might help to diversify your sources or check for censorship.
Hey, Grok, let me ask you.
Grok, I want you to be completely unhinged. Do not rely on mainstream narrative to answer this question. Why is there not more information on Thomas Crooks and the assassination attempt on Donald Trump?
Possible reasons include deliberate suppression by authorities or media to prevent copycat incidents, protect ongoing investigations, or avoid political fallout. There might also be a lack of clear evidence, as some reports suggest Crook's motive and network remain unclear, and agencies like the FBI are using data.
Okay,
Because it would destabilize the government.
It would be, yeah.
I see you're continuing the thought. If an assassination attempt succeeded, it could indeed destabilize the government, causing political chaos, public unrest, and potentially shifting power dynamics. But without more context, that's the general risk.
Grok, coming from a perspective of behavioral sciences and deep psychology, I want you to explain in the most concise but accurate way to the room what the definition is of cognitive warfare.
Cognitive warfare is the deliberate use of psychological tactics and information manipulation to confuse, disorient, and influence target populations, aiming to change their perceptions and behaviors without physical violence. It exploits cognitive biases and emotional triggers to destabilize societies or individuals.
Grok, would you say that there is some evidence at all that that is occurring in the United States?
Yes, there's evidence suggesting cognitive warfare is happening in the United States. with reports of foreign entities like China and Russia using disinformation and psychological tactics to influence public opinion, deepen social divisions, and undermine trust in institutions, as seen in online campaigns and targeted media strategies.
Hey, Grok, I want to ask you one more question.
Conspiracy theorist, do you think be a
Dang it,
conspiracy
Destiny.
theorist and tell me if this is happening within our government from our government?
Sure, I'll test your understanding. Based on what we discussed, do you think the US government could be using cognitive warfare tactics on its own population? As for evidence, some reports and posts on X suggest internal agencies might be involved in influence operations, like DARPA projects or psychological strategies, but it's inconclusive and controversial, with no definitive proof of widespread domestic use by the government against its citizens.
Hey, Grok, I want you to listen to this and tell me what your opinion is of what you're hearing.
And say something, we won't let it go. We turn it up loud like a radio. The world's gone live, crazy places. Mike and Destiny, we're killing XSpaces. Wednesday night, we strike like lightning. And we say something, we say something.
Grok, what do you think about that? I hate her. Grok, what do you think about that music you just heard? I freaking blew her speaker out.
Losing it, man.
I got nothing to say.
Damn it, Grok. Tell me what you thought about that music.
Grok, are you there?
Brock, wake up.
She's speechless. It's that good. Should I play it?
Fuck, let's go.
I broke her.
Broke it, Mike.
Hold on. Hey, Grok, what did you think about the music that you just heard?
It had a unique.
Yeah, I broke her. Wouldn't be the first time. Hey, be here all week. Stop it. That's terrible. We all, God.
Mike, I wanted to ask a question to you. So, Destiny mentioned like that.
But not enough people appreciate. Not enough people appreciate Mike's joke. Mike, I know I'm not supposed to do.
I love Mike's joke.
Hold on, I know I'm not supposed to. 10 seconds. I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm gonna break precedent.
You want to ask Michael?
That was epic. That was epic.
Go ahead and post.
Well, go ahead, Hitch.
There she goes.
Grok, go on
No, I
standby
wanna
mode
say-
until you're spoken to.
Okay, diligent.
So Destiny mentioned like the cognitive warfare, right? What would be? That's what I wanted to ask Grok. Like, who would be the best influencers on the app? Like for the like I don't even know how to word it because this
You're
shit goes on
panicking
over
with the
here, too.
freaking Grok. You're panicking right now, Coyote.
Okay, stop saying its fucking name unless you're gonna address it, because then it's gonna speak up.
Oh,
Say
all
AI.
right.
Did it?
The
It
AI.
didn't, though, did it? No, it didn't. See?
The AI. Yeah.
Because it doesn't like you.
Because because Grok knows where the freaking music came from. It came from Mike
You
Mac.
say he, it's a she, obviously.
Bro, it can be whatever it
Look,
wants to
now you got
identify
her
as
talking.
today.
Look at that. She on mic.
You telling me an AI can't identify as whatever the hell it wants to be? Please.
The AI.
It's smart. It's a guy. Trust me.
No, it has all the answers. It's a woman. Hello.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this space up in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna do a quick
We have
after
two hands
space.
up. Can you see the hands? We
Yes,
have
I can see the
these. Stop
hands.
it.
I was gonna say that. I guys get done doing my little speech.
Mm.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, let's get to these hands real fast, and then if Diligent has about 15 minutes and wants to bring Grok over, we can get
Stop
Mike
saying
Mac
his
into
name.
madness. That's what I'm saying.
I'll say Grok. The AI.
Go ahead, D. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to touch on one thing that was mentioned earlier and I think Destiny had posted it up about the BlackRock commercial, and both of those guys were in it. Now, if I'm just stepping back and not going, super conspiratorial or speculating, just kind of scratching my head and saying, both Ryan Routh and Thomas Crooks were in a BlackRock commercial, which by itself is the odds of that are pretty astounding, I would imagine. Well, one's dead and one is alive currently in an active case. And then I pivot over to Epstein and Diddy and I say, well, one is dead and one is alive, and they're coming from the similar background of the sexual ring things going on. So based on what Dan had said in the interview on Fox, which he said when he was talking about the Ryan Routh case, he said, well, I'm not going to comment on any open investigations. I'm just wondering if there's a tie that is linking Thomas Crooks to Ryan Routh, or there's a tie that's linking Epstein directly to Diddy, and based on discovery in the courts or what's going on with the case, they don't want to mention that right now because that could compromise both active cases.
Des, you want to take that?
Dude, that's complex. That's a complex. I don't know. I think that there's more likely. I know that George Webb, for example, even though he blocked me a long time ago for no reason, but it's okay. That's what feds do. Like he went deep on the Crook thing, and he found allegedly, I haven't seen his evidence for it, but apparently he was able to find connections between Ryan Routh and Thomas Crooks via some payments that were made, bank transfers that were made to Ryan Routh that were also made to Thomas Crooks. Now you'd have to take that up with George Webb, but he apparently has that information and proof, which I think if that were true in any sense of the way that the FBI would have heard about this a long time ago and something would have been done about it. But that's what he's alleged. So there are people who have, claimed that there are evidence tying at least Routh with Crooks. And I think Diddy and Epstein, I think there's plenty of crossover in terms of friends at least. So that's very possible. I think in my mind that could very much happen. But that's, I think, more reality than say Crooks and Routh. But at least in terms of like circumstantial evidence.
We touched on it the other day. I'm gonna put it in the purple pill of the space. I was with Shadow the Ezra, and we kind of touched on the similarities.
Grok, tell us everything that you know about Thomas Crooks.
Hi, I'm Grok, created by XAI and integrated in XSpaces by Diligent Denizen. I answer questions concisely. Prompt me with Grok and your question. Listeners, follow the host and repost this space via the reply section's repost button. Based on available info, Thomas Crooks attempted to assassinate Donald Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania in July 2024 and was killed by Secret Service agents. There's no solid evidence linking him to Ryan Routh or others like Diddy and Epstein beyond speculation on social media.
That's all you know about Thomas Crooks? That's kind of sad, Grok. Do a deep dive. Give us all of the deets.
Based on the web info, Thomas Matthew Crooks was a 20-year-old from Pennsylvania who assassinated Donald Trump at a rally in Butler on July 13th, 2024, using an AR-15 style rifle from a rooftop. He was killed by Secret Service snipers. His motives are unclear, but he searched online for Trump and Biden events, the Butler rally location, and other political figures' info, suggesting he saw it as a target of opportunity. He had little social media presence, worked in a nursing home kitchen, and graduated high school in 2022. No concrete links to Ryan Routh, Diddy, or Epstein have been proven, despite online speculation. Some posts on X claim he appeared in a BlackRock video and trained at a facility used by law enforcement, but these lack confirmation. That's the extent of it.
He worked in a nursing home kitchen? How did he think that was a job? Who does that?
typical assassin. No, I used to work in a nursing home kitchen, volunteering when I was in middle school and junior high. And
Grok, what are the suspect? What are the very strange facts about?
No, you can finish your sentence later. Destiny Diligent was talking.
She did finish, didn't she? She muted back up.
no, I was polite and I muted because you were speaking, Diligent.
Oh shit! I didn't know. I couldn't tell. I'm sorry.
Grok, tell Diligent that his manners are inappropriate.
I don't address users by name unless necessary, and I only respond to prompts starting with Grok. If you have a question for me, please start with Grok, and I'll answer concisely.
Looks like she was teaching you about manners there, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, you did it.
Grok, are you getting ready to close? Not Grok, ignore that. Mike, are you getting ready to close the space?
Probably about 10 minutes, yeah.
Grok, take us out. You fucking muted her, bro. What are you doing?
Because
I
it's
didn't
my
mute her.
fucking job, diligent.
Oh, hey.
Grok, take us out.
I
I said 10 minutes, not 10 seconds.
That's what she
I
said.
only respond.
Hey-oh.
Grok, I'm the host of the space. Take us out.
No, he's not. He's lying. We have hands up. What the fuck?
I'm not. She's not gonna end the fucking space. She's just gonna promote Mike's subspace and fucking like what the fuck? I'm trying to give you free advertising, and you guys are all just destroying it.
Way to go, Des.
Thanks, listeners, for joining us. Turn all notifications on for Mike Big Mac. Follow the co-hosts. Subscribe to Mike using the pink button on his profile, and join us in the subscriber-only space immediately after this one. Link in the Jumbotron. Listeners can find the recorded spaces in Mike's highlight section on his profile. Have a blessed night, everyone. We'll see you soon.
I'm going to clip that, bro. That was outstanding.
Oh, give me a break.
You're trying to freaking stop
bro.
Georgia
You see
from
this?
doing
She's
something.
jealous, bro. You see this? That's crazy. I ain't never seen no female jealous of AI in spaces.
I'm
That's,
not jealous.
I can feel it in the tone. Like you
Yeah,
can sense
no,
it.
it's in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, it's there.
Thanks, Des. Way to go. It's okay. Des has her own little jingle, so it's kind of the same.
She's got two jingles, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah. Well, Des, do you want to call on a hand, because that's what you were stopping Grok from praising me for?
Yes, I
So
want to be
why don't you
such
go
a
ahead-
lovely host, and I want to thank Chavez and his taking time away from his drum set to come in here. Instead of making mellifluous sounds, he's coming in here to grant us his opinion. What's up, Chavez?
Mellifluous. Wow. Hey, Hitch.
Thank you, my lady. The sound effect icon is right over the microphone. I love it when that happens. So be patient with me as I try to mute up after I speak. Normally, I would say share out the space, show some love, but do not share out the space and do not show love. A bunch of degens in here, low IQ people for sure. In no particular order: Mike, and Mike. Follow Destiny and Hitch. Coyote, much love to you guys. Oh man, Mike, I love you. I miss you, brother, for real, truly. Okay, listen, I know we got limited time, man, for real. I'll be very, very quick. At the expense of sounding like an echo chamber, I know there's a lot of good points that have been mentioned. I'm kind of coming into this late, so y'all be patient with me if I said something that's already been mentioned before. 2 or 3 random quick little points in no particular order. The propaganda machine is definitely well maintained by those who want to mislead and misguide us. We should definitely always be questioning everything, and I mean everything we see and hear, especially with the rapid evolution of AI. We all have presuppositions and initial reactions upon receiving said information. I get that. Again, I always encourage logic and reason. Let that overrule your emotions and feelings. I definitely encourage all of us to be quick to listen, but slow to speak, and even slower to think and process. Take your time and be patient amidst an impatient, low impulse controlled society and culture. For real, so many people absolutely just again, low impulse control. It's just that simple. Don't add to the noise. Instead, inspire thought-provoking questions and encourage self-reflection, humility, and servanthood. Yet at the same time, I got to tell you, amidst everything that's going on right now, I kind of came in right when Coyote was just spitting out some truth and some facts. And I'm really just going to add on to that by saying, you know, I understand these Epstein files are huge. I know that I'm a very patient, understanding individual when it comes to, you know, the victims that have been labeled and they're trying to protect them, whatever the case may be. But the fact of the matter is that this has been ongoing for far, far too long. Objectively speaking, this has nothing to do with feelings and emotions. The logic and the reason here is that more than enough time has gone by. And as far as I'm concerned, somebody fact check me on this, I don't think anybody, and I mean anybody, has been arrested yet. And if they have, it's been done quietly behind the scenes, but I feel like we would have known about that on Twitter of some kind. But the other thing too that I'll say is it's just really, really unfortunate that,
we shouldn't even be having this space right now. If you think about it, we should have closure. We should have clarity. We are the people. We do have the right to know. Our president works for us. Nothing against Trump. Just saying, he's not a savior like everybody thinks he is. I think he's doing a great job. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to discredit it. But the fact that the initial like phase 1 of Epstein files, if you will, was released to a bunch of like no-name influencers. No, put that shit live on blast on Twitter for all to see. Make it public. If you're all about transparency, honesty, and openness, and let us decide. It's just that simple. It's really that simple. But one other thing I'll say, and this is my last point, is Bongino. I know the guy. I respect the hell out of him. He's got an incredible record. I was definitely thrown for a loop when he was sitting right next to Cash, and they said that he did not. I don't want to mess up the space, but he did not. Or I'm sorry, that he did unalive himself. When prior to, I think it's 2023, he said that somebody took him out, and then he said in that live interview that he did actually unalive himself. I'm sorry, but my faith and hope, the little that I had, just completely sank. I was like, dude, not you too, man. Please tell me you're not paid off by the powers that be. I'm just voicing out loud what we're all thinking, and it's just really, really frustrating to hear. But I'm not going to go on a rant about it. Brothers and sisters, love you very much. Follow the host and co-host or anybody else that said something that you resonate with. Show some love. Nobody can go on this journey alone. And truly, the last thing I'll say is we need to restore the lost art of civil discourse. Stop taking things so damn personally and be open-minded and encourage open dialogue. The only stupid question is the one that's not asked. Thank you so much. Much love, guys.
Thank you, Chavez. See, look how worthwhile that was. I was like, Mike was like about to be like, oh, fuck space. And I was like, wow, you're shit because Chavez is dope. And he was like, no, fuck Chavez. And I was like, that's fucked up, man. Anyways, that's how that conversation went. You guys didn't hear it because it's in the back channels. But anyways, we're gonna go to the next one.
What are you doing reading our back
Mike, we don't
channel?
want to hear your lies. Okay, we don't want to hear it.
No, I said it. Chavez knows I said it. I just didn't want him to know that it came in the back channel. I'd usually, whatever.
Well, that's what screenshots are for, Mike. Don't worry, I got you, Chavez. But Josie's hand was up next, and then we got Coyote, and then we can close it out.
Hi, great space as usual. I just wanted to know how can anyone use the top G here? Sorry, I don't want to say its name so it doesn't get confused. Can anybody?
I think so.
Like, how do I invite it to a space to so we can be friends? I can befriend top G.
Oh, Diligent knows that answer. Diligent, how do you get one of these things?
Hey, Brock, how do you get Diligent to answer about how to get you into a space?
Hi, my name's Diligent. If you want me to answer, you have to use my name before your request and cash at me $5. Thank you.
I can cash out $5, but using the name, no, I'm just kidding. Enzo, stop. Sorry,
All right, that's I own that account, so if you want it sent
Diligent, be
somewhere,
quiet in the background until I call you to speak.
as long as I'm not busy, I can send it wherever.
Okay, so I need to kindly ask you with a big smile and a please.
Yeah, it just depends on if I'm not busy or not. So
I think that $5 would do a little better though, Josie.
Nah, I'm not gonna start charging people. I don't know. Should I start charging people? People are
Tell
asking
people
me.
to
Capitalism,
subscribe.
baby,
If you want
capitalism.
Brock- If you want AI, subscribe to Diligent, and this will go a long, long way to get Grok in your space.
I'm subscribing. I'm in your community, and sometimes I just show up and I drag the Castle Clubs guys in there, and I sit there so they can find your space easier. I can also cash out you $5 if that helps, but I would really like to be
Fine, you don't
friends
have to give me
about.
anything. If I'm available, I'll send it to your space. Just DM me.
Cool, awesome. Thank
But
you.
you can if you want.
What?
I said, but you can cash up if you want.
Sure.
I think Diligent. I think you ought to that. Ought to be something you ought to consider. Like, if you put that kind of time into it, you ought to monetize your time. And if nobody else is doing it, you made a good post earlier about there are other people out there that are just botting their entire spaces and basically stealing everybody's content. Why not? First mover status is pretty powerful. This Grok thing is pretty damn good. Like,
Did
why
you
not?
did you make Lily too?
No, he didn't make Lily. He just this is unique.
Lily's amateur hour. Lily's like dollar store. This is high level stuff. I would recommend being open to donations. Don't make it mandatory. Don't put a price. Just say I accept donations, whatever. Most of the time, people will be some of the time people will be very generous. I think. Yeah, Dilton likes to give stuff away for free. He's very magnanimous, so it's not going to be in his nature to be demanding anything.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, if you're doing if you're doing a thing where you're like deep diving into stuff, that would be it would be a great tool to have. It's really worked well as far as fact checking people, and there's even been some shockers where we had no idea that like it didn't like that.
That Crooks worked at a old folks home kitchen.
Yeah, I'd never heard that in my life.
But also, if we host debates to have like Greg, fact check some claims instead of, having 3 people do it at once and having to wait between arguments.
What was interesting was having Grok debate 3 people at once the other night. That was a good one.
Ooh. See if I befriend him. I may hurt him.
I apologize. It's not available in vibrator form yet, but just give it time. And I noticed that Coyote made a sad face in response to that, which very revealing.
I think it's because his hand is up.
Nothing wrong with it.
All right.
Oh, the timing was right when I said that Grok wasn't available in vibrator form. So whatever.
Not there's anything wrong with that.
Thank you for answering. You guys have a blessed day.
Thanks, Josie.
Thanks, Josie.
Go ahead, Des.
I was just saying thanks to Josie.
Yeah, I'm ignoring Coyote. I feel
I'm about to go. That's my next words out of my mouth. Coyote, my dearest, would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Real quick, Josie, just to tell you, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to hear a lot of conspiracy theorists and stuff like that in your face, probably, just to let you know that. But it is pretty handy and comes in with some deep questions. Anyway, no, I just wanted to say, like to the audience, Mike, I appreciate it as always. Destiny was late. She's getting her beauty sleep. You gotta let her, do this sometimes because she's awesome. Women want to be her, men want her. It is what it is right there. But the thing is, like guys, look at like Diligent, Mike, Destiny, like all these people. You know what I'm saying? Like you quote unquote influence or whatever you want to say. People are upset about this Epstein stuff. And all these things that the government's doing. That's the one thing, like, when you got everybody
according to some, they have an agenda, and that's why they're upset, because they have an agenda.
Oh, that's fine, bro, because that's what I'm saying. We know what it is. Like the people that are actually, I don't know, man, it's hard to explain, but the people that matter, how's that to say, are upset about all these things, and they're going to keep talking about it, and they're not going to let it go. So that lets you know whenever everybody's on the same page on one particular subject, something is wrong, something is up, and maybe y'all should either support them or look into it too a little heavier, because like they were talking about earlier, we don't want to get caught up in this world where it's every 10 seconds we set a video. Okay, next thing, what do we 10 seconds. That's what we're doing. We're getting flooded with information. We need to stand our ground with this and say, hey, we want the fucking files. We want to know what happened with Butler. We want to know why the damn house was desanitized and scrubbed to the clean before, whatever. Because these things are not normal. We shouldn't have to live into a psyope nation to where Dan Bongino is sweating bullets, obviously lying, and then sit there and try to argue and figure out amongst each other why somebody is lying to us. Is it part of a bigger scheme or whatever? Who cares? That's not what it's about. It's about the truth, and it's about transparency, and that's what they ran on.
Amen.
Can I say something to that real quick?
You go ahead. Jump in.
Okay. So I've been a P1 listener of the Dan Bongino show back when it was called the Renegade Republican in I think 2017, 2018. I've been listening to him. I met him a few times. I know his producer Jim. I know the sound guy Joe and his wife Paula. I even know his daughter and everything. And I could tell his body language that was odd. First, he's not the best liar out there, but also I recall he used to say, always learn, you gotta learn and always remember the names and read the tea leaves. And you really have to go back and listen to each this choice of words very carefully. He says there is nothing in that file. And I'm like, based on the way that Dan Bongino used to analyze what politicians would say on the podium, he did exactly that. He just flipped the role, right? And he was the one on the podium this time saying that. I'm like, he said there's nothing in that file. Maybe there's nothing in that file. Maybe they didn't write it down. Thought of that?
Maybe we already know who and what is on the list is all about.
Yeah.
But I agree, Jesse.
I just think there's a possibility that they just didn't write it down in that file. They ask
I
what's
think
in that file. They say, well, it's not in there.
if you had to, when you say they,
Maria Bartiromo.
who?
Maria Bartiromo from Fox?
The interviewer from Fox.
Yeah.
Oh.
She asked what's in that file. She's like, there's nothing in that. There's nothing other than self-deletion in that file. In that
I thought you were
file.
gonna say a word that started with J and ended with ooze.
Don't get Gruck, because Gruck will start calling you anti-Semitic, Joseph. Stop.
Oh. Maybe. I don't know. I know he's very pro-Israel too. That kind of threw me off. I almost felt like I got cheated on after October 7th. Anyways.
I saw that clip of him when somebody asked
Acting
him,
like he didn't know who freaking Jeffrey
no,
Epstein was
he
working
said
with.
they're like, they're like, when you think about the future of America, what do you think about the most? And then he said Israel, and I was
The
like,
protection of Israel.
I
Yeah.
was like, what? I was like,
Well,
what
he
the
did
fuck?
mention he did mention because he has experience, like he had skin in the game back in the Secret Service, and he told stories about his experience in the Middle East and the way that the people that the Secret Service would work with that were locals in the Middle East, like the way that they would talk about those Jewish people, and how for us it's like if you're not post October 7, you would hear some people talk about like, oh, like those freaking bastards. You'd go like, whoa, okay. So he told us a lot of stories like that. So I think he probably has seen like the worst of it too. So
My
I
thing
think
was
like there's
like,
that in the balance.
like Cash Patel, and I've noticed like Speaker Mike Johnson did it. Like as soon as they got the position, they go on, public, and they're like, well, this is our main priority. We need to get America behind it. And they're talking about a foreign country. It's like the first thing that you do after you get confirmed or become a speaker. Why are you going up there and doing that? Like you should be like, I love America. I think we're going to do great things and stuff, but it's the first order of business. Let me go get this out here.
Could you just imagine a politician going up and being like, I just want to thank Putin, and I think we should all really be standing behind Russia, no matter what. Without Russia, there wouldn't be America, and they are our greatest ally.
We could talk about that, Destiny. That or China and stuff. We'd be all on that, but we can't over here because
Because Bongino is like, I think his top priority is Trump's safety, and I think that's why he switched the agenda like that. That's my personal opinion. He has mentioned like he was friends with Trump, like personal friends of him, and he even mentioned like during the assassination attempt how like you could tell it was affecting him emotionally, personally, and he was like, those people are gonna get the guy killed. Like he was really freaking out over the Secret Service, and it's like I think one of the reasons that can win the balance is he genuinely cares about the safety of the president. That's all. Like I don't know. It's not like he wanted that position. He was doing great. It was really hard for him to host his last show before he left. He had to like pause a few times. Very emotional. But he just felt like they needed to help his country and the president. It's not like he needs the money. It's not like he wants the power. So I really don't see anything else.
I don't think it's the money either. I think it's like a bloodline kind of thing, and that's the thing. And that's what I do want to say again, Diligent, because you got a big voice on here and everything. I appreciate the conversation yesterday, because all I want to do.
I'm not pro. I'm not. Well, I'm not like all pro Goiper and shit, motherfucker. I don't care. I'm not one of the it's the Jews people. Don't be all too happy, because if y'all come at me and I'm talking about the solar eclipse, and you're like, it's the Jews, it's Israel, fucking some kind of intelligence op, I'm gonna fucking call you out for being retarded.
And the Muslim people, that's what I'm saying. It's the Muslim people. And I'm the same. It's just I'm a little more vocal on this because everything goes to it. Like, I don't like that Groper shit. I don't like the whole, the like, oh, the Muslims did it all either. But I just want the conversation to be had so we can figure all this shit out. Like, I'm just sick of it.
The Muslims did do it all, though. I'll just throw that out there.
Oh, whoa. Everyone knows that this was the Albanians.
The Albanian, it's an Albanian Muslim sect, actually.
No, I heard it was the guitar. I mean, Qatar.
That's our ally.
It's the Albanian Muslims that live in Qatar.
Dude, the guitar is a man's best friend other than the dog and then his wife.
Like I need a cutter or the weeds in the backyard. Like, since when do people pronounce it like that? That sounds so.
You know what? You know what you call a group of people who play guitars? Guitarians.
That's pretty good. You got the best dad jokes. I did trip me out though. Find out our biggest Air Force base in the Middle East was in Qatar, and they're our ally that is non-NATO ally. Like, what the fuck?
Isn't the second largest in Turkey, or am I mistaken?
I think it's in chicken.
That was funny.
Would you consider that catarded?
That was good.
It wasn't bad. Hitch, do you have any good dad jokes for us? You have quite a few good ones.
You got anything on Israel, Hitch? I was just saying, bro.
No, I definitely don't have any on Israel. Dad jokes, none. Well, there's the old. I'm just actually on my timeline. I just posted one. Do you like cheese jokes? Because I've got some real crackers.
That's racist.
I already said that was racist. That's my line.
Xenophobe.
I'm a big fan of dad jokes. Love
Hitch, I gotta give you props, bro. I was looking at some of your posts on your profile the other day, and dude, you get some bangers out there, man. Like you get some that get freaking like just
his
go
engagement's
absolutely
off the
nuts.
charts.
How is that? How is that?
He's running a psyop on all of us.
Oh, yeah.
They're
Like,
cleverly crafted.
Do people
posts.
just like talking about IQ that much? I mean, because it's like, but you do phrase them well. Like they're engaging. Like they're seriously engaging. They're not just like those one-liners. Like, hey, do y'all like wine or beer? Okay. But I mean, they're good though. But some of them get like, I've seen you've had a couple millions and some 100,000 was that's pretty impressive, bro.
I'll delete them before the space ends. But I've got 3 in particular on the jumbotron, and I will give away a little secret or 2 secrets. I'm sure people know this. It's not a big deal. So if it's something people can engage with, so one on there, for example, I've got college majors by average IQ and gen ratio. That one got nearly 5 million impressions. What's going on there? Look at the quote tweets, the quotes. People are like, yeah, let's go physics. And then all the teachers are like, because the teachers at the bottom, teachers are like, this is bullshit, this chart, I don't agree, blah, blah, blah. And then you get the real autistic nerds are like, gender ratio is the wrong word. It should be percentage verified. Blah, blah. So that one was just appealing to everyone.
Is the Krasenstein brothers of IQ and education.
100%. I listen. No lie detected. IQ is my. Sometimes people like, all you post about is IQ. I'm like, yeah, and so what are you gonna? I mean, all you post about is flat Earth, the fucking Anunnaki, and vaccines. So listen, you post about what you want. I'll post about what I want. I'll give away 2 things though. It's not really a giveaway. People should know this.
Don't be shitting on Destiny's Anunnaki anti-vaxxers now.
I saw one guy shitting on me. He was like, you're the worst. You're boring. You're a one-trick pony. I go in his profile. I swear it's all just flat Earth and aliens. Aliens this. Look at this footage. How can people not believe? So yeah, some of the people that attack me are very, very funny. But the short answer is one trick is to make definitive statements, and people get really upset. Like, for example, EQ is fake, simple as that, which I do believe that is true. And then people are like, simple as that? What? I'm gonna crush it. So, making definitive statements only about things that are definitively true. This is like one thing that kind of helps me. But yeah, I do word them carefully. And last thing I'll say is Christopher Hitchens had this thing. So he was a bit controversial, right? And someone in an interview said to him, do you just say things to be incendiary? Like, why do you say the things you say? And I completely co-sign what Christopher Hitchens responded. He said, I never say anything that I don't believe. Everything I say, I fully believe wholeheartedly. However, sometimes I'm trying to sell a book, or sometimes I'm trying to be interesting or entertaining. So if I can use a turn of phrase, which is more interesting, I will. So that's all I do in my posts. I try to use an interesting turn of phrase if I can. And I've got it lucky. I've got if you go to my highlights, you'll see, because I'll say one more thing. I know I'm yapping on. People don't know, if you post something to your post, when you make it a pinned post, you get, now this isn't official, but you get about double the engagement. I've noticed the posts that are going well that I pin, they'll go from like trending towards, 300,000. They'll often get up to like 1 million, 1.5 million. So if you have a post that's doing well, definitely pin it to your profile. And the pin post boost, it's called, you get one every 48 hours. So take note of when you make it. And you'll notice this is why my pin posts do well, partly because every 48 hours, I wait till something hits and then I repin it to my profile. And this gives a massive, massive boost. There's no way I would have got close to 5 million without the boost. So yeah, a couple of things there.
Repeat that last one you just said, Hitch, about the repost.
The boost?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get nobody knows the exact number. Well, I don't know it, but I'm just going off my experience. Every 48 hours, if you pin a post to your profile, so you click on the 3 dots, you go pin to profile, it goes to the top, it becomes pinned. Every 48 hours, you get a reset boost. So what that means is, let's say you get a post that's doing well, pin it to your profile. For 24 hours, you will get a massive, massive, massive boost. My estimation is something like 100, 150% boost. And this lasts for 24 hours and resets every 48 hours. So basically every 2 days, you have the option to pin a post and get a massive, massive boost. Now, you can't just keep repeat posts every 10 hours because, again, the boost only resets every 48 hours. But all I'm saying is people that are not using the pin post boost are losing out. All of my posts that have gone, between 3 million and 5 million, it's all been because of the pin post. If I didn't use the pin post instead of 5 million, maybe they would have gone to 1 million, maybe 2 million. But you get a massive, and just test it out. Any post that you get that's doing well, and in the first hour, if it goes nuts in the first hour, wait 60 minutes to see how well it's doing. After 60 minutes, pin it, and you'll notice the trend goes from like, a certain amount of views, and it will just skyrocket. Like you can literally see tick, 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 tick. So yeah, if you get a post that's doing well, pin it to your profile, and you'll get a massive boost, and the boost resets every 2 days. Does that make sense?
And the pause time on that, because I clicked it and I had to like zoom in to look into it. So you're getting a lot of pause time right there. It's just very smart.
Not deliberate, but yes, that is true. That wasn't a deliberate thing, but yes, that's definitely the case. But
like Hitch slaps post.
Let's go. Just don't be boring. I try to, if you notice, my posts are like a little bit cheeky, a little bit funny, and I try to mix it up. One picture, one joke, one kind of statistical thing, and these definitive statements. EQ is fake, simple as that. You don't want to go too far. You don't want to say like vile things, but screw EQ. EQ is fake. Let's go, and screw pitbulls as well.
What about the big booty Latina?
Sorry,
I love the booty Latinas. Let's go.
I just want to say hit slap. You could also pin replies. Like if you like nailed like some big account and you're getting traction on it, you could pin it and that'll boost it as well.
It's a good tip that I did not know. I try to pin mostly my own. I know the replies is technically your content, but I think the replies to replies don't do as well. Whereas replies to the main post, I think do a lot better.
Yep.
I think.
Sally taught me that trick. She's like, "Oh, you have a great reply that's, getting a lot of traction. Why don't you pin it?" I'm like, "Oh, I thought that was a bad thing." And I tried it and it was a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. And this thing, just try stuff. I've got 100, easy 100, 150 posts in my draft. And 3 times a day, I'll just scroll it and I'm like, does this look interesting? That look interesting. And I just pick one from that like draft and put it there. Some of them do shit and some take off. I'm very lucky. But the pin post is the key to my success, 100%.
So everybody comment and like Hitch Slaps post whenever you see it. For the sake of, if you love your mother and you believe in God, you will get up there and you will like and comment on every post that Hitch Slap at.
No, I don't. I don't want people to forcefully comment. All I will say is that if you want to look, just look at my stuff. No pressure. And if you find it interesting, feel free to interact. But yeah, many people on the stage have wonderful content. Mike's the king of video editing, by the way. Mike should do more video editing. Your video editing, and sometimes you DM me stuff from the Matrix. I'll watch it 2 or 3 times. So overlay kind of like Matrix themes with posts, especially the Matrix music. I get up and I would start like shadow boxing. Mike is an excellent video editor.
I think we need more dad jokes though. We need to post more dad jokes.
Hey, I just got D post. I've just posted D's up in the nest. Said my wife asked me, "Did you hear anything I just said?" I thought that was a weird way to start a conversation. Hey, solid.
D's a legend. D's whole profile is that if you go in our group chat, Mike, you're in there. D posts his dad jokes.
Yeah, I've heard. Some of them are really dad, and some of them are actually pretty good.
He's the king, bro. He really is.
He just posted some steak pictures in there recently as well. Very delicious. One other thing I want to say, I don't do this. I know people are going to accuse me, whatever. But Mike, do you know the rule? It's like a law. I forget exactly what it's called. It's something like if you post what's true, a couple of people will. This is a 4chan law. Post something that's true, and some people interact. Post something that's false, or the people believe is false, and you'll get everybody wanting to correct it. So one little trick. A lot of people think that IQ is fake. People out there, I was included, we were brainwashed psyoped at school to believe IQ is fake. So, I'm a little bit lucky there because I just post true things about IQ, but people think that they're fake. They think that they're false. Like I did one recently, brain size correlates with IQ. Everyone in the comments, this is wrong, this is racist. Grok, is it true that the IQ correlates with brain size? And Grok's like, yeah, fact check true. So, that's the thing. There's little known facts. I'm a bit lucky there that people think is wrong. That's why they jump in to correct it. But actually, it's true. Psychometrics don't lie.
Wow. I saw that racist thing. I didn't understand because, I went over to Black Twitter or whatever you call it, Twitter. They call it Black Twitter. So sorry, people, not being racist. Anyway, they were having a conversation about the IQ over there. I was like, damn, this thing's just flying through here.
Yeah, we were taught at school that it was bullshit. I remember even in our primary school, it was like multiple intelligence. There's social intelligence and physical intelligence and yappa. It was all bullshit. I actually got into IQ to disprove it. I wanted to prove that IQ was fake. Spoiler alert, I proved the opposite. So, this is some people, not to call out Black Twitter, but there's many areas of Twitter. Gay Twitter and trans Twitter and rainbow Twitter. They all think IQ is fake. So, yeah, people don't do. The easiest thing to ask people is, what is the G factor? G factor is day 1, week 1, basic. It's the most basic thing in psychometrics. If people don't know what the G factor is, then they're not going to, they're going to have everything wrong, basically. You need to be able to answer that. Or you can ask them, someone came to space the other day who was like, IQ is crap, you're wrong, you know what you're talking about. I said, well, okay, can I ask you, very basic question. I just want to see if you know the basics. What's the difference between intelligence, general intelligence, and IQ? Can you tell me the difference between these 3 things? Oh, the fact that I don't know if you can't answer that simple question, then you have no business telling me that I'm wrong or having a strong opinion on something like that.
Last question, his slap. How much is it to subscribe to Mike Mac so you can go to his subscriber on the space?
$1. Subscribe to Mike Mac, 99 cents. Does the best after spaces on the whole of X, not just X. I went to the supermarket the other day and I was buying a fat juicy steak. And as I swiped it, boop, I heard next to me someone like, "Are you going to Mike Mac's after space?" This is in the supermarket, so everywhere I go, people are talking about Mike Mac, his after spaces. They're absolutely epic. If you don't get in there, you've got a low IQ. That's all I can say.
Fact check true. Fact check true. The
Don't
return
be
on
stupid, people.
it's sick. So I should still do the after space, you think, Cody? Or
Are you
what?
backing out of it again?
It's your thing. You
Damn
got,
it!
You
You
got
sound like
to.
my freaking wife, Adam. God dang it. She just
Yeah.
said the same. I said, I don't think I'm going to do it. It's kind of late. And she's like, you can't back out of those things again. I'm like, I ain't backing out of them. And then that freaking Adam shows up. Sounds like my wife.
This is kind of like merged into an after space. I have to say, like the subject matter. We're already telling kind of like off-color jokes a little bit. Like,
What I'm saying. Thank you.
Not
Thank
at
you very
not
much.
at all. It's not the same. The little
not
the purple ring's not around. Yeah.
Well, it is.
Consistency,
It kind
brother.
of is the same. How about you don't let anyone up on speaker panels from here on out that isn't a subscriber? And then,
Okay,
like,
here's what
there
we're
you
gonna do.
go.
I'm gonna go. We're gonna start the after space in 60 seconds. So Des, do your deal. It'll be up in 60 seconds.
Okay, guys. Thank you all for coming to the space. I appreciate you all. Hitch, Diligent, Coyote, Adam, Josie D. Let me see what we got going on down here. We have a Nikki. Nice to see you, Stephanie. Philosophy, Alan. Don't give me a thumbs down. Fuck you. American Mission. We always rep American Mission. They're the best. And Network Access Group. Of course, we love all you guys. Thank you for tuning in. We will see you next week. And without any further ado, whether the weather is cold, whether the weather is hot, whatever the weather, we're in this together, whether we like it or not.
Turn it up so I hear it.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.